Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wretched Love by Anne Malcom, narrated by Carolyn Eve and Leon Nixon. Chapter 1. Kate. I was putting on mascara when he came in. I met my husband's blue eyes in the mirror. Those eyes ran over me with hunger, appreciation. My skin tingled. I wasn't wearing anything particularly revealing. A tailored dress, white with little flowers all over it. It showed off my figure, trim because my husband liked me that way. I was religious about my diet, about my morning Pilates class, the same with my Botox appointments, expensive facials, and a standing appointment with my hairstylist to add honey highlights and keep my naturally midnight black hair. A softer chocolatey color so I never had roots. We had an image to maintain after all. Preston swept my hair aside and kissed my neck. "You look good enough to eat, babe." My stomach clenched as his hands went down to my hips, his front pressing into my back, his intention clear. My heartbeat thrummed as my body responded to his, attuned after all these years. "I'm already late," I sighed. Preston's hand at my hip tightened, and he whirled me around. His fist plowed into my stomach in one smooth move. I doubled over, wheezing as my breath was sucked out of me. "Manage your time better," he said coldly, "and don't ever refuse me again." His shoes echoed on our heated bathroom tiles. I stared at the pattern, frowning at a speck I must have missed when I was cleaning the floors earlier this morning. Once the pain subsided, I straightened, stared at myself in the mirror for a second, then resumed putting on my mascara. "I fantasize about cheating on my husband with the neighbor when I'm masturbating," Luann said. The women laughed, and I merely smiled tightly. "I don't come to the thought of cheating," she continued with a sly grin. "It's the thought of the pillow talk after, being able to complain about my idiot husband that sends me over the edge." More shrieks of laughter. I sipped my iced tea. Luann drained her rosé. It was her second, and she lifted her hand to the waiter in a way that was patronizing and dismissive, signaling another. Her eyes zeroed in on me. Luann didn't like me. Of course, she never came right out and said it. No one in this little group of wives were honest about how they felt, beyond their fantasies about the neighbor. It was just pointed comments, backhanded compliments, whispers behind each other's backs. She didn't like me, for many reasons. Mostly because I was younger than her, and she was threatened by that. And also because she wanted my husband. She didn't try to hide it, not even a little. She was always stroking his arm when we had parties, standing a little too close, laughing at his jokes, rubbing her fake tits on his arms. If only she knew what being married to Preston was like, she wouldn't be so eager to rub up against him. "What about you, Kate?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. "We've all shared. Who do you fantasize about when you use your battery-operated friend, even though your husband is a man made of fantasy?" I smiled tightly at her. "He defies fantasy," I said smoothly. They all waited with bated breath, all the ladies who lunched. The group of women Preston had urged me to befriend once Violet went to school and I had nothing to do with my time. Despite the fact that I cleaned our entire house daily because he could see any speck of dirt, that I made everything in our home from scratch because he didn't want processed food, that I took his shirts and suits to the dry cleaners, also daily because he wanted everything fresh, that I spent hours on dinner because he expected me to serve him gourmet meals. Then there were our gardens that he needed to be impeccable. He didn't hire anyone, except to do the grass and the pool, but they came on an exact day at an exact time, Otherwise, he didn't want strangers in our home, didn't want them snooping, seeing things they shouldn't. We'd bought a much larger house when Violet started high school and Preston took over for his father as president of the bank. Our mansion was only minutes away from his parents, which meant his mother could and often did stop by. Her home was always immaculate, and Preston would not hear of me embarrassing us both by having the house out of order. So it was a full-time job to keep everything how he wanted, to avoid punishment, even though he often found something wrong, something out of place. These women, with husbands and grown children, had full-time help. They wouldn't dream of scrubbing a toilet. They had endless time to day drink and talk about their trainers, their current diet, how their husbands didn't satisfy them, whatever it was that they considered problems. I did not have that time. But these were the women to be seen with in our small town. These were the circles to run in, to keep up appearances.
"Come on, Kate," Karen urged. "Your secret's safe with us."
I pursed my lips. My secrets were most definitely not safe with them. The first time I had lunch, I'd had a particularly bad day, so I'd had 2 glasses of wine with lunch. 1 was normally my limit, and even that was rare. Preston didn't want a drunk for a wife. It was unseemly. But I'd been excited. Rarely had I been given leave to go out and have lunch with other women. Preston was on a business trip too, all the way across the country. I felt freedom I'd not experienced ever. And I'd gotten tipsy. The women were complaining about their husbands and had looked at me expectantly. Even in my wine days, I'd known not to say something scathing about Preston. Certainly not the ugly truth. But I'd wanted to belong to this club. The women who laughed like they didn't have a care in the world. Who were buffed, tanned, and plucked within an inch of their lives, with big hair and even bigger bank accounts. Yes, it felt carefree and foreign. Belonging to something. Even if it wasn't who I wanted to be. So I'd blurted out something about Preston leaving his socks right beside the hamper instead of putting them in. It was nothing compared to what the other women said. Nothing. Yet somehow it had gotten back to him. He'd flown into a rage as soon as he got home, dragging me into our bedroom by the hair. Violet was at a friend's place for dinner. It happened rather last minute. And it was later I'd realize it was by design, so Preston could punish me properly for embarrassing him, making his friends think he was a fucking slob. So yes, I knew not to say a word about Preston or our life together at these lunches, and I never touched a drop of wine no matter how much the women urged. They thought I was boring, which was fine. Safe. If she doesn't want to share, she doesn't have to. Nicole put in, defending me. Nicole was a relatively new addition to the group, only a few years older than me with a boy a little younger than Violet. I liked Nicole. She was nice. She didn't have hair out to there. Her forehead moved when she made expressions, and her life didn't seem shiny and perfect. She seemed beautifully flawed, and didn't fit into this group one bit. But her husband had taken over the development for some big set of apartment buildings coming into town, and he went to the club with our husbands. He was important, so she joined the lunches. Those were the rules. Luann sighed dramatically. "You don't have to be such a prude, Kate," she said. "We're all friends here." "I know, Luann," I said with a false smile on my face. "I just have nothing to tell." Which was the truth. I did not own a vibrator. If I did, Preston would find it and punish me thoroughly. My body was his, and if he decided I deserved pleasure, he would give it out. He knew all the ways he could hurt me and not leave a mark. He also knew all the ways to make me come loud enough to scream. It was my curse. He was. I was owned by him. Therefore, I was not entitled to any agency over my own body. I wouldn't tell these vultures that. Luann was still staring at me in challenge. She was on her third wine. They could make her nasty, more direct. I could see it in her eyes. She wanted to push me, taunt me a little. She saw me as meek, weak, and deep down, beneath all the makeup and filler, she was a bully. I was an expert at recognizing one now. After all, I'd been married to one for almost 18 years. All the years we'd been friends, she'd made an art of bringing me down, making me feel small. The other women saw it, of course, but they ignored it. Luann was the unofficial leader of this group. Her husband was the mayor. He owned half the town. She was the queen of this town. She could ruin someone, even me, if she so wished. So I did my duty, kissed the ring, made sure to never stand up for myself. I wouldn't know how to do that anyway. Nicole also saw Luann readying herself to lay into me. Nicole didn't know the rules. Nicole was a nice person, so she stepped in. "Kate," she said, bringing my attention to her. "Isn't Violet studying abroad now?" I blinked at her change in subject, the pointed look she gave Luann before focusing on me. "Yes, she is," I said. Paris. She's always loved the city, and her French is wonderful. She left 2 days ago." I missed her like a limb, more than a limb. There was an ocean between me and my baby. I'd never been this far away from her in my life. It hurt merely thinking of it, of how empty the house was without her. She was all I had. Preston and I had tried for another for years, or so he thought. It was the one single thing I hid from him. The thing he very well might kill me for if he ever found my secret stash of birth control pills. It was the one risk I took. The one act of rebellion I took against him. I would not bring another child into our home. I got lucky with Violet. She was sweet, caring, not a mean bone in her body. I couldn't risk it with another. I was terrified if I had a boy, what his father might turn him into. In this one singular way, the universe looked after me. He had never found the pills.
"You're an empty nester now."
Karen grinned.
"Welcome to the club."
Most of the women I lunched with had children in college or beyond, and were older than me by 10 years. I'd had Violet young, and Luann never failed to bring that up. "Well, she doesn't have to be," the woman in question said. "You're what?" She trailed off, eyes inspecting me as if I were a strange specimen, not someone she had lunch with twice a week for the past 6 years. 38 now? That's not too late." 36, I corrected, which she well knew. I also looked a lot younger than that, thanks to a religious skincare routine and the only good thing my mother gave me, her genes. Luann acted as if I never spoke. "Preston tells Tom all the time how he's planning on another one with you. He wants a boy this time." Her face softened into faux pity. "I know you two have had some trouble conceiving, but I told Tom to give him the name of the best IVF doctor in the state. Preston was going to surprise you with the appointment." She smiled like an alligator, presenting personal information at a table of ravenous women in a feeding frenzy. "He knows how much you want another, and I expect all he wants to do is to make you happy." My smile was frozen on my face. There it was. My one victory over Preston, the one thing I could hold on to, the last shred of control I had, gone. There was no way I could get out of the appointment. I wasn't sure what kind of tests the doctor would do, if they would be able to tell I was on hormonal birth control. Even if they couldn't, They'd likely be able to tell Preston there was nothing wrong with me. No explanation as to why we weren't getting pregnant. He'd argue, of course. He was good at that. He'd order them to go ahead with IVF, make sure I got pregnant. And that was best case. Worst case was he somehow found out about the birth control. Violet was not home anymore. She wasn't due to come home for another 6 months. He wouldn't hold back. My hands went clammy. Nicole's covered mine. "Sweetie?" she asked in real concern. I blinked the table back into focus. The women were all staring at me. "Oh dear, I really did ruin the surprise," Luann said with a smile. "I hope you're happy about this. I could tell Tom to talk to Preston, give you some time." "No," I yelled. Just the thought of what would come of that conversation sending bile up my throat. Even Luann looked shocked at my outburst. I did not yell. I spoke in soft tones, barely audible, really. I scrambled for my purse. I forgot about dry cleaning," I spluttered, standing from the table. I was the meek little mouse who only squeaked, never roared. I spilled my iced tea once I got my purse, my throat closing up. "I'm sorry," I apologized, mopping it with my napkin. My skin was hot, too tight. I needed to escape. I've got to go." I smiled tightly at the women who were watching me carefully. "I forgot about a waxing appointment." The lie didn't come out smoothly or convincing, but it didn't matter at that point. "We'll do lunch next week. You can tell us all about the doctor appointment," Luann said, stretching her lips wide. Her husband would be hearing about this outburst the second he got home. I nodded tightly. "Of course." Then I turned on my heel and calmly walked out of there, got into my car, and didn't stop driving. I was in Manchester, 3 hours away from the small, wealthy town of Carver Springs, New Hampshire, where I'd lived all my life. I'd never, not once, been this far away without Preston. We traveled, sure, trips for the summer, Italy, Spain, France, always with a group, either his parents or his business buddies. But I never went anywhere alone. He kept my passport locked in his safe. It was in Manchester that I realized what I was doing, that it had been 3 hours since lunch. Preston would be home in another hour, maybe 2 if he was having drinks at the club, as he did more and more often these days. Not enough time to make it home without him knowing, and there was no lie I could conjure that would explain where I had been. Did he have some kind of tracker on my phone? It made sense if he did. He needed to know where I was at all times and likely checked against what I'd told him to see if he could catch me in a lie. He never did because I never lied. I behaved exactly as he expected me to. I was trained well. I never broke the rules. Until now. My heart was pounding as this set in. I was screwed. I could still go back, try to lie and take the punishment if he didn't believe me. He wouldn't leave marks. We had that doctor's appointment. And he was serious about another baby. He wouldn't risk genuinely hurting me. 18 years. Another 18 years with him. My blood thrummed with fear and dread as I even considered it. I couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Although I'd never dreamed I would or could do this. I was running, and I had nothing with me but the clothes on my back. The credit card in my purse would alert Preston when and where I made a transaction. I was lucky the car was fully gassed. The car. The hideously ostentatious and expensive car. We traded up every 2 years. I was not the legal owner of the god-awful thing. And when he found out I was gone, he'd be able to track it. Track me. I pulled into a parking lot as true panic set in. My breathing turned rapid, and stars danced in my vision. "Get it together, Kate," I whispered, gripping the steering wheel. The glint on my finger caught my eye. My wedding ring and band, both hideously ostentatious too. Preston had upgraded 3 times in our 18-year marriage. Each time at huge anniversary parties his parents threw for us yearly. Like the car, the house, the lunches, it was all for show. This ring was worth a lot of fucking money. Preston made sure I didn't have the tools to escape. Made sure I didn't have access to large sums of cash, couldn't book anything out of the country, had all of my important identification. But his ego had given me my ticket out of his life. Same with the earrings at my ears, the watch I wore, the purse. All of it was bought as gifts. Not for me, for himself, so the town would see how much he spoiled his beautiful wife. I grinned as I drove out of the parking lot, thinking of what the town would say when it became clear that his spoiled, beautiful wife had left him. 3 hours later, I was driving out of the city in an old Toyota. It was bright red, smelled faintly of cigarette smoke, and had only cost me a couple of $1,000s. I had much more cash tucked into my cheap Walmart backpack, a lot more. I hadn't sold everything, not at once. It would be dangerous, a woman on the road alone, carrying large amounts of cash. No more dangerous than living in my McMansion in New Hampshire for nearly 2 decades. But I'd had my share of violence. I would be cautious, but not afraid. I was done being afraid. It was just like that. A switch flipped. I wasn't sure how such a thing was possible. Weakness was a character trait at this point. I'd been so sure I didn't have a backbone, a personality of my own. But whatever it was inside me that snapped, I grew from the cracks of that. Me. There was a scene in Gone Girl. I'd watched the movie countless times and read the book twice as many, where Rosamund Pike was driving down the road in a piece of shit car, stuffing her face with food after framing her husband for her murder. She looked so utterly free in that scene. I'd watched it over and over with envy. Not that Ben Affleck's character quite deserved to be framed for her murder. He was a cheater and kind of a selfish asshole, but he did not deserve that. Preston, on the other hand, thoroughly deserved to be framed for my murder. Unfortunately, I was not as smart as Amy was in the book. I did not have the guts or the intelligence to fake my own murder and frame my husband, no matter how much I fantasized about it. It was that car scene I fantasized about, not my trainer or my neighbor or the hot guy at the coffee shop who always flirted with me. No, it was her in that scene, free for the first time in years, knowing that no one knew where she was and no one knew who she was. Unfortunately, I could not Gone Girl my husband, even if I'd had the smarts and the guts, because of my daughter, the child I adored, the child who worshipped her father and knew nothing of what kind of monster he was. I would and did endure years of torture from my perfect daughter. I would do anything to protect her from harm, and knowing the truth about her father would hurt her, wound her, call into question the entire foundation of who she was, would affect her future and every relationship she had with a man. No, I could not and would not do that. I couldn't just disappear, as much as I wanted to. And I knew if I did, Preston would find a way to play it to make him the hero. He'd report me missing, fake something ridiculously elaborate, whether it be my state of mind, some unseen enemy, I couldn't be sure. But I knew if I let him control the narrative, I'd be screwed, eventually back under his thumb. And that couldn't happen. So I made a series of phone calls to ensure that he couldn't orchestrate a narrative, that he couldn't warp it. Surely he'd try, I knew that. But I was fighting now. He wasn't used to that. It would unnerve him to see his wife's backbone. I had the element of surprise and the upper hand. So I made the calls. Then, after copying down all the pertinent numbers, I smashed my phone and bought a cheap new one. Maybe it was overkill, but I wouldn't put it past Preston to be tracking my location. After that was done, I pulled into the nearest drive-thru, got myself a triple cheeseburger, and got on the freeway. I was gone. Girl.
Chapter 2. Swiss. The nightmare came to me last night. I hadn't had one in almost 3 years. A record. I'd been lulled into a false sense of security. I'd let myself believe that they no longer lived inside of me, that I'd banished all of those memories, scrubbed them clean with the actions of the past. Fuck, almost 20 years. When I jerked awake, I was drenched in sweat, my heart jumping out of my fucking throat, and my hand on my piece in an instant. "Baby?" A voice croaked from beside me. A red-tipped nail trailed down my soaking chest. Fuck, I'd untied her and forgotten to kick her the fuck out last night. Had I been wasted? That kind of oversight was not the norm for me. If bitches stayed over, they did it bound to the bed, and that was usually because I was too drunk or tired to kick them out. Or because I liked the way they obeyed me and wanted to get one last fuck in the next morning before I never saw them again. "Baby." This time it was a purr, and it grated over my skin like sandpaper. I didn't even look at her. She'd probably be a knockout. All women were, in their own way. I didn't give a shit about body type, race, religion, hair color. No, I did not discriminate when it came to women. I could spot them a mile away, the ones I wanted. Not that I'd spotted one I'd really wanted in a long fucking time. "Get the fuck out," I snarled, still holding on to my piece with an iron grip. The bitch didn't hesitate. Even seconds after waking with what was likely a killer hangover, her survival instincts kicked in. Club girls were usually some of the hardest I'd met, but that didn't mean they didn't know when to run. And everything about my energy was telling her to run. Not to mention my reputation that spoke for itself. Bitches wanted to fuck me because of that reputation. And the patch, of course. But they wanted to be the one to tame the beast. They wanted to prove that they could handle me. No one could. Not really. I glanced over at her ass, jiggling as she struggled to get into the jeans she wore last night. "I tell you to fuck around and get dressed?" I snarled. "Out!" My arm, the one holding the gun, pointed to the door which led to the hallway. The bitch jumped and scuttled out the door, scrap of fabric pressing against her bare tits. Someone would probably be up in the club common room and see her exit. It wouldn't be the craziest thing they'd seen here. Not by a long shot. Fuck, we had a club party last night, so there were probably naked bitches covering the floor like rugs. I didn't lie back down. Didn't try to sleep again. Not after that nightmare. I wouldn't sleep for the next 2 days at least. This was a cycle I knew well, one my body was prepared for. Already my blood was pumping, hot and urgent. A call for something. Death. I jumped out of bed and yanked on my clothes from the floor before shrugging on the cut. Good thing I was patched into the Sons of Templar MC. Death was part of the fabric. 3 weeks later. I was bored with the night before it even began. Not a good sign. There was a time when I lived for this shit. When I first patched into the Sons of Templar MC, when I was running from my demons, when I was a broken piece of shit, I couldn't believe the energy at the club parties. The energy was always wired but relaxed. A fight or two breaking out was expected. Nothing more than a couple of black eyes, maybe some cracked ribs or a minor stab wound. The violence solved beefs and blood-stained handshakes often followed a brawl. As much as I reveled in the blood and violence, it was the women that excited me. I felt like a fucking rock star. I got off on that. The power. The fact that bitches were worshiping at my fucking altar because of the patch I wore. That bitches were willing to get depraved. That they weren't scared. They knew that sleeping with a son meant there were no fucking safe words. That they were fucking the Reaper. They knew that with me right off the bat. And they fucking loved it. I fucking loved it. Or I had. I wasn't sure what had changed. When I stopped getting that same satisfaction out of it I used to. My blood didn't sing anymore, seeing them submit to me. My cock still worked, of fucking course, but my heart wasn't in it. Then again, my heart had nothing to fucking do with it. That fucker was black as night and cold as ice. Things were quiet on the club front, too, so I couldn't even find excitement in my other favorite pastime. We had no enemies to torture, to kill. Things were as peaceful as they were ever going to be with the Sons of Templar MC, which was good, I supposed, considering I had brothers who were wifed up with kids. They didn't want club shit blowing back on them, endangering them. The club, this charter in particular, had lost enough. Lost almost everything. A war would feed my beast, sure. But at what cost? And I didn't want that either, as much as I craved to peel someone's skin from their bones. Maybe I'd go on a trip somewhere, do some outsourcing, or go nomad again. This was the longest I'd been at a charter since I'd patched in. I'd heard that the Washington charter was having some issues with some Nazi fuckers trying to take over territory. Yes. That might satisfy the hunger within me, quiet the rattle in my bones. Pick tonight's victim yet? Hanson, my president, asked as he sidled up beside me, beer in his hand. It was rare to see him at one of our Friday night gatherings. This late, anyway. He showed his face early because he was the president, but once things got wild, which was always about an hour or two into the night, he went home. Fucker had a wife and kids now. He was all about monogamy, which, in my opinion, went against everything our lifestyle stood for. But he was happy, so whatever the fuck. And when my eyes followed his, landing on his wife who was downing a beer of her own and laughing at something Freya was saying, I understood it. Macy used to be a club girl, in another lifetime, before someone took out almost the entire club, save Hanson and a couple of other brothers. She'd been with the club years. Everyone loved her. It was impossible not to. I felt a pang watching him watch her. Something totally unfamiliar and something that pissed me right off. I forced my eyes to scan over the women in the room. Most of them were familiar faces. We had a stable of club girls who hung around, fucking whoever wore a patch, hoping someone would put them on the back of their bike. Macy and Hanson were their Cinderella story or some shit. They were holding out hope that might happen to them. But it wouldn't. None of those women were Macy. Or Scarlett, the other club girl who was now an old lady in the California charter. It was a rare thing that anyone would want to make a club girl theirs. That's not to say we didn't respect the women. We did. But most of us weren't looking for anything more than a warm body and a good fuck. We didn't put a patch on our backs because we wanted to live within the confines of society's rules. I paused my gaze on Sienna? Fiona? Crystal? The knockout redhead was wearing a dress that showed off her perky tits, her pebbled nipples, and barely covered pussy. I'd fucked her before, had come to find out she was a natural redhead, and had a fucking great pain tolerance. The more I'd hurt her, the wetter she'd become. I'd been able to take her further than I'd taken a bitch in a long while. I'd like that part. I did not like the hungry look in her jade green eyes when we were done, though. The way she'd clung to me. The way she was looking at me right now. Like I was her next fucking meal. I was the predator here. Nah, I replied to Henson's question, looking my president in the eye before the redhead got any ideas. Sure we don't have any weapons runs? He shook his head. Enemies who need to be eliminated? I tried with false hope. Another headshake, this time with a wry grin. The fucker. All is quiet on the Western Front, brother, he replied, clapping me on the shoulder. I sighed, downing my drink. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and make the most of my wife being shit-faced and our kids being with a babysitter, he said with a grin. I watched him work his way through the crowd, not even glancing at the practically naked women he passed. It was pathetic, really, how fucking in love with his woman he was. It somehow wasn't a weakness, though. He'd rallied once the club had almost been wiped off the map, rebuilt it from the ground up, and sought revenge on those responsible. Sure, he loved his wife and kids, but he was a ruthless motherfucker just like the rest of us. Though I understood I was a little more fucked up than the average outlaw. I got off on causing women pain. Of course, they got off on it too. I would never hurt a woman without her permission. That distinction was very important to me. I also got off on causing people pain who deserved it, who betrayed us. Loved watching them bleed, writhe in agony. Fucking reveled in the light leaving their eyes. So, torturing killing was my number one hobby. Well, maybe tied with fucking. And it had been a while since I made someone bleed. Since I ended someone. Almost a month ago, after the nightmare. Some fucker who was trying to snitch on us. I'd killed him too quickly. The high had long worn off. I was feeling itchy. Almost desperate enough to go back to the redhead I knew would try to attach herself to me like a barnacle. Almost. Then my eye caught on something else. Someone else. The second I saw her, I fucking startled. Like I was pissing on an electric fence. The effect was that fucking violent, and I was not a fucker known to get dramatic about that shit. I was also a fucker who could be considered immune to women's beauty. I'd seen everything and anything the fairest sex had to offer. Sampled it all. Fuck did I appreciate beauty in all shapes and sizes, but it wasn't something that drove me. I would not be led around by my dick. But her? I knew she didn't belong in here the second I laid eyes on her. There was an unease, a fear about her that turned me rock solid. A voice somewhere deep inside me told me that she was it. She was mine.
Kate. I had no idea how I ended up in a biker compound. Okay, I kind of did. I had taken my Gone Girl thing a smidge too far. It had gotten off to a bit of a rocky start. Freedom, as it happened, was complicated. Very freaking complicated. I had not made a decision for myself in years, almost 2 decades. Preston chose my clothes, my hairstyle. His mother was the one who helped me when it was time to redecorate. Preston approved weekly menus at the house. He chose where we vacationed. He made detailed lists for the grocery store down to the brand of milk he liked. I didn't make any choices for myself. So that first day, when I started to get tired and it came time for me to stop at a motel, I had a panic attack. Which one did I choose? What exit did I get off at? Did I go for a mainstream chain or a bed and breakfast situation? I'd pulled up to a Hilton on instinct. Whenever we traveled, it was the best hotels. The luxury of it all had impressed and delighted me at first, but I was immune to it, disgusted by it almost. If we were traveling, Preston would turn his nose up at a Hilton, but given the options in the middle of nowhere, it would be his only acceptable choice. It hit me that I was deferring to him even now. I was making a decision based on what he would want. That realization, and the realization that I couldn't do something as simple as choose a hotel for the night, had me crying for 5 minutes in the parking lot. Then I got my shit together. A bed and breakfast, I decided, would be nice. But people who owned bed and breakfasts liked to talk, to get to know their guests, ask what they were doing, where they were going. No, I did not need any of those kinds of questions. I needed somewhere that would take cash, that was clean and reasonably safe. I found it in a mid-range roadside motel off the interstate. The clerk was a bored teenager scrolling through her phone. She'd barely glanced at me. I'd been so wrapped up in my world, thinking I was the center of everything, that I forgot that people existed outside of my little universe. That there were people living their own lives who didn't give a shit about me, who didn't notice me, who would forget me in a moment. It was liberating. I'd lain in bed the entire next day, watching movies that I'd never got to watch, eating food that Preston never would have let into the house, and feeling relaxed in a way I never had before. The sheets were scratchy, the walls were thin, the shower water was either scalding hot or ice cold, but it was paradise to me. I stayed for 2 nights, reveling in my newfound freedom, not thinking of the future, of a plan. I worried that if I did, it might ruin everything. I'd made a promise to myself on the first night there, giving myself a deadline. 3 months. I could have 3 months of exploring the country, eating what I wanted, sleeping when and where I wanted, without pressure, without acknowledging the realities that lay ahead. After that 3 months was done, that's when I'd make the scary decisions. That's when I'd research divorce lawyers, figure out what exactly I'd tell my daughter when she got home, and make a plan for my future. But if I lived smart, I had more than enough money for 3 months in mid-range hotels, eating food from chain restaurants. I might even find somewhere I wanted to settle. Somewhere small, somewhere far away from Carver Springs. Somewhere without McMansions and manicured lawns and yoga studios. Somewhere with a soul. But I had no destination, no itinerary, nothing. Which was how I found myself in Garnett, New Mexico. Even though it was spelled with an extra T, I couldn't help but feel like it being named after my birthstone meant something. I loved it the second I set foot in it. The sweltering heat, thick and unyielding. The vast desert, mountains in the distance. The town itself was small, houses varying in size. But almost all of them were well-maintained, had personality to them. The main street was littered with homey mom-and-pop stores. Of course, there were still big-box stores. There was nowhere you could escape a Walmart or a Target. But it felt like it had a personality I was looking for. Appealing to the eye without being pretentious. Small, but not so small that I'd stick out as a stranger in town. Safe. I was only beginning to understand what that word meant, what that feeling was. Although I'd felt freer than I had in years, there was an edge there too, an undercurrent of panic, unease, inevitability. That there was a time limit on this. That eventually he'd find me, drag me back, and I'd once again be trapped in that life. It was that edge that had me turning up to a biker compound for a party. It was pure chance that even had me knowing about it. I'd been at the gas station picking up some snacks and a 6-pack of beer. I'd acquired quite a taste for it when a man in a leather vest had approached me. He was quite possibly the most attractive man I'd seen in my life. He was younger than me, maybe. It was hard to tell. There was a manness about him that seemed utterly timeless. A dark, heavy brow, a slightly crooked nose, and riveting gray eyes. His beard was chocolate brown, just like the shoulder-length hair on his head, and it only accentuated his ruggedness. Then there were the muscles. Holy hell. They damn near ripped apart the fabric of the black tee he was wearing underneath the leather vest. His chest was broad, pecs defined underneath the fabric. The skin that was exposed was covered in tattoos, absolutely covered, right to his fingers. He was imposing, with his muscles, his stature, the beard, and the vest. I knew that signified him belonging to some kind of motorcycle gang. Given my history, I should have turned around and ran when such a man approached me in a quiet gas station. But if there was anything I'd learned, it was the look of cruelty in a man's eyes, the absence of something. This man's eyes were warm, melty. They made my stomach flip in a way that I hadn't thought was possible. Reminded me that I was a woman, one with independent desires and needs. "Hey, darlin', haven't seen you around before," he drawled, his voice deep and throaty. I had to blink and glance behind me to ensure it was me who this muscled bad boy was addressing. There was no one behind me. He grinned and sauntered closer, not close enough to be threatening or make me uncomfortable, but to show he was addressing me, that he was interested in me. "I'd remember if I'd seen you before," he continued, eyes running up and down my body slowly. Again, this somehow managed to not be leery or sleazy. As absurd as it sounded, he was checking me out respectfully in a way that seemed like a compliment. I had not gotten dressed this morning with any kind of male gaze in mind. Getting dressed had started out to be quite a challenge at first, especially since I'd thrown out the outfit I'd left in, the outfit I'd escaped in. I'd started with cheap sweats from Walmart, shapeless. I had wanted to hide, wanted to be swallowed by cheap polyester, wanted to look as different from myself as I possibly could. I wanted to melt into the background so people didn't look at me twice. It took me 2 weeks to discard those thoughts and the sweats, to remember that I had loved clothes, that I liked showing off my body in the days that came before Preston. God, it felt like I imagined those days when I thought on it. I could barely remember a life when I wasn't under Preston's thumb, mostly because when I wasn't under his thumb, I was under my mother's, and I couldn't inspect my childhood too closely, not now, while I was hanging on by a thread. But what I did remember was flipping through Cosmos, creeping into my mom's closet when she wasn't home. I hadn't had the means or time to explore my style in my teens. I'd had to wear whatever I could afford with my part-time job. Then, when I started dating Preston, he'd mentioned that he liked me in dresses. Quickly, I started dressing like his mother, going shopping with her, adopting their taste. The mere thought that I hadn't really had the opportunity to truly dress myself my entire life was utterly horrifying. At first, a hot wave of shame had overcome me, and I found it hard to breathe, to stand up. But then I'd taken a breath, cleared my mind. Those yoga classes had worked for something at least, and told myself that I couldn't change the past. But I had a modest amount of money and the opportunity to start to explore who I was, what kind of style I liked. By the time I found myself in Garnet, New Mexico, I had gained 10 pounds. I was still unlearning a lot of behaviors from my former life and the beauty standards thrust upon me. But I was pretty sure I could do with gaining at least 10 more. My body's natural curves were coming back, my hips becoming fuller, my thighs more shapely. My breasts were still full and high because Preston had arranged for me to get them fixed after I stopped breastfeeding Violet. He'd been disgusted at the way they'd sagged and emptied. He'd also been disgusted at the stretch marks, which served as evidence I'd brought our daughter into the world, but thankfully, there was no type of surgery for that. Unfortunately, I didn't get many, and he wasn't disgusted enough to stop touching me. I suited the extra pounds I discovered. My face was fuller, cheeks rosier. I didn't look so gaunt and hopeless. I also found I liked dressing for this figure. Tight jeans, strappy tanks, Converse, cowboy boots, nothing with a heel too high. I'd worn enough pairs of grossly overpriced footwear for 3 lifetimes. But I liked feeling sexy. Slutty and trashy, Preston likely would have called it. I'd dyed my hair midnight black, its natural color without all of the highlights. I didn't have the confidence or inclination to get it cut or styled. I wanted to grow it long, well past the middle of my back. At the gas station, I was wearing ripped jeans. I felt a little too old for them, since my daughter wore a pair extremely similar, but I'd loved the way they'd fit my body like a glove, and they were comfortable as hell. I'd slipped on some flat sandals and a tank top sans bra in order to go and grab my beers. My hair was in curls touching my shoulders, and I had on makeup because I couldn't unlearn almost a whole lifetime of behavior. I'd never left the house without makeup in the time before. Not to go to Pilates, not even when I'd forgotten milk for a cake I was baking. I'd had an appearance to uphold. But me wearing it now wasn't about that. I liked wearing it, liked feeling pretty in my own way. And the look I was wearing was completely different than the expensive, subtle, and feminine makeup I'd perfected over the years. I'd discovered I loved a smoky eye, with dark liner smudged around my eyes. It made me look younger, a little edgier than I really was, which, along with my lack of bra and the air conditioning inside the gas station, was likely why the biker approached me. It had occurred to me I still hadn't said a word to him, and for the life of me, I had no idea what to say. He didn't seem bothered by my stunned silence. His grin only widened, showing straight white teeth. "We're having a party," he said, nodding outward. My eyes followed the jerk of his head. There were 3 other men sitting on Harleys by the gas pumps. All were wearing the same leather vests. All were muscled, menacing, and devastatingly handsome. My gaze stuttered on the one in the middle. His arms were exposed, muscles rippling in the sunlight. His ebony skin flawless and glistening in the sun. I stared at the column of his neck, the way he held himself on the bike. He had a bald head, only serving to make his masculine features all the more striking, even from this distance. "Our clubhouse is about 2 miles away," the man continued. I jerked my head back, the back of my neck suddenly hot. "Follow the main road out of town, you can't miss it," he explained. I blinked rapidly, digesting all of this. "Pretty lady like you shouldn't be drinking alone," he said, nodding to my beers. I narrowed my eyes. "How do you know I'm drinking alone?" I asked, finally finding my voice and a bite to my tone I didn't know I was capable of. His grin didn't falter a bit at my tone. "Lucky guess," he replied, voice deep and teasing. "I can promise you a good time and a night you'll never forget." My stomach dipped at his words, at the pure sex in them. "Hope to see you there." He winked, Then he turned on his motorcycle boot and walked out. I stood there staring as he mounted his bike, and all of them turned on with a roar that vibrated in my bones. My eyes found the man in the middle once more, then the patch on the back. The Sons of Templar MC. A motorcycle gang. Yeah, that was the last thing I needed to get wrapped up in. I'd done the sensible thing, paid for my beer, got in my car, and drove back to the quiet, cheap, and clean pay-by-the-week motel I'd found. But once I'd let myself in my room, opened a beer and sat on the bed, that was when the loneliness set in. The quiet. I hadn't noticed it until that very moment. Before then, I'd been moving, busy, discovering things about myself, which side of the bed I liked to sleep on, the middle, what TV shows I liked. I tended toward anything magical or anything with a woman getting revenge. What kind of food I enjoyed. The junk food was short-lived, and I longed for a kitchen to cook my own food once more. Shoot, I had only just figured out the way I liked to do my makeup. I was relearning everything about being an adult woman. It was a full-time job. Beyond that, I'd been in fight-or-flight mode at every new motel I landed in, looking over my shoulder, half expecting Preston to find me and drag me back by my hair. But something had changed here, in this town. I wasn't an overly spiritual person, because Preston's family were good Christians who went to church every Sunday and shunned away anything alternative to that. But I felt like something had pulled me here. I felt as if I was meant to be here. Something in my soul relaxed here. But with that relaxation came the quiet. Came the realization that I had no one. Absolutely no one. No friends, no family, no one to help me. And that reality was an unbearable roar in the quiet room. So I'd downed my beer, thankful for the way it lightened things ever so slightly. And with that buzz came the wild hair that had me pulling on a pair of heeled wedges, spritzing some perfume, swiping on some light pink lipstick, and getting in my car in search of the Sons of Templar MC Clubhouse. Chapter 3. Kate. I nearly turned the car around once I found the outlaw clubhouse. It was on a rather desolate industrial road on the outskirts of town. All of the businesses were long closed, the only lights on coming from outdoor security or overhead signs. The club was like a blazing oasis in the desert, the entire thing fenced in, with serious fricking fences, barbed wire on the top and everything. The gates were closed, and there was a little camera and speaker, almost like what you'd see at a drive-thru, except a lot more high-tech. These guys had money, and they apparently needed more security than a U.S. embassy. Yeah, I definitely should have turned my car around. But I did not. I stayed inside it, staring from the gates to the camera, wondering if there was some kind of code word I missed when I was drooling at the biker in the gas station. I jumped as the gates opened, and a man in a black vest sauntered toward me. My headlights illuminated him, and he looked much younger than the ones I'd seen earlier, 20s maybe, but he was covered in tattoos like the man at the gas station, from his neck to his fingertips, which grasped the door of my car because I was stupid enough to have my window all the way down. He could reach in here, take out my keys, and I'd be trapped in the middle of nowhere with men I was pretty sure were criminals. That thought solidified when I saw the gun tucked into a holster underneath his vest. My heart thundered as I stared at the young man who could not be much older than my daughter. His eyes were strikingly blue, his features rather boyish compared to all the tattoos, biker attire, and weapons strapped to his swimmer's body. Those eyes flickered over me. "You here for the party?" he asked. Here it was. I could say I was lost, and I thought this was my Airbnb. Or say something a little more convincing. The main thing was, this was my escape hatch. Yes, I said, instead of constructing some lie. What in the heck was I doing? The boy stared at me a beat longer, and I thought maybe he'd save me from myself and declare I was much too old and not at all edgy enough to be let into this party. I could go back to my small motel room and learn to accept the quiet loneliness. Instead of this, he winked at me. Winked. Sexually. I didn't even know someone could wink sexually, let alone someone that young and armed, but apparently it was a thing. "Have fun," he drawled after the wink, stepping back from the car. I idled for a little while longer before I slipped the car in gear and drove forward, parking in one of the open spots closer to the mechanic side of the place rather than the clubhouse with bikes lined in front of it. The last thing I needed was to accidentally back into one of them. I didn't know much about bikers, but I figured they considered damaging their ride a personal affront. I hadn't even thought about the logistics of what I was doing. I'd had 3 beers at the motel. I had a slight buzz on. All of Violet's teenage life, I'd drilled into her how terrible drunk driving was, how it could ruin and end lives. Yet here I was, being a hypocrite. Although I wasn't exactly drunk, I was still in control of all of my faculties. I just had a strong enough buzz to think this decision was a good idea. But to keep thinking this was a good idea, I'd likely have to have more drinks once inside the clubhouse. Many more. Then I wouldn't be able to drive back to the motel, and I certainly wasn't staying here. "You can still leave, Kate," I told myself. That wasn't entirely correct. I was under no obligation, but a quick glance in the rearview mirror told me the gates were already closed. Instead of making me feel trapped and terrified, the closed gates filled me with relief. They were shutting out the world and everything I was running from. Surely a party at a biker compound was unpredictable at best and dangerous at worst. But it was no more dangerous than waking up in a mansion beside my husband for almost 2 decades. Even if Preston was out looking for me, he could never find me here. Even if he had found his way to Garnet at that very moment. Even if he'd found the little hotel room I was staying in, the one with the flimsy deadbolt lock and a bored teenager working checkout who would likely give him my information. He would never find me here. He wouldn't be let in here. That thought alone had me turning off the car and opening the door. And no one knew me here. Not a soul. There were no expectations of me. I was not required to act in a manner befitting the man I was married to. The thump of the music got louder as I walked across the parking lot. People were milling around close to the entrance of the clubhouse. There were picnic tables scattered around, smoke rising from fire pits, the smell of barbecue wafting through the air. Someone had threaded fairy lights on a patio area to the far left. My stomach was twisting as I got closer, as people saw me. The men in vests varied in age, size, and attractiveness. Some had women clinging to them in various stages of undress, also different ages. Some looked barely legal, others closer to my age. Their eyes shifted to me. Some of their gazes were curious, others were warm, and a handful were hostile. I didn't focus on the way the men were looking at me. I needed a drink for that. Many drinks, I decided once I was inside. The room itself was large, larger than it appeared on the outside, and more tastefully decorated than I would have thought. The sofas that were covered with people were in soft shades of brown, plush and clean-looking. The coffee table was littered with beer bottles and glasses, but most of them had coasters. Coasters. I would not have expected that from a biker party. The stripper pole in the corner with the naked girl on it, except for a G-string and nipple tassels, was more what I was imagining. Some men were gathered around, gripping beers, watching with appreciation and speaking to each other. But plenty more were gathered in mini man huddles, and a good amount were making out with women. Some were playing pool. Most of the men had on the leather vests. Not all of them had the patches on the back, though. There were some which only had the word prospect right at the very bottom. Most of them were as young as the boy at the gate. The music was louder here, but not too loud as to suppress conversation. All of the stimuli were overpowering, but I was just glad that there were so many people here that my entrance had gone unnoticed. Who would notice me and my decidedly modest outfit and subtle makeup with all the hot, young, scantily clad women around? I found my way to the bar in the room, thankful for the bucket of beers on top of it that were unopened and twist-top. Another thing I'd drilled into my daughter, especially with her traveling to a country with a lower drinking age: never drink something a man gives you if it's open. Never leave your drink unattended. Even though Violet was smart and sensible, every moment of the day I was filled with an undercurrent of worry about her. The beer was cold, and I gripped the cap in my left hand after I opened it. I drank greedily from the bottle, both for the liquid courage and for something to do. I'd never entered a party of any kind alone. Not once. Even as a teenager, I was always with Preston. As an accessory, as a trophy. I'd come to resent it wholeheartedly, but here, for a split second, I missed the structure of it. There was none of this nervousness or fear of standing awkwardly with no one to talk to, with no role to play. But then I remembered that there was fear with him. Fear that I'd say the wrong thing, look at the wrong person, smile at the wrong man, and then pay for it later. Be called a dimwit, a slut, or a bad wife. No, there was nothing to miss about those days. Plus, with half the beer drained, I was beginning to feel less self-conscious. I'd approached the bar at the very edge. Most of the people congregated around it were bunched in the middle. I had my own little area where I could lean against the cool wood unnoticed, watching the party like I was at the zoo. And these were creatures I'd never seen before, which was truly the case. All of the parties I'd been to were stuffy, fragranced, and pumped with fancy food and expensive champagne. There were flowers, classical music playing at a tasteful level, expectations on how to act. No one here seemed to be playing by any kinds of rules, especially the women. I found myself enchanted with them. All of them had something about them, a way they handled themselves, an energy that I could feel even from a brief glance. They were wholly their own. They were not trophies. They could dance with their heads thrown back in the air, like one woman in a pretty flowing dress was doing, or could be basically having sex with a man in the corner. They could slam shots, like the one at the end of the bar, shouting at a man with a goatee that he was a pussy who couldn't handle his booze. Laughter mingled with the rock music. I smiled to myself, content to be in this little corner. Maybe I'd finish this beer, watch for a while longer, and leave. But even the thought of it had me uncomfortable. Inexplicably, I felt safe here. Because I'd been musing on that thought, I didn't see him approach. That he got close enough to me for his leather vest to brush the skin of my arm attested to just how deep in thought I'd been. "You look lonely." I blinked at the words, the rasp of the voice, low and rumbly. The tenor of it brushed over the exposed skin of my arms. My eyes found his. Deep hazel, swirling with gold flecks. The man from the gas station. The one who had caught my eye for no apparent reason. Well, other than being attractive beyond what I thought was actually real. He was here, right in front of me, close enough to feel the warmth of his body, to inhale his scent, crisp, masculine, woodsy. My body reacted to that scent. Well, and his overall hotness. Up close, he was even more handsome. His skin was deep brown, lips full, jawbone strong and angled. His neck was the same, thick, smooth, inviting. I had an urge to lean forward and inhale his skin. But even if I did lean forward, I'd be face to face with a sculpted pack. He was that tall and muscled. The skin of his arms was exposed, the cords of his muscles looking like they were carved from freaking marble. It was then I remembered he spoke. "I look lonely?" I repeated, my voice scratchy. I cleared my throat and downed more of my beer to hopefully lubricate it. Other parts of my body were already well lubricated in this man's presence. His eyes were on my throat and had been since I swallowed. The gaze was unbridled and uncensored. There was need there. Want. He wanted me. Me. Out of all of the attractive women in this room, one of the arguably most handsome and badass wanted me. He nodded, watching me intently. I waited for him to say something more. He didn't. He just stood there, much too close for a polite stranger to stand, staring at me with a gaze that burned off my clothes, my very skin, a gaze that set my panties on fire. I was not aware that men could turn women on with a simple fricking look. It seemed I'd been missing out on a lot. My hand shook as I took another sip of my beer. "What about me looks lonely?" I asked in a husky voice that did not sound at all familiar. He leaned forward even closer, and I held my breath, unsure of what I was supposed to do. The wood bar pressed into my back. Slowly, his eyes flit over me from top to bottom. It was pure torture, as if he were staring at me naked, uncovering every one of my secrets. Unable to stand it, I let my breath out in a low puff. His hazel irises locked with mine. They were hickory fire. He didn't speak for at least 30 seconds. It could have been a full minute, could have been a lifetime. The music was no longer playing. There were no more people around us. The air stilled. We were the only people on this planet. "Your eyes," he said finally, voice a rough whisper that cut through the silence we'd created. The thump of the music returned. I heard laughter and cursing once more. "You have lonely eyes," he continued, mesmerizing. "The most mesmerizing eyes I've been lucky enough to look into." His hand lifted, and he brushed hair from my face, fingers skimming my cheek as he did. If I'd heard this interaction anywhere else, from anyone else, it would have been cheesy. I would have rolled my eyes at such a line, designed to get into my pants. While this man was making it clear he did want to get into my pants, there was nothing cheesy about his words, about the way he said them. There was an intimacy in his gaze that should have been impossible for someone I'd just met. Not even technically met. He'd walked up to me and started speaking about my mesmerizing, lonely eyes. All of this washed over me like a rogue wave, in addition to the buzz from the beer I'd drained in less than 5 minutes. Though I'd acquired a taste for beer, I had not acquired a tolerance. So I think the beer was partly to blame for what I said next. The cocktail of emotions that I was feeling and the freedom that was wholly foreign to me also in play. Oh, and because this man was hotter than Hades himself. "I would like very much," I said, my voice breathy. "If you would have sex with me." I had not planned on those words coming out of my mouth. I did not know who was more shocked, me or the man in front of me. My face flamed with embarrassment and discomfort for a hot second, until the shock cleared from his face and his expression turned into pure lust. My stomach dipped, and my skin burned with something other than embarrassment. The man stepped forward so his body pressed into mine, hand moving to my chin to tilt it upward. Desire pooled in my stomach at what I found in his eyes. No one had ever looked at me the way he was looking at me right now. Certainly not a man. I didn't know men looked at women like that in real life. It was him branding me with a mere look. It was a promise of something that I wasn't quite sure I was able to do. "You came," a deep, gravelly voice exclaimed. I struggled to tear my eyes from the hazel gaze that was driving me crazy, but I managed. On reflex, I'd tried to step away from the man in front of me. He caught my hips in his large and strong hands, pulling me so I collided with his body, his arm moving to tuck me into his shoulder. It was an intimate move that should have felt odd since I was tucked into the shoulder of a stranger. His body was warm, his muscles hard, but I somehow found something soft, something that felt natural. I leaned into him because I liked that, but also because his hand told me he wasn't going to be letting me go anytime soon. I met gray eyes, familiar gray eyes. The man from the gas station, the man who had invited me here, stood in front of us, casually holding a beer, eyes on me. Or, more appropriately, the hand on me. "Swiss, I believe you need to get your hands off my date," he said, eyes finding mine but quite obviously addressing the man whose shoulder I was tucked into. Swiss. Obviously a nickname, an odd one for a biker. I'd imagined they were all called Striker or Snake or something menacing and badass. Not that Swiss wasn't badass. It was, just because it belonged to the dark, and impossibly handsome man beside me. "Can't do that, brother," Swiss replied easily, holding me a little tighter. "Your own stupid fucking fault for letting her walk into this club alone. She's mine now." My heart skipped a beat. She's mine now. I should have found a lot of things wrong with their interaction. Two men talking about me as if I wasn't even here, as if I were an object. But somehow it didn't feel derogatory. I didn't feel objectified. I felt incredibly turned on. The masculine energy underpinning both of their casual tones seemed to make the air vibrate. Both of them wanted me. They were making that very fucking clear. Out of all of the women in this club, the much younger, much more scantily clad women, the two sexiest men in the room, which was really saying something, were essentially fighting over me. Me. She's mine now. The sentence vibrated in my head. Gray eyes focused on me. "Now we're a little more progressive than all that," he drawled. "We don't declare ownership over women without them having a say in it." "Speak for yourself, motherfucker," Swiss said, voice throatier than before. And she had plenty of say in the matter. His head tilted downward, and my gaze drifted toward him like a magnet. My entire body jolted when our eyes met. "No, I don't keep women prisoner, unless they beg me," he murmured. My mouth went dry, and my knees shook. "Now, I can either fight Cody for you, which I fucking will," he continued, "or we can get the fuck out of here and we can go and do the thing you just asked me to do, and I'll spend the entire night doing it." My heartbeat was a roar in my ears. I was quite sure I'd lapsed into a dream or beer-infused hallucination. Both men were looking at me expectantly. It was a weight, a physical weight, those stairs. My knees struggled to hold me under them. It was overwhelming, terrifying, exciting. Not 1 month ago, I'd been sitting in some McMansion, eating keto snacks while planning the town's anniversary festival, debating over whether we wanted to serve vegan food alongside the BBQ, and worrying about the color of the tablecloths sending the wrong message. All the while, I was stressing about whether the dry cleaners would have Preston's shirts ready on time, because if they didn't, I'd have hell to pay. Now, I was in a biker compound with 2 men making it clear they wanted to have sex with me. You could not make this shit up. At that juncture, it would have been sensible to turn on my heel and walk out the door. I was a mother, for Christ's sakes. Beyond that, my life was enough of a mess as it was without getting myself tangled up, quite literally, with one of these outlaw bikers. Instead of walking out, I looked up into the eyes of the man who was still holding me tight to his sculpted side. "The second one," I whispered, barely audible above the thumping music. The grin that stretched across his handsome face was something I felt carnally. His eyes flickered to the original man, the one he had just addressed, but for the life of me I could not remember the name of. "Tough cookies, brother." He winked. "Would advise you to never let one like this go, if you're lucky enough to find her." Then, just like that, he turned us around and walked us out of the room. Obviously, my feet must have contributed to our exit because he didn't drag me, but I would have sworn that they didn't even touch the floor. Chapter 4. Kate. I had no idea what I was thinking as I stepped into the room at the end of the long hall that led off the main living room. This clubhouse was much larger than it appeared at first and had somewhat of a dorm room setup. Each of the doors off the hall looked to be rooms for the various members of the club. This room smelled pleasantly of a spicy aftershave, the same smell of the man behind me. There was a large bed, made, which was interesting. I'd expected it to be messy, chaotic. The covers were dark gray, pillows propped up neatly. I frowned at the 2 hooks on either side of the bed, wondering what they could be for. But I didn't have long to wonder since my awareness was on the fact the door had closed and it was just the 2 of us. Alone. The purpose of my presence here became stark. I'd come into this room to have sex with this man. This muscled, indescribably handsome, impossibly sexy man. One who was a member of an outlaw motorcycle club. Who lived a life I couldn't even conceive of. And who, by the looks of the party, was used to young, sexy, slim women. "I'm 36, I blurted as he closed the door. My eyes homed in on the patch on his back, a skeleton riding a motorcycle with flames behind him, before he turned to face me. "I know I'm probably not supposed to say such things," I continued before he could answer, "but I feel the need to make it clear since the women in there..." I pointed in the direction of the party where the low thump of music could still be heard. "Are decidedly younger than me." I swallowed. Despite my age, I have an inkling that they are decidedly more experienced in all of this. I waved my hand at his body. "Than I am." I took a rapid breath. Swiss, watching me with an amused glint to his eye. His large arms crossed over his impressive chest. "I have a husband. Or I had a husband. Until I left him." I bit my lip, deciding not to explain that he was technically still my husband and that I ran away from him rather than left him. "He is the only man I've ever been with. Consensually," I babbled. Swiss's eyes flared at this. No longer warm, sexy, amused. No. They burned with fire and brimstone. Because I'd just casually mentioned that I had only had sex with one man consensually, therefore insinuating that I had other, non-consensual experiences. I was admitting this to a stranger, a sexy stranger, one I did want to have sex with. And these were not the kind of things you said to a man you wanted to have a one-night stand with. I probably sounded certifiable, but I had committed to this, so I pressed on. I'm guessing that the women you're used to have been with more than one man, I continued. I wrung my hands. Not to judge them or their lifestyle, I said quickly, eager to get away from any kind of conversation about non-consensual experiences. I'm jealous of it. Up until recently, I had been with one man for 18 years, I admitted, my face getting hot at the thought of Preston. I quickly pushed him away. He didn't belong in this moment. This moment was mine. And I've had a child, I added. Swiss's eyebrows raised slightly, and my breath lodged in my throat at the thought I'd well and truly scared him away. You would have found that out when you saw me naked, I told him, embarrassment washing over me. But I feel it's my duty to tell you so you know what you're getting into, so you can change your mind, go and find a woman without stretch marks and a C-section scar and a heck of a lot more experience than 18 years of the missionary position. I'd just said all of that. Talked about my stretch marks and my C-section scar in front of the hottest man I'd seen in my life. In fact, hearing it all out loud makes me certain you'll want anyone else but me, I said quietly. So I'm just going to. I trailed off, intending to skirt around him, slink down the hallway, and quietly escape the biker compound. A hand caught my upper arm, firm but not painful. The grip didn't trigger me like I thought it might, didn't bring forth memories of trauma. No, it excited me, mostly because it was coupled with a gaze that set my limbs on fire. "One thing I'm certain of, baby," he murmured, yanking my body to press against his, "is that you're exactly the one I want." Holy fuck. I wasn't one to cuss, mainly because Preston abhorred women who cussed. But if there ever was a moment for a 4-letter word, this was it. "Need to inform you of the safe word before we go any further," he said against my mouth. Our lips brushed, just barely. Electric shocks hurtled through my body from the singular touch. "Safe word?" I stuttered, amazed that my knees were still able to hold me up. His eyes were burning as they met mine. "Yeah," he rasped. "By the sounds of it, you only know vanilla." His finger trailed down my cheek. I shivered. "And baby, I'm everything but vanilla," he said. My inner thighs tightened together in response to his words. "I don't have limits when it comes to fucking," he told me, hand moving down my neck to massage it gently. Like an expert, he found a spot to press his thumb into, and everything I had been carrying just fell away. There was nothing else in this world but this room. There was nothing else but him. "I'll take you to your limits, baby," he continued. "But I want to be sure I don't take you past them. And when I get in the zone, I tend to get focused." My heart was thundering in my chest. I was in over my head, way over my head. "So I need the word if any of this gets to be too much for you," he explained. Voice throaty and so smooth I wished there was a way to bottle it and drink it. "This isn't going to be too much for me," I blurted. Somehow I was bold enough to maintain eye contact with him. "I have a feeling this is going to be just enough, that you're just enough." I said the last part on a whisper because something in Swiss's eyes changed. There was no longer just pure sexual hunger in there. A mahogany inferno. As I spoke, they softened. "Fuck," he whispered, the cuss caressing my skin like poetry. He rested his forehead against mine in a gesture more intimate than what strangers should share. Then again, I was planning on having sex with him. "I have a feeling you might be too fucking much," he breathed. My insides melted. He didn't kiss me as I expected, as I craved. Didn't tear my clothes off like an animal, the way his hungry stare communicated. He didn't do anything. He just stared at me. I could barely breathe. I swear, my heart paused beating for the length of that stare. Could have sworn that stare lasted a lifetime. "The safe word," I whispered. He blinked, as if I had jerked him out of some kind of reverie. "What?" "You told me there was a safe word, but you haven't said it," I replied. "And I'm really going to need you inside me in the next 5 minutes, so you better say it." The inferno came back into Swiss's eyes. "Coconut," he said. "That's the safe word, but you're not gonna use it." He lifted me up, and my legs instinctively went around his waist. He was walking us toward the bed. Not that I cared. I was happy to stay wrapped around his waist for the rest of my life. But then he threw me on the bed, and I stared at him standing there in his leather vest with his rippling muscles, the structure of his jaw, and I decided that lying on this bed looking up at him was pretty darn wonderful, too. "Fair warning, baby. I'm not going to be inside you for a long time yet," he said, his voice thick. "I plan on you coming at least 3 times before my dick enters you." If humans could spontaneously combust, I was pretty sure that I would have done so at that very moment. As it was, I stayed intact, though impossibly hot. I moved to take my shirt off because I guessed that was what I was supposed to do in that situation, and because even the cheap, thin fabric was too heavy on my skin. "Don't fucking move," Swiss ordered. His voice was low, guttural, commanding. I blinked, my hand pausing midair. The amusement that I'd witnessed earlier was nowhere to be seen. His expression was completely different, darker, sinister. My heart was beating so loud I could barely hear around the roar. "From now until when I decide, anything you do in this room, you wait until I give you permission to do it. You don't move an arm, you don't take off an item of clothing, and you don't come unless I approve it." He arched a brow. "You understand me?" My body thrummed with need and a little fear. That should have been the moment when my past trauma surfaced, when a panic attack started to take control of my body. But I did not have control of my body. Swiss did. And despite my past, or maybe even because of it, I liked that, loved that. He was a stranger. He could hurt me, yes, but I'd been hurt by a man before. That I could handle. I hadn't experienced the feeling of excitement and arousal in my blood before, not once. And Swiss hadn't even touched me, hadn't even kissed me. "Do you understand me?" he repeated. I nodded. "Yes," I said, my voice husky. His eyes flickered over me, slowly. "Good," he murmured. Then he knelt at my feet. Knelt at my feet. Slowly, he pulled off my shoes. His fingers were cool and firm as they rubbed the soles of my feet. My eyes rolled to the back of my head as he found some kind of pressure point that I didn't know existed. With devastating slowness and reverence, Swiss's hands rubbed upward underneath my jeans to my calves. Then he stood, towering over me as he unbuttoned my jeans. My body was vibrating with need, my blood pumping through my veins white hot. "Lift your hips for me, baby," Swiss said softly. I instantly obeyed, even though my limbs felt like lead. He rolled my jeans off me, discarding them on the floor before hovering above me, staring at me in my underwear. The panties weren't bad. I'd changed into a nice pair when I'd made the decision to come here. Not because I'd expected anyone to see them, but because I always made sure to wear nice underwear. Nice was relative, considering what I used to wear cost hundreds of dollars. These were cheap red lace panties from Target, but I'd never worn red panties, was never allowed. So the act of wearing them was rebellion. And I was very glad I chose this particular pair for this particular night, despite feeling self-conscious. I resisted the urge to cover the sliver of my belly that he'd exposed when taking off my jeans. Swiss's hands trailed over the faint stretch marks on my stomach, light and barely there. They traveled downward to the small scar where they pulled my daughter out. He was exploring the history on my skin, with a gentleness that I hadn't thought him capable of. Certainly not after the warning he gave when we came in here. His fingers slipped under the lace panty and I lost my breath, but it didn't go downward. Instead, his head lowered and he kissed me gently, there, through the fabric. I writhed on the bed, pleasure shooting from the core of me to my fingertips, which were clutching his comforter. Swiss looked up, wicked hunger in his eyes. His fingers pushed my panties to the side, and my eyes squeezed shut in pleasure as they entered me. "Open your eyes and look at me," he commanded, voice a velvet blade. My eyes opened without hesitation. He was still watching me. His fingers moved lazily but expertly inside me, as if he were trained in how to erotically torture women. My pussy pulsated as he made a come-hither gesture, black spots dancing in my vision as my climax approached. As if he sensed it, Swiss stopped, fingers exiting me with that same torturous slowness that they entered. Eyes never leaving mine, he put his 2 fingers into his mouth, sucking off every trace of me. I was unable to look away, unable to breathe. Swiss grasped the bottom of my tank, peeling it off with that devastating slowness that was killing me. Once it was off, he hovered over me, his body pressed into mine, mouth inches away. We still hadn't kissed yet. He'd tasted me, but his lips had not met mine. I stared into the captivating abyss of his eyes, hoping for him to cross the few inches left between us. But he didn't give me what I wanted. Instead, he pulled me to stand on unsteady legs, turning me quickly and roughly so I was bent over the bed, bent almost halfway, my feet still on the floor. My hands landed on the mattress on instinct, my heart roaring. His fingers trailed down my spine, sending shivers with them. When he unclasped my bra, I was already shaking. My knees couldn't hold me much longer. It got even harder to hold my own weight as Swiss maneuvered me out of my bra, me having to lift one of my hands at a time to stay in position. His fully clothed body pressed into my back, and the telltale hardness against my ass took my breath away. Neither of us had spoken. There was only our breathing, mine rapid and Swiss's measured and calm. The air felt thicker, charged. My hairs were standing on end. My pussy was still pulsating with the memory of his fingers being inside. Once my bra was off, my hands found the mattress again, and Swiss stood back up, his fingertips finding my spine again, ghosting all the way down. His palms rubbed my ass, first the cheek, then going under so he could cup my pussy. I fisted the comforter tighter. His fingers found my center, then trailed back, teasing that intimate, forbidden part of me. "I'm going to take that ass," he murmured, his voice strangled with desire. My body froze. I'd never done that. And I wasn't frozen with fear, but with excitement. "Not tonight," he said, hands moving up and out to the sides of my panties. "I need to own this cunt first." I sucked in a fractured breath as my shaking legs stepped out of my panties. "Don't move a muscle," Swiss ordered. My body obeyed, even as I worried about my ability to stay in that position much longer. If he ordered it, I'd stay until my limbs gave out. I was staring at the wall, not at him, but I heard a drawer opening, rifling sounds, then the low thump of his boots against the carpet. He was still fully clothed, and I was bent over his bed, completely naked, in one of the most vulnerable positions you could be in, even if you were with someone you were used to, someone who wasn't a complete stranger. Darkness entered the corner of my eye as Swiss bent over the bed. I heard a metallic click. My brain was screaming at me to look right, to see what he was doing, what I was in for. Instead, I continued staring at the wall. His breath was hot on my neck when he made it back to me. My knees shook. "Do you trust me?" he asked me, his voice velvet against my skin. Did I trust him? I didn't even know him, didn't even know his last name, or his first for that matter. Did he even know mine? "Yes," I answered reflexively, not thinking, only feeling. His hands found my breasts, tweaking each nipple to the point of pain. I let out a moan as my body responded to the pleasure of that pain. "Want you to be louder," Swiss murmured, tweaking my nipple harder. "Want you to scream for me before the night is out." I let out a louder moan in response, not by his command, but because I couldn't not. Something inside of me was opening, waking up, something I didn't recognize, but something that felt natural. "You talked about being fucked and nothing but missionary," Swiss said, hands going to my hips so he could lift me and place me on the bed. He lifted me up like I weighed nothing. My knees found the mattress on instinct. I was on all fours, facing the headboard. Now I saw what Swiss had been doing. He had been attaching leather restraints to the hooks. My stomach swirled and my heartbeat quickened. "I really do want to see your face when you come for the first time," Swiss said, boots thumping once more as he walked around the bed. He leaned over to grasp my arm, his other hand going to my hip to take my weight as he fastened the first of the restraints on. When the leather fastened around my wrist, my body quivered, my pussy pulsating. In short, it turned me on, way on. "But I want to give you something else," he continued. "Want you to feel me in your fucking throat, too." Holy fucking crap. Another pulse. My entire body was taut as he finished restraining me, my palms going flat on the headboard to keep me steady. The restraints themselves were attached to chains that clinked every time I moved even slightly, giving me some slack to work with so I could move without being totally restricted. But I was still chained to the bed. The leather secure and not something I could get out of. Only Swiss could unlock them. It should have, at this point, scared the ever-loving crap out of me that I was restrained and naked with a stranger. The music so loud out in the common room that no one would be able to hear me scream for help if need be. But that only added to the furious tempo of my arousal. I could scream as loud as I wanted, and only Swiss would hear me. I had no idea what he planned to do with me, because he hadn't said I couldn't move. My head went over my shoulder, tossing my hair as I did. Swiss was standing beside the bed, still fully clothed, staring at me. No, it looked like he was devouring me with his gaze. Again, my body pulsated with need from just a look. He rubbed his hand over his mouth, Fuck, this image you chained to my bed like this might just be the best thing I've seen in this life, he uttered. My stomach did a backflip. His eyes met mine. You're gonna sit on my face now, baby, he said, rougher than before. I blinked. My skin was hot, nerves mixed with my arousal. I had never done that, never been in that position, had that kind of control, had such an intimate experience. It felt forbidden somehow, wrong, because I'd been conditioned for it to be that, which was why the part of me that I was just discovering fucking loved the idea of it. But I couldn't quite think of how the logistics of it would work. Swiss answered that for me by gently lifting my arm and leg so he could slip under me. The chain clinked as it went taut to accommodate him. He was on his back underneath me. Hold on to the headboard, he ordered. I did as instructed, the chains clinking. His hands went to my hips, then yanked me forward so my knees were on the pillows, and I was hovering above him. His breath kissed the apex of my thighs. I gripped the headboard harder. Ride my mouth, he commanded, voice near inhuman. I couldn't do anything but comply. I cried out the second his mouth met my pussy. I moved on instinct as his hands clenched on my ass, moving in rhythm with me. His mouth moved expertly, and my orgasm flew over me in an instant, tearing me apart. But I didn't stop, or at least he didn't let me stop. He kept me rocking on him as I battled with the aftershocks, went to war with the way my body split completely apart. And that's when it started building again. Something larger than the climax from before, something that caused me to leave my body. Everything went soft, far away. Swiss let out a growl into my pussy. The vibration setting me off again, riding waves of pleasure I didn't think my body was capable of feeling. I'd never felt so powerful, like I was dominating a man, even though I was the one in chains, even though I was the one naked. It was the power, the agency I had in direct dichotomy with the situation that annihilated me apart for the third time. The world went blurry, nothing existing except the pain from Swiss's hands biting into my flesh. My body twitched as I came down, Swiss no longer moving me. If my fingers could have ripped apart the wooden headboard, I was pretty sure they would have. I was clutching onto it that hard. A burst of pain exploded in my inner thigh. I looked down to where Swiss had turned his head, lifting me so he could sink his teeth into me. Blood trickled from where he broke the skin. Taste of your pussy and your blood are the sweetest things on this earth, he growled. My thigh throbbed, and my skin sang with his words. I need you to fuck me, I rasped, my voice unrecognizable. I'd never uttered anything like that in my life. I was pretty sure it was against whatever Dom rules Swiss had. He was in charge, wasn't he? But instead of chastising me for my words, his eyes flared with hunger. Oh, I'm gonna fuck you, baby, he responded. My blood painted his lips. In one smooth move, Swiss lifted me in order to get up from beneath me. The bed creaked slightly as he yanked me back to all fours. He shifted his weight so he was on his knees, spreading my legs. I sucked in an unsteady breath, my limbs shaking, still gripping the headboard for dear life. A crinkle of foil punctured my reverie, the clink of a belt, of Swiss freeing himself. The hand on my hip to steady me was the only warning I got before he surged inside of me. I screamed as he seated himself in me fully, as he bunched my hair and yanked hard as he started thrusting. My body was tender, sensitive, and ravenous. Pain exploded in my scalp, only making the pleasure from his thrusts more intense. My throat burned from the way I screamed. Time ceased to have meaning. The thumping music melted away. We were the only two people on this earth. I was sure of it. Swiss was unyielding, without mercy as he fucked me, like an animal. As my own feral climax approached, his hand left my hip, and the pressure at my scalp was gone. Both of his hands had fastened around my neck before I could comprehend what was happening. He squeezed to the point where I struggled to get air. He did not stop moving inside of me. My orgasm didn't pause. The harder he squeezed, it only intensified as my lungs burned, as my body scrambled for oxygen. The second it seemed like I might black out, Swiss let out a growl and I broke apart, clenching around him as my orgasm shattered everything left inside me. The room came in and out of focus as I gasped for breath. In that moment, I surrendered completely to Swiss. I was his. That much was crystal clear to me. I was staring at the ceiling. My chest was rising and falling rapidly. My arms were still in chains above my head, the sockets of my shoulders burning ever so slightly in protest at being in such an unnatural position. At some point, Swiss had adjusted my position. He wanted to be face to face. It was an entirely different experience, having him on top of me and staring at me as he slowly fucked me. Swiss stretched above me, and a metallic click echoed in my ears as my hands fell down. He caught my wrist in his hands, slowly massaging the feeling back into each one. I feel like I exist on this planet purely to experience that, I murmured, suddenly exhausted. It was like I'd flown upward, out of the atmosphere, and was hurtling back to Earth. My body was spent, utterly. There was nothing left inside me. He'd taken everything out. I didn't miss the way Swiss's eyes flared as I spoke, though. He kissed my nose gently, and the gesture sent warmth seeping into my bones. "I feel like I was made to do that to you," he murmured. Sleep was claiming me quickly. Darkness pulled me down. There was no way I could stay conscious after everything we'd done. Impossible. "I feel like I was made to be yours," I whispered. Or maybe I thought it. I couldn't be sure, because I slipped off to sleep quickly after that.
Swiss. I feel like I was made to be yours. Those words kept me up for hours, long after she had drifted off to sleep, or lapsed into unconsciousness. I drained her fucking dry. I'd been unable to stop, even seeing that she was on the edge, seeing that her muscles could barely hold her up anymore. But the second I tasted her fucking blood, heard her ask me to fuck her in a tone that suggested she never asked a man that in her life, all of my control evaporated. And she'd fucking loved it. Every second. If I'd taken it further, she would have gone until she collapsed. She never would have uttered the safe word I'd never given anyone but her. No, I knew that. She might have been new to this kind of shit, but she was made to fuck like this. She was made for me. Not just because she was the hottest fuck I'd ever had. Not just because she was fucking drop-dead gorgeous, which she was. But because she asked me to fuck her before she gave me her name. Kate Edwards. That was her name. I'd gone into her purse and checked out her driver's license after she'd drifted off. Kate Edwards from New Hampshire. A housewife who'd left her husband, who had somehow found herself out of her element at a club party half a country away from her listed address, who had found herself standing next to the most dangerous man in the room in a room full of ruthless motherfuckers. Well, Maybe Hades and I were tied for the most dangerous man in the room. She couldn't have known that implicitly, but she'd sensed it. There was something about me that awakened ancient survival instincts. I knew that. I also knew that people reacted one of three ways. One, they wanted to get the fuck away from me as quickly as possible. Two, if they were men, they wanted to challenge me in order to establish dominance. Those men were not long for this world. Three, if they were women, or a man who went that way, they wanted to fuck me because they wanted to be close to death. Wanted to test their limits. Everyone I fucked had a death wish. Except Kate. No. The thing about her that grabbed me by the balls was that she was wishing for something else. Life. And fuck did she awaken something in me. Resurrected something in me. Those thoughts were not what kept me awake, though. I was nowhere near scared about feeling these things. Being with her felt fucking natural. As easy as goddamn breathing. What was keeping me up was one comment. One line. He is the only man I've ever been with consensually. There was someone out there, living, breathing, who had touched her without her consent. The mere thought had lava in my throat, red film covering my eyes with one need. To kill. To kill whoever had done that to her. But I needed to tread carefully. This might have been the first night I'd met her, but I saw that she was running from a lot. I had no idea what the fuck was going on with her past, but I could get the idea. Husband who treated her like shit, didn't understand what he had in his home. Living for a kid. Playing some kind of role that didn't match up with who she was inside. You could fucking see it. Across the room tonight, I could see it. She was brand new to this town, to this life. And she was terrified. Fear, I knew. I specialized in it. So yeah, I had to tread carefully. But as I settled in bed, yanking her to me, I understood what was happening. She was fucking mine.
Kate. I woke slowly, groggily, which in and of itself was unusual. For over a decade, I'd jerked awake at 5 every morning, my fight-or-flight instinct waking with me. Oversleeping was not an option. It would result in punishment. Beyond that, the quicker I got out of bed, the less likely Preston would be to decide he wanted to have sex first thing in the morning. Which was why it was also essential for me to perfect the art of untangling myself from a sleeping man without waking him. Though I was a lot less anxious to be out of this man's arms than Preston's, and despite the dull throb between my legs, I would have been very happy if Swiss woke and decided he wanted morning sex. He held me considerably tighter than Preston ever had. The grip was warm, comforting, safe. I did not relish the thought of getting out of it. I was not quite sure of the etiquette of a one-night stand, though I could guess. Swiss was an alpha, badass biker. I didn't expect he was one for brunch dates. He'd got what he wanted from me. Sex. The best sex I'd had in my life. I'd argue the best sex anyone had had in their lives, but that was neither here nor there. Not that I knew anything about this man, apart from his ability in the bedroom, but I was taking an educated guess in what he wanted from me, and that was nothing now. I had no idea how to act around him in the daylight. I had no idea how I'd look in the harsh light of day. Not good, most likely. I'd slept in my makeup, a cardinal sin, so I most certainly looked like a mess. The sun creeping through the blinds did wonderful things for Swiss, however. His ebony skin was smooth, flawless, save for some scars littering the skin of his muscled arms, his torso, and a large one on his inner thigh that went all the way up. His lips were full, luscious, and his closed lids hid warm, coffee-colored eyes. Though he was pure, rugged masculinity, there was something softer about him as he slept. When his brow twitched and he moved his head ever so slightly, I held my breath, realizing that I had been watching him sleep like some kind of psycho for 5 minutes. Luckily, he settled back into a deep sleep and did not wake up to my panda eyes peering at him. I took him in for a second more before I slowly, carefully climbed out of bed. My clothes were strewn over the floor, and I quickly and quietly dressed, half expecting Swiss to jerk awake. He was some kind of badass, wasn't he? Weren't outlaw badasses meant to sleep with one eye open, ready for conflict? Half of me hoped he'd wake up, yank me back into bed, declare his love for me, and what? Live happily ever after? No. I wasn't a romantic in any sense of the word, so that wish came out of nowhere. I quickly shook myself out of it as I slipped on my shoes. Though I wanted to. I badly wanted to. I did not look at Swiss one last time before I snuck out of the room. It wouldn't do any good. Instead, I walked out and closed the door quietly. The common room of the club was as silent as a tomb, even though there were people scattered on every surface, including the pool table. All of them were in various stages of undress. The room smelled of sacks, booze, and a scented candle burning on a side table. I leaned down to blow it out as I walked out. The last thing I wanted was this place to burn down. There was something about it, as rugged and messy and potentially dangerous as it was. Sure, it had a lot to do with the man who was naked and asleep in a room down the hall. But it represented a part of me that I didn't know existed until last night. I squinted against the morning sun as I exited the clubhouse. My head thumped vaguely, and I held my hand up to block out the sun, wishing for some dark sunglasses. But I didn't bring sunglasses last night because I hadn't been intending on leaving in the sunlight. My footfalls echoed on the concrete, and I squinted to see movement in the garage. I guessed the bikers doubled as mechanics. Although I tried to dart my eyes away, a man in coveralls raised his hand at me. I smiled tightly and raised my hand back, hastening my gait as I made it to my car. The interior still smelled faintly of smoke despite the air freshener that was meant to replicate pine trees. Although all scents paled in comparison to Swiss's unique and intoxicating fragrance. Though I couldn't think about that, or him. Instead, I turned the car on and pulled out of the lot. Luckily, the gates were open, and there was no one waiting there. In the bright light of day, the clubhouse looked a lot more ordinary. Apart from the barbed wire fences, security cameras, club insignia, and lineup of Harleys in the parking lot. I took one last look at the clubhouse, feeling a pang of something for leaving it behind, for leaving him behind. But I forced myself to ignore that. No good would come of that, of me even entertaining the thought that I belonged in a place like that. I didn't belong anywhere. So I pulled out of the lot. I didn't let myself look in the rearview mirror. I was standing in line at a very airy and trendy-looking cafe. It was hip without being pretentious, cozy without being dated, and the smell of beans permeated the air. Coffee was essential after the night I had last night. My head ached mildly from the beer, lack of sleep, and probably some dehydration. I should have drank more water. Then there were the muscles. They were throbbing like I'd had an intense workout, which I guessed I had. My wrists still held faint red marks from the binds he'd used on me. My inner thigh throbbed faintly, the skin red and stained with blood from where he'd sunk his teeth into my skin. A blush crept up my neck from the very memory, and my legs quivered with need. Despite the aches and the lack of sleep, I'd never felt more alive in my life. The world seemed brighter, sharper somehow, like I'd had a film over my eyes for the past 18 years, for my entire life, actually. And this was the first time I was seeing clearly. However, a man could not be credited with this, though he played a huge part. It was the decisions I'd made last night. The decisions I'd been making for the past 3 weeks. All of them my own. All of them outside of the person I'd been pretending to be all these years. This, today, felt like the first day of my life.
I'm warning you now, there's gonna be like a quarter of an hour wait on the coffee.
An accented voice informed me. I blinked at the man in front of me, his brows pinched together with stress and his eyes slightly wild.
My barista just quit,
he informed me, speaking close to a shout over the screech of steaming milk.
And it took me years to train her because Yanks have no idea how to make good bloody coffee,
he continued.
I'm usually the main chef here too, but because I am the only one within a 100-mile radius who can make proper coffee, it's on me to do this.
He nodded down to the machine, still yelling even though he'd stopped steaming milk.
And because of that, word gets around so bloody everyone comes from 3 towns over to get my coffee.
He grimaced, pouring milk expertly into a takeaway cup. He fastened the lid on and yelled,
"Flat white for Hannah."
I winced at the sound and moved aside for a pretty young woman with a baby on her hip to take the coffee. Indeed, the cafe was full. All of the tables occupied and many people standing around, obviously waiting for takeout. I'd been too deep in my head to notice all of this. The man behind the counter looked very stressed. His hair was mussed, cheeks ruddy and red. He was short, in his mid to late 40s, trim and muscular. "I know how to use that," I blurted, nodding to the machine. His eyes widened at me in disbelief.
"I highly fucking doubt that,"
he scoffed. Being cussed at in his accent didn't have the same effect as it might have if he was an American. In fact, it was cute and endearing.
"I don't mean to be rude, darling, but I'm just speaking from experience. Most of you Americans call dirty water coffee and consider a Keurig an espresso machine."
He scrunched his nose in distaste. I grinned at him. "I consider Keurigs a crime," I told him. "We have a very fancy espresso machine at home." I trailed off. Home. I'd said the word without thinking, and it went rotten on my tongue. The place with the espresso machine, chef's kitchen, and expensive furniture was not home. My only true home was a daughter on another continent. The stressed man with the accent I was pegging to be Australian was staring at me, assessing me dubiously. I understood that. He was obviously passionate about coffee and naturally distrusting of a nation that had bastardized the name of coffee. One of the few things I was grateful to Preston for, introducing me to real espresso.
"You really know how to make it? Properly?" the man asked.
I nodded once. "Yes, I can make a flat white perfect as if my life depended on it," I joked, even though it wasn't far from the truth. I had learned to use our intimidating, fancy machine because the consequences of fucking up were swift. The man in front of me was still not entirely convinced. "Or I can just leave you to deal with all of this on your own," I offered, waving my hands at the door where more people were entering.
"Fine,"
he said finally. "But you make me one first before I serve it to anyone. I have a reputation to uphold."
"Deal,"
I nodded, walking around the counter to situate myself at the machine. He handed me an apron I took gratefully. And then, for the first time in years, I worked. 6 hours later, I was exhausted yet wired. Julian, the owner of the coffee shop and the stressed man from earlier, flipped the closed sign and locked the door. "You saved my ass today," he informed me, handing me a beer he'd retrieved from a fridge under the counter I hadn't noticed. Not that I had much time to notice the layout of this place beyond the coffee machine. For a small town, people really took their coffee seriously. It felt like every resident had come in twice for a cup of Java. Well, everyone except the patched members of my favorite local biker gang. My arm and shoulder burned from tamping the coffee. 30 pounds of pressure was what I'd come to learn created the perfect cup, and my legs ached from standing all day. I wasn't wearing the right shoes since I hadn't entered expecting to work at a coffee machine for hours. My hair stuck to my dewy face, the air thick and humid even with the laboring air conditioning unit that was situated in the corner. I sipped the beer, grateful for the cold, bubbling liquid sliding down my throat. I had fun, I told Julian honestly. He raised a bushy brow. "Fun?" he repeated. "You won't think that by the end of the week." It was my turn to raise my brow. He took a sip of his beer. "You're the only person other than me who can make coffee correctly in this town, maybe this state. I'm not letting you go without a fight." He snickered. "I can pay you well above minimum wage, business is good, and I overcharge for the coffee because everyone else does." He grinned. "You're in town for a while, aren't you?" I thought about that while I took another long sip. The plan had been to hop from town to town so I was harder to trace. The thought of leaving Garnet made me feel vaguely sick, though. I hadn't encountered anything like this place. Hadn't felt a sense of belonging like this, ever. Then there was Swiss, the biker who had rocked my world last night. No, he blew me right off of my world. I'd landed somewhere else completely foreign and alien, and I liked it. Choosing to stay here because of a man was dangerous, reckless, but leaving somehow felt fatal. "Yeah," I agreed. "I'm in town for a while."
Swiss. She had a kid. A grown kid. One thing she'd said last night that I'd been marinating on. Well, one of the many things she said from last night I was marinating on. Among the many other things that I was marinating on, including her managing to leave without waking me up. I was in a shitty mood in general, but the kid thing was what I was ruminating on. It pissed me off. Not because it turned me off her. Not because I didn't want to have to deal with another man's child. No. It was because the likelihood of her wanting to do it all over again was pretty damn slim considering she'd spent 18 years being a mother. The thought hit me square in the ribs. I wanted kids. Wanted another chance. I vowed to myself not to think of that weight I carried around. The one that never left, even after they took our dead daughter out of my arms. Every single thing I'd done after that moment was in pursuit of something to distract me from that weight. To erase the image of that. Which was why I never repeated fucks. Never gave women the wrong idea. I was on the hunt. For the woman who would submit to me. Fuck dirty. Accept every inch of my depravity, yet be old lady material. I did it because I knew I'd never find it. Never have that chance again. I'd found that in Kate. The second my eyes found her. It was an ancient instinct, I supposed, or something not of this world. I didn't give a fuck about the why of it all, just knew she was mine from the moment I saw her. Knew it from the first moment my cock landed inside her. I knew I'd have to go slow because it would scare her, terrify her. I sensed something in her, a skittishness. She wasn't completely sure of herself, of her place in the world. It made sense, considering what she told me about her life before. I needed to go slow with her, as much as I was fucking aching to claim her in every way I could, have my name on her body, put my kid inside her. I knew there was a risk she might go running. Although she wouldn't make it far, I'd chase her to the ends of the earth. But I had time. "Brother?" I jerked up to see Hanson staring at me. Something in his gaze told me this wasn't the first time he'd tried to address me. I was sitting at the bar, nursing a beer. "We got a job," he told me. "Or we've got some payback to deal to a bunch of low-level gangbangers trying to fuck us over on a gun deal." He expanded. "Figured you'd want to be in on this one." He would have figured right in any other scenario. It was either me or Hades the club went to when there were people to be punished. Sure, any brother would deal out vengeance in an instant, but it was Hades and I who truly enjoyed it, who made a fucking art out of it. If I hadn't met her last night, I would have been chomping at the bit for this. "Nah," I said, abandoning the half-full beer. "I've got something to do." The shock on Hanson's face was amusing, but I was too far gone to appreciate it. I was going to get my woman.
Chapter 5. Kate. Mom? I jostled the phone in the crook of my ear as I took the turn toward my motel. "Violet!" I cried out. One could almost call it a yell. "We had an agreement, 3 phone calls a week, minimum. I haven't heard from you in almost a week." If I was honest, no matter how much I missed my girl, it was convenient that she wasn't calling because I had to lie to her less. She thought I was in California taking care of a great aunt who she'd never met. Violet sighed over the phone. I could imagine the slight roll of her eyes, and I missed her so intensely I could barely breathe. "Well, I figured you'd be busy," she started. "And I texted you," she countered, "and sent you voice messages, plus like 16 videos of everything I ate this week." "You did," I agreed, pulling the sun visor down. "And in all of your videos, I saw the same masculine-looking hand." I hadn't mentioned the hand in my reply texts because it was not a conversation I wanted to have over text. I didn't like having any conversations with my daughter over text unless it was about picking up something from the store or what time she was going to be home, since it would be much easier for her to avoid the questions. "His name is Jacques, and he's amazing, Mom," Violet gushed. "I met him on the way to one of my classes. Well, actually, I was lost, and he showed me where I was going. He was so polite, and he understood my terrible French, and Mom, he's so handsome." Violet spoke quickly, her excitement making all of her words run together like when she was a little girl. I smiled despite the worry that had spiked within me since I saw the edge of that masculine hand. Violet had brought a total of 2 boys home before, both of whom she didn't seem overly interested in, both of whom she dated because she thought her father would approve of them. They were football players, from good, read rich, families, handsome, polite, always shaking Preston's hand, looking him in the eye and calling me ma'am despite my repeated insistence that they call me by my first name. Preston wouldn't have liked that anyway. Violet had lost her virginity to one of those boys. James, quarterback, sweet, square-jawed, adored Violet, as did most of the boys in her high school. She told me about it the day after it happened. I'd tried my hardest to make sex an open and healthy topic between the 2 of us. I wanted her to feel comfortable with her sexuality. I didn't want her having the issues with sex that I did. So when she told me it hurt, it was quick, and James had no idea what he was doing, I was able to tell her that most boys didn't.
Then she promptly told me she was done sleeping with boys. That had scared the crap out of me, but luckily she didn't bring home or sleep with any middle-aged men. "And Jacques is a student, too?" I asked, a pit in my stomach. Her pause told me all I needed to know. "He's technically a teaching assistant," she said, already defensive, an argument that she'd no doubt rehearsed in her head. "He graduated early. He's a genius, by the way, Mom. He speaks 4 languages. "He's a European," I muttered. "That's not that impressive." "Mom!" The single word was a long-suffering scolding that had luckily occurred only sporadically in her life. The word Mom could be a signifier of many things, could communicate hundreds of ailments, needs, moods, and wants. It was the only title that I was proud of my whole life. Mother. She was my one accomplishment, my kind, well-adjusted, smart, caring, and fearless daughter. One who was traveling another continent, falling in love, needing me less. "How old is he?" I asked with a sigh. My eyes were blurry with tears due to missing her, grieving for her childhood. "He's 26, she said, like a young 26, but also an old soul, like me." I smiled as a tear streamed down my face. A rabbit scurried across the road, and I swerved to miss it. You weren't supposed to swerve for animals, but I couldn't help it. My phone fell from the crook of my ear and down into my lap. "Crap," I called out, struggling to catch my phone before it fell down the dreaded crack between the seats. The car swerved ever so slightly, but I didn't crash into anything. "Mom?" The word was stated with concern now. "I'm fine," I yelled, fumbling for the phone with one hand, steering with the other, and doing my best to peer at the road while bent down. My hand found the phone, and I managed to straighten myself without causing an accident. "What was that?" Violet asked, anxiety coloring her words. "I just dropped the phone," I told her. "Mom!" The word was chastising that time. "I told you how many accidents are caused by talking on the phone while driving. Why aren't you using your Bluetooth? Did the car disconnect it again? I can talk you through how to connect it again." I smiled at my daughter's concern, at her tone, how grown-up it sounded. My goal had been to keep her a child for as long as possible, shield her from everything happening in the house, and protect her against anything that could make her grow up too fast. I did my best to act strong and independent around her so she didn't feel like she had to be the grown-up despite how young I had her. But when it came to technology, Violet was definitely the grown-up. My blood turned cold at her mention of Bluetooth. Of course, our top-of-the-line SUV had Bluetooth, reversing camera, park assist, a middle panel that looked like a spaceship and made it impossible to find a way to turn on the radio. The old Toyota I was driving still had a slot for a CD player. There was no reversing camera, and the air conditioning rattled. It was easy to tune the radio. The seats smelled faintly of smoke. There was certainly no Bluetooth. As far as Violet knew, I was driving my car while in California, taking care of the aunt she'd never heard of or met. As far as Violet knew, her father and I were still together, and my trip was temporary. As far as Violet knew, she was coming home from her trip to her 2 parents who loved her, living in the same house, seemingly happy. The reality of my deception was a pit in my stomach. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth as I tried to figure out what to say to Violet which wouldn't catch me further in a lie. As I was figuring that out, I pulled into the parking lot of my motel. And what I saw there had all of those very legitimate worries melt away. "Sweetie pie, I've got to go," I said, trying my best to keep my voice even. "Be careful with Jacques, please. I want you to live your life to the fullest extent, but also remember not all men have your best interests at heart." I could picture her rolling her eyes as soon as I said this. My girl was intelligent, shrewd, and dauntless, but she was still a teenage girl, and for better or for worse, teenage girls believed in love and gave with their whole hearts, because they hadn't learned quite yet what men could do with them. Even with what was happening in the parking lot, I hoped with my entire heart that my little girl would get the fairy tale, that her precious heart would stay intact, that she would escape that unique and soul-crushing kind of hurt. "Yes, Mom," she replied dutifully. "And call me more," I demanded. "I'll try my very best." "Oh, Jacques is here and we're going to meet some friends," she said, already sounding very distracted. "I love you." "Be careful. I love you too," I called, but she'd already hung up. I might have stewed on that for longer if it weren't for what was waiting for me in the parking lot. Swiss. He was here. I could feel his eyes on me. My first reaction to seeing him leaning against his bike was excitement. Second was desire. Third, nerves. Fourth, fear. My legs burned as I walked up to him, hating the coldness at the base of my spine. Heat quickly replaced that as he took off his black sunglasses and tucked them into the front of his gray tee. The gray tee that molded against the 8-pack I knew was underneath. His espresso gaze went down my body slowly, appreciatively, even though I was a sweaty mess with coffee stains on my shirt, and then back up to my eyes. "Hey, baby," he drawled. My stomach skipped at both the gaze and the casual greeting, as if he leaned on motorcycles in the parking lot of my motel every day, as if that were a thing, as if we were a thing. I stopped a few feet away from him, making a statement with the distance. The easy expression on his face faltered ever so slightly. I crossed my arms across my chest. His eyes flickered downward to where I'd unintentionally pushed my boobs together. "How did you find out where I'm staying?" I demanded, my voice sharp but not as strong as I wanted it to be. There was a thinness to it. Fear. This man had figured out where I was staying in less than 12 hours. How easily could Preston find me? I'd covered my tracks well. Or at least as well as someone like me could. I wasn't freaking James Bond, but I'd felt comfortable here. Safe. A safety that shattered with Swiss's arrival. Not that I was scared of him exactly. "We run this town, darlin'." His eyes flickered up and down my body once more. Cue the melty feelings. "And someone like you does not go unnoticed." The words warmed me and chilled me simultaneously. Yes, it felt very good for him to find me attractive in the light of day, especially considering the state of me. But even my vanity couldn't ignore the "we run this town" comment, nor the mention of someone like me not going unnoticed. How many other places had my presence been noted, stored away for someone to give the information to Preston, or whoever he hired to find me, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs to this very motel. My palms went clammy. I had to leave. It was that simple. I had to leave here. I had to be smarter. I had to make decisions that did not involve sleeping with outlaw bikers. "Why are you here?" I demanded. My voice was even weaker now that fear and reality had set in. Swiss's eyes narrowed, and all lightness and teasing left his eyes. "Why am I here?" he repeated quietly, dangerously. My skin prickled with unease and also desire. Before I had the chance to inspect why I felt turned on and afraid at the same time, why the fear turned me on even further, Swiss had crossed the distance between us. His hands were tight at my hips,
making it clear that I couldn't escape. He was much, much larger than me, definitely stronger. I couldn't fight my way out of this. My past hurtled toward my present. Memories of moments like this, when I was weak and helpless, clouding my mind, making everything blurry and sharp at the same time.
"Why am I here?"
he said again, puncturing my thoughts. I swallowed roughly, staring into the chasm of his eyes, desperate to escape but willing to do anything to stay in his gaze, in his arms. Despite everything, it felt safe. He felt safe.
"Were you present last night?" he asked. "I mean, I know you were present because I've got the scratches on my back to prove it."
Images flashed through my brain. At some point last night, when he was changing my restraints, I had scratched his back, hadn't I? Been desperate to make some kind of mark. I'd forgotten until now. Lust smoldered in his eyes, and his words went right between my legs, caressing the places that were delightfully tender from him, his mouth, his cock. Holy fuck. Swiss's expression turned wicked, as if he could read my mind, as if he could feel what he was doing to me.
"Since you were present last night, you should know that that's not something I'm gonna let happen only once."
He brushed the hair from my face.
"I'm planning on getting to know every inch of you, fucking you in ways you couldn't even imagine."
Holy fuck. My mind went cloudy for a second. Okay, longer than a second. I let myself savor in the feeling of his hands on my body, his promises, the way every single nerve, every single fricking cell came alive in his presence. It was tempting to give in to that again, to him, to let him take control, to forget about everything else. But everything else was my survival. It was my daughter. It was my future. And I could not let that be dictated by a man. Even one as hot as Swiss, especially one as hot as Swiss. "You can't just turn up at my motel," I told him, a bite in my voice.
"Why not?"
he asked, folding his arms across his chest casually. I tried and failed not to look at the way his muscles bulged when he did that. "Because," I said, trying to find the reason why he could not just turn up at my motel.
"Didn't have your number,"
he said, filling my pause.
"And you snuck out before I woke up."
His eyes narrowed at me.
"Which I'm not happy about, by the way. So I was left with no other choice but to turn up at your motel."
"Why would you be unhappy about me leaving?" I asked with real confusion. "Isn't that what you wanted?"
"What I wanted?"
he repeated.
"Fuck no, sweetheart. What I wanted was to wake up and taste your pussy first thing in the morning."
My face flamed. "You can't speak like that," I hissed, looking around. The motel parking lot was absolutely deserted, the only person around being a woman lounging by the pool with headphones on. Swiss was grinning now.
"Why can't I?"
My eyes zoomed back to him. "Because it's crass," I answered lamely, sounding everything like the uppity suburban housewife I was. Rather than being offended by my judgment, Swiss's grin widened.
"By the way, your nipples are getting hard in that shirt. You like my being crass,"
he shot back. Crap, he was right. I moved my arms to cover the aforementioned nipples, but the damage was already done. "We were just a one-night stand," I hissed. "There is no need for you to come here. In fact, it was a wasted trip. I'm leaving town. Tonight." This decision was made on the fly, made out of fear, and it immediately felt wrong. Where else did I have to go? Another small town, most likely without the kick-ass coffee shop and offer of a job.
with a roadside motel that wasn't as clean, comfortable, or as affordable as this. Swiss was no longer smiling.
"You're coming to the club with me,"
he declared. I tilted my head. "Didn't you hear me?" I asked. "I'm leaving town."
"Heard you well and good, Countess,"
he replied. "Countess," I repeated, momentarily distracted. His eyes were twinkling again.
"Even in jeans, baby, you make it clear you come from money. You got manners, the way you carry yourself, the way you speak."
He trailed off, brushing my bottom lip with his thumb. My breathing was so shallow it was almost non-existent. He was wrong. I did not come from money. I came from lower middle class with a gold digger for a mother. My husband came from money, and I was just well-trained. I didn't say any of this. I didn't speak at all, actually.
"You're fancy, Kate,"
he murmured.
"And it was my great fucking pleasure to fuck all that fancy out of you. Not that I want it gone completely. It's sexy as fuck."
His hand flexed at my hip.
"So you're gonna get on the back of my bike? We're gonna go to the clubhouse, and I'm gonna spend some time fucking the fancy right out of you again,"
he said. I blinked at him, digesting all of the words. They went down smooth, like chocolate, like an aged whiskey. What else could a girl do? I got on the back of his bike. I had never ridden on the back of a motorcycle. There was never really the opportunity for me to do such things. Our high school did not even have the quintessential bad boy who smoked, skipped class, and ruined the names of the good, quiet girls. Our town was too fancy for that. The bad boys were all shipped out to the next town over, where the riffraff culminated. Had I lived out the trajectory that my life should have gone in, the alternate universe where I never met or got impregnated by Preston because I myself was shipped to the next town over, there was a high likelihood I would have found myself on the back of a motorcycle at some point. There was also a high likelihood I would have got addicted to drugs and chained to some loser with a drinking problem who lived in a beat-up trailer. I'd put a lot of thought into that alternate reality over the years. Sometimes I'd wished to be sitting in a beaten-down trailer next to my overweight, overserved douchebag husband. It would have been a lot more honest than the glossy nightmare I'd been living in. But then I never would have had Violet, and my daughter was worth every second of that hellish landscape I'd lived in. I would never, could never wish her away. I thought of her while riding on that motorcycle with Swiss, pressed up against his warm and muscled back, my hands around his middle, holding him tightly. The wind was cool against my skin, a welcome respite since I'd spent the day feeling damp and overheated. It was like a form of meditation, what I'd pretended to do after the hot yoga classes I went to. My mind could never be that still, that calm, that safe for such things. Riding on the back of a motorcycle with a man I'd just met and slept with the night before wasn't exactly safe either. But it was the closest thing to meditation I'd ever come to. Swiss's eyes were glowing as we got off the bike, staring at me with satisfaction.
"You've never been on the back of a bike before, have you, Countess?"
he asked, warmth in his voice. I didn't trust myself to speak. Instead, I just shook my head slowly. He stepped forward to grasp my hips, yanking our bodies flush. His hand framed my face, skimming around my neck to yank me forward. Our mouths met easily, hungrily. I was surprised I was still standing when he ended the kiss. I hated that he ended it, but if he kept it going any longer, we would have been having sex right there in the parking lot. His mouth hovered inches from mine. "Popped your cherry," he observed, voice lower and throatier now. I didn't say anything. In fact, I let out a weird and horrendously embarrassing little moan that was mixed with a squeak. Did I just moan squeak in one of the hottest moments of my life? Yes, I did. "Let's get you inside," he said, voice still thick with sex, obviously, and thankfully, not turned off by my moan squeak. He slung his arm around my shoulders, pulling me close to him and walking toward the club. I'd never had someone show me affection the way he was. Not in the 18 years of marriage with Preston had I experienced such a natural, confident, and authentic form of affection such as walking together like this. Then again, Preston's form of affection was physical abuse. There were good times, plenty of them. It wasn't all terror and misery. Even I wasn't so spineless as to stay with a man who constantly tortured and abused me. But even when things were good, they weren't easy like this. Preston, I was discovering, was not a confident man. He played one very well, but everything he did, down to his facial expressions and the way he touched me in public, was carefully thought through, dissected. He had no idea who he truly was. Swiss knew exactly who he was and what he wanted. At that very moment, it was me. He wanted me, and he had no qualms about making that known. There were no games, no playing hard to get as I had seen on sitcoms as the classic way dating was performed these days. None of that. Just him waiting outside my motel and spiriting back to his biker clubhouse. He even opened the door for me. The club was much quieter than it had been last night. It was almost deserted. And the common room was impeccably clean, as if it hadn't been littered with bottles and naked bodies when I left this morning. There was an expensive scented candle burning on top of the coffee table. The coffee table with coasters, books, and flowers neatly arranged on top of it. Freaking flowers. Every stereotype that I'd prepared for this club, for the man behind me, kept getting shattered, so I told myself to stop expecting things and just start experiencing them. "Want a drink or anything?" Swiss asked from beside me, nodding to the fully stocked bar. I shook my head. "I just want you." The words were out of my mouth before I could think too much about them. I was surprised at myself for being so brazen, for saying something like that out loud, while stone-cold sober nonetheless, not counting the beer I had with Julian. There was a small pause after I spoke, and I suddenly felt self-conscious. Did people really say that in real life? Did it sound pathetic and desperate? Swiss answered both of those questions when he pulled me in for another kiss, again stopping it before it could be considered R-rated. "Jesus," he muttered. "It's like I dreamed you up." I smiled lazily. His fingers brushed my lips. "Yeah, I need to fuck you in the next 5 minutes or I might go insane." Holy crap. He walked us back down a familiar hallway, and my blood pumped hot through my body. I was tense as we walked past the other doors, nervous about encountering someone. I was barely just handling one outlaw biker, and I was completely out of my element. I wasn't ready to socialize with anyone. Beyond that, there was no thumping music like there was last night. Nothing to mask the unmistakable sounds of sex. To mask the sounds that I couldn't help but make. There would be no way I'd be comfortable having sex in such close quarters if we did see someone else. Luckily, we encountered no one on the short trip to Swiss's room. Without the haze of alcohol and the overstimulation from the night before, I caught myself thinking about the logistics of this situation. Did Swiss live here full time? Did they all live here? Or was this some kind of crash pad scenario, where they could bring women they wanted to have sex with without having to take them home? Those questions, though important, did not stay in my mind for long because we entered Swiss's room and he closed the door behind us. Everything looked the same as it did last night, except it was daylight now. I stared at the messy bed, frowning ever so slightly. Swiss caught my frown. His hand caught my chin, moving it upward so his eyes found mine.
You frowning looking at the bed I plan on fucking you in isn't giving me warm fuzzies,
he told me, his voice rough. My stomach clenched at his words, desire spreading through my blood. You didn't make your bed, I said, realizing how utterly stupid commenting on that was. His eyes twinkled ever so slightly.
I did not,
he agreed. I pursed my lips at his response. It was made last night, I commented. His eye twinkled more.
It was.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Well, making your bed every morning is an important ritual to incorporate into your daily life, I told him, mortified once I heard the words out loud. I sounded uptight, like a mother scolding her child. But I couldn't suck them back in. It was too late for that.
An important ritual, huh?
Swiss asked, teasing in his tone. I pursed my lips tighter. Yes, I replied, a snap to my tone. It sets you up for the entire day. Swiss's hands settled on my hips now, pulling me so our bodies were pressed together. And I could feel that this conversation was not turning him off in the slightest. My blood turned hotter with need.
Eating your pussy this morning would have set me up for the entire day,
he rasped, mouth inches from mine.
In addition to that, seeing those sheets all tangled from you.
One of his hands moved from my hip, upward, underneath the fabric of my tank. I let out a rough gasp at his calloused hands running over my bare skin and inside the fabric of my bra. He tweaked my nipple with the perfect amount of pressure.
Seeing those sheets all tangled from you,
he repeated, gaze hungrier now.
Knowing that I was going to be putting you right back in that bed at the end of the day, what was the point in making it?
I pursed my lips. I couldn't really argue with that logic.
Let me ask you a question, Countess.
He was shrugging off his vest. No, it was called a cut, thanks to my Googling. Then placed it on the back of a chair. Placed it carefully, with reverence. I took note of that, storing it away with all of my other little tidbits about this man. Maybe because I knew that I had to leave him, and I wanted to visit these memories, savor them, long after I was gone. He turned to face me, his expression wicked in a way that made my stomach flip.
Do you like to be punished?
He purred. For a split second, my mind hurtled away from this room, all the way back to the home I'd escaped, the life I'd escaped.
You like laughing at other men's jokes?
Preston asked quietly. He was advancing on me, and I knew better than to retreat despite all of my instincts screaming at me to do so. I was being polite, I said on a whimper. I knew the blow was coming before his backhand made contact. My head whipped to the side, and my cheek burned. It was not enough force to push me to the ground. A blow of that magnitude would leave a mark on my face. Preston was very precise with his hits. He grasped onto my chin so he could force my head back around, so I could make contact with his ice-blue eyes.
You were being a thirsty little slut,
he murmured.
And for that, you need to be punished.
A hand on my chin pulled me back into the present. I was met with espresso-colored eyes.
They were still full of sex, but there was an edge of concern there.
Kate?
Swiss murmured. I pushed away all of those terrible memories, pushed away the part of myself that was controlled by them, instead focusing on Swiss's hand on my chin. "Do I like to be punished?" I repeated, my voice a purr of its own. His eyes flared, and my body responded instinctively. "Why, yes, I love to be punished," I whispered. That coldness overtook his face, the same from last night. But it was not cruel, divest of feeling, as I had the proof of. It was something else. He was someone else when he got into this room, this zone. There were no smiles, no easy jokes. No, this was utterly serious. And somehow, that turned me on. I responded to the structure of it, of him, knowing that in this room it was only him and me. Nothing else existed. No one knew I was here. It was liberating.
"You left this morning,"
he said quietly,
"when I was nowhere near done with you."
His hands went to the bottom of my shirt, peeling it off. I shivered in delight as he did the same with my bra, his fingers brushing against my skin. My nipples pebbled as he exposed them, but he didn't look there. His gaze had not left my face.
"You're gonna bend over the bed,"
he told me, unbuttoning my jeans. My heart thundered as I did what he said. In what felt like seconds, my jeans were rolled down to my ankles and I stepped out of them. Swiss gently kicked at my legs, widening my stance. I sucked in a breath as his hand caressed me there, for just a moment, then it was gone. My breathing was rapid and shallow as Swiss walked around the room, the rattle of a drawer opening causing my stomach to clench in anticipation. Something cold and foreign ran over my ass as I fisted the sheets.
"I'm not gonna ease you into this, Countess,"
Swiss informed me, his voice ice.
"You're gonna take what I give, you're gonna hurt, and you're gonna fucking love it."
Then, that cold and foreign thing made contact with my ass. I let out a hiss. It did hurt. The sting radiated through my skin. And I didn't have time to breathe through it because another blow landed in the exact same spot. My teeth sank into my lips, and I tasted blood. Swiss's hand rubbed the skin that was burning, that I knew was an angry red. Then he slipped his finger forward to where I needed him most.
"Soaking fucking wet,"
he rasped, coating his fingers with me. My body coiled up from that touch, already ready to explode. He was right. I did love the pain. There was no chance to explore how screwed up that was because his fingers were no longer there and the cane came down again. Instantly, I was wetter, more tense, every nerve ending on fire. Swiss was merciless. He did not give me respite. He was not going easy on me. But I knew that if I made a sound, if I whined, if I gave any inclination that I wasn't liking this, he would stop. The intensity that he looked at me with told me he was cataloging every inch of me, paying attention, noting things. But I didn't move my palms from the bed, didn't say a word. Not even as my skin burned and I wondered whether I could take any more. Not just because of the pain, but because I was right on the edge of climax. Without him touching me, with him hurting me. Just as I was tensing for the next blow, nothing came. Something fell to the floor. Swiss's belt clinked, foil crinkled. There were hands at my hips, and then he surged into me. I came immediately.
"Yeah,"
he grunted as I exploded around him.
"You are fucking made for me, Countess, and I'm far from fucking done with you."
Then he spent a long time proving that. Chapter 6. Kate. I need sustenance, I declared, my voice breathless and ragged. Which made sense since I hadn't exactly been using it for conversation these past hours. Hours. My limbs burned from exertion. My skin was electrified. My ass still stung. My mind light and heavy at the same time. I'd never felt so exhausted, so satisfied, so starving in my entire life. The arms around me flexed, and I was moved so I was no longer splayed on top of his muscled torso, moving me underneath that muscled torso. Swiss braced himself on his elbows, not giving me his full weight. His eyes danced as he caught my gaze. Not looking at all tired after everything we'd done together. The stamina of this man was beyond impressive.
You need sustenance?
He repeated playfully. A blush bloomed in my cheeks. I had no idea why his light-hearted tone caused me to blush, considering what he just did to me. I nodded instead of replying.
Is that your fancy-ass way of saying you're hungry?
He teased. I bit my lip. I don't consider it overly fancy, I said, a grin teasing the edges of my mouth. But yes, a more common expression would be to say I am hungry. Swiss's eyes danced with amusement, and something warm. Something that made me feel like someone. Made me feel worth something. And that there was the difference. That he was why I could let him hurt me without my trauma triggering me. Without having a mental breakdown. It was almost liberating to take ownership of myself in that way. To redefine the experiences, the horrible ways in which Preston had hurt and controlled me. Because even though Swiss was the one holding the strap, tying me up, marking my body, I felt powerful, in control the entire time. A therapist would likely have a lot to say about so quickly trying to erase old memories with new ones. And none of those things would be positive. Maybe I was screwing myself up even more. But I wasn't going to overthink it. At least, I was going to try my best not to overthink it. I was just going to follow my instincts. Swiss sat up in bed, taking me with him and somehow setting me down on unsteady feet. Even though I still needed to gain a few pounds, I was not exactly light, so him lifting me from a horizontal position was pretty darn impressive.
Let's go get you some food then,
he declared, kissing my forehead, then walking over to retrieve his clothes. I stood exactly where he put me, watching, rapt as he pulled on his jeans, commando, and slung a tee over his head. Swiss's eyes found me.
You keep looking at me like that, standing there naked. Food is gonna be a distant memory, darling.
I swallowed roughly, my body needful despite the 3 orgasms I'd had not minutes ago. My stomach protested at the pause I made, and I realized I hadn't eaten but a few bites of a muffin today, and had done more physical work than ever. I quickly moved to retrieve my clothes, but Swiss stopped me.
Nah,
he said, circling my wrist that was holding my tank.
Want you in my tea?
I dropped my tank and straightened, taking the clothing from his hands. Before I put it on, I lifted it and inhaled, smiling at the mix of fragrances that were unique to him. Then I realized that I'd just smelled an item of his clothing right in front of him, and that probably made me seem like a serial killer or something. I quickly shoved the shirt over my head, my face hot with embarrassment. The shirt was soft, softer than French silk. It had been washed so many times it was thin, cozy. Though I had curves, I was a good deal shorter than Swiss, which meant the shirt was more like a dress on me. Once I was brave enough to swallow most of my embarrassment, I looked back up at him. His expression was a punch in the stomach. There was heat in his eyes, yes, but not the same kind of inferno from earlier. Not a desperate carnal hunger. No, this was something else. Tender, reverent, pure.
"Like you in my tea, baby,"
he said softly. I didn't reply. I couldn't. We lingered in the moment longer than we should have. Something passed between us. Something that shouldn't have existed after only 2 nights together. Between 2 practical strangers with lives, personalities, secrets outside of what we'd shown each other, outside of this room. But it existed nonetheless. Food. I broke the silence on a hoarse whisper. He jerked. "Food," he agreed. He walked toward the door, opening it for me. I hesitated for a second before crossing the threshold. This room was small. It smelled like sex, like Swiss. This was our own little universe. Though it was the middle of the night and there wasn't likely to be anyone roaming the halls. The lack of music thumping from the common area told me there was no wild party going on. I still couldn't shake the feeling that stepping out of this room was dangerous. Fear was a state of mind for me, and I'd pushed my limits enough these past few days. But I also had to eat. I was debating how much of a coward/bitch I'd sound like if I asked Swiss to retrieve food for me while I curled back into bed when he spoke.
"Scared, Countess?"
Swiss's breath was hot against my neck, and shivers went down my spine as his front pressed into my back. "No?" I hiccuped.
"I can promise you, anything out there isn't gonna bite half as hard as I do,"
he rasped, nuzzling my neck. Another shiver. This one a whole-body shiver.
"I can promise you the fridge is well stocked, too, and clean,"
he added.
"If that's what you're afraid of. We keep a clean house, and we shop at Whole Foods."
I choked out a laugh. Swiss kissed my neck and then gave me a gentle nudge out the door. As stupid as it sounded, I wasn't afraid of anything as long as he was beside me. Though it was close to 2 a.m. and the clubhouse was quiet, it did not mean it was deserted. I found that out when we made it to the kitchen. The extremely impressive kitchen. I wasn't expecting a whole lot since we were in a biker clubhouse, but thinking about the scented candles, the pillows on the sofa, the understated style of the whole place, I shouldn't have been that surprised. The kitchen was large, like a kitchen in a fancy frat house or restaurant kitchen, complete with a restaurant-quality stove and gigantic refrigerator. There was a gleaming kitchen island, neatly arranged olive oil and vinegar cruets, even fricking cookbooks. It almost looked like I'd wandered into a Nancy Meyers movie, except for the 3 men standing in the kitchen drinking beers, passing around a bag of chips, wearing cuts, and all of whom stared at me the second I walked in. One of them I recognized, the one from the gas station, the one who had almost had a fight with Swiss. Over me. The other 2 I didn't. One was older, maybe my age. He was tall, muscled. That must have been a signing requirement or something, with a dark beard streaked with gray. His eyes were an unnerving shade of blue. The third man was leaner than the rest, and had a completely different look. The first 2 really embodied the traditional biker aesthetic. Beard, tattoos, overall aura of badassery. Not that the third didn't look like a badass, he did, but not a biker. He looked more like a hipster. I only knew that term because of Violet, who was my tutor on all things popular culture. His long hair was pulled into a man bun, and he was wearing thick-rimmed black glasses. He was covered in tattoos, his lean forearms showing that from the dress shirt he was wearing with the sleeves rolled up, buttoned all the way to the top, and he had on skin-tight black jeans tucked into worn Doc Martens. They were an interesting threesome, a hot-as-balls threesome, and all of their eyes were on me. Standing in Swiss's tea and nothing else, my hair likely mussed from the bed and my cheeks probably still flushed from all of the sex and the embarrassment that I was standing in front of these men wearing nothing but a t-shirt. No bra, no panties, my ass bright red and covered with welts from where Swiss had spanked me with a cane.
"I know you,"
the one from the gas station drawled, grinning. Hello," I greeted with a lame little wave. "I'm Kate. I don't think we've had the opportunity to exactly exchange names, but it's, a pleasure to meet you," I stuttered, wanting to turn and run, but the manners that were beat into me stopped me.
"Cody,"
he said, pointing to his muscled chest.
"Eldon?"
He nodded to the man directly beside him.
"Lucas,"
the hipster one offered. I smiled at them all, my body burning with discomfort, and at a loss of what to do, I did a little curtsy thing. A curtsy. I just curtsied to 3 outlaw bikers while clad in another man's t-shirt. Oh my God, was this my first day on Earth? It kind of was, since this was definitely a whole different world than the one I was used to. All 3 men were grinning at me now. Well, except Eldon, the older one in the middle. He had a little upward tilt to his mouth, which was what I guessed was his version of a smile. Now that I'd adequately humiliated myself, it was time to run. "If you'll excuse me," I said quietly, mortified. I whirled on my heel, intent on escape of any kind. It was then I was faced with Swiss, who had been silent during the entire interaction and hadn't jumped in to save me from myself. Then again, he wasn't someone who professed to be a hero of any kind. He was leaning against the door jamb, grinning from ear to ear, obviously having seen the entire ridiculous exchange. I did not find anything about this funny, and all my fond feelings for this man dissipated immediately. My bare feet stomped in solidarity with that feeling, but his body blocked me when it became clear that I was heading for the door. I stopped inches from him, careful not to get too close, and restraining the urge to use both hands to push him out of the way. Violence was never the answer. Plus, there was no way in heck I was going to be able to move him even an inch.
"Where you going?"
he asked. I stared up at him, which was a decent way since I was barefoot and he was much taller than me. "I'm going to find some pants," I stage whispered. He frowned.
"Why do you need pants?"
My eyes widened. I don't know, since there are a bunch of other people here and I don't want to show my ass to all of your friends." Swiss grinned.
"Couple of things. First off, that shirt damn near goes down to your knees," he said. "So unless you plan on doing some acrobatics that I don't know you're capable of, then you're good. Second, these are my brothers. You're wearing my shirt. Means you are mine. So if by some accident your ass is exposed and their eyes wander anywhere near that direction, they'll be answering to me."
Though there was a hint of violence in his tone, it didn't scare me like it should have. It warmed me.
"Not that they are that stupid,"
he added, his eyes flickering behind me before meeting my gaze once more.
"Though I know they don't exactly look it. These are respectful men. Well, maybe not. They're fucking scoundrels, honestly. But one thing we all do in this club is respect women. They aren't looking anywhere but at that gorgeous face, sweetheart. And if they look at it in a way I don't like, then God have mercy on their souls."
I was blinking rapidly, trying to process everything he just said. But he wasn't done. His hand stroked my face gently, tucking some rogue strands of hair behind my ear.
But if you don't feel comfortable wearing my shirt, then you go change. Just know you're safe here. Safe with me.
Though I had years of experience, actually a lifetime, proven to me that men couldn't be trusted, and I certainly was not safe with them, I believed Swiss, down to my soul. I stared at him a long time, forgetting all about the people around us. "Okay, I'll wear your shirt," I whispered quietly, my voice thick with emotion. Swiss nodded sharply, then bent to kiss me gently on the mouth.
"Good,"
he murmured. His eyes went behind me.
"What are you fuckers doing here?"
he asked. Cody popped a grape into his mouth.
"Just got back from a run."
I had no idea what a run was, but I guessed it was some biker task that required the cover of darkness.
"Well, don't think you're gonna get a bite of what I make,"
Swiss told the men.
"I'm cooking for my woman and my woman only."
My woman. He just said that. To his badass biker buddies. I gazed up at him. "You're going to cook for me?" I asked quietly. He looked down.
"Well, of course. I'm not going to expect you to be barefoot in the kitchen. I'm a feminist."
Cue stomach jump.
"He's also a terrible fucking cook,"
Cody put in, breaking the gaze between us.
"Him serving you food could actually be legally considered as attempted murder,"
Lucas added with a grin. Swiss glowered at them.
"Fuck off,"
he growled. I smiled and patted Swiss's chest. "I appreciate how progressive you are," I told him sincerely. "But I've cooked for a lot of people and haven't poisoned one yet. Beyond that, I'm very excited about the stove and would revel in the opportunity to utilize it." Swiss blinked at me.
"You're excited about the stove?"
I nodded. "It's chef's quality. High-end kitchens use this stove." His eyes danced.
"Do they now?"
he asked in a tone that raised gooseflesh on my skin. I nodded hesitantly and then looked to the men who were watching us. "If y'all are hungry, I'd be happy to make extra," I offered.
"Fuck yeah,"
Cody said at the same time Swiss grumbled,
"Hell fucking no."
I smirked once more before going up on my tiptoes to kiss Swiss's nose. A gesture that I didn't think about, one that was much too intimate, but it was too late to take it back. "I don't mind," I told him, blushing and moving away quickly before I could see his expression. I figured that badass bikers didn't like women kissing them on the nose in front of their buddies. But Swiss proved me wrong by catching hold of my wrist and yanking me back to him. Then he kissed me. Not on the nose, on the mouth, with tongue, in front of his buddies.
"Appreciate you, baby,"
he murmured against my mouth. Then he let me go, as if he expected me to walk around on 2 feet after that. I managed, barely. And I was uber aware of 4 sets of male eyes on me as I walked around the kitchen island toward the fridge. They might have spoken, to each other or to me, but I couldn't hear anything beyond the low ringing in my ears and...
"Appreciate you, baby."
Not once in 18 years of marriage had Preston told me he appreciated me, nor had he thanked me for keeping the house clean, for hosting his business dinners, for surviving the terrible wives, for serving him all of his food and cleaning every single one of his dishes, for hiding my bruises under makeup, and lying about the wince that my mother-in-law caught while I was reaching for a salad plate. Not once. But Swiss said it, easily, after 2 nights together, like it was natural, like it was as easy as breathing. Luckily, I was distracted enough by opening the fridge and marveling at all of the ingredients in it, giving me something to focus on. Swiss hadn't been kidding. They were fully stocked up, with fresh organic ingredients. Grass-fed butter, fresh herbs, every kind of meat imaginable. Fricking oat milk. It was a total dream. I stood in front of the fridge for a good 5 minutes, cataloging everything and figuring out what would be the tastiest and quickest. Once I decided on penne alla vodka, I closed the fridge with my arms full of the classic ingredients and some things I added to make it mine. Warmth appeared at my hip, warmth attached to a tall, muscled, impossibly sexy man. Then the clink of a glass sounded on the stone kitchen counter.
"Figured you for a red wine drinker, Countess,"
he said, kissing the side of my neck before walking back to the man huddle at the kitchen island. He didn't wait for me to thank him, to shower him with praise for performing the simple, thoughtful act. My hand was shaking as I took the wine glass and took a long and grateful sip. Then I focused on chopping, thankful I could use the onions as an excuse for the moisture in my eyes.
"Holy fuck!"
Cody exclaimed, or more like shouted.
"I have never eaten anything this good in my fucking life,"
he continued around a mouthful of pasta.
"If I had a child, I would sell that child for one more bite of this,"
Lucas added, running bread along his plate to catch the last traces of sauce.
"You can stay,"
was all Eldon said, which I'm pretty sure was his stamp of approval. My own plate was clean because I had not realized just how starving I was. When it came time to serve everything up, Swiss had helped me put everyone's plates on the dining table, with cloth napkins and everything. Cloth napkins. What universe had I entered into? And he'd looked at the portions I'd served up. Obviously, the men had gotten large portions because they were, well, large. My own was modestly small. Tiny, really. I'd done that out of instinct, ignoring my gnawing hunger that had only grown more intense as the fragrance wafted up from the plates. For years, I'd honed what portion to give myself based on Preston's expectations, based on what would maintain my weight. Overeating and gluttony were unattractive to Preston. Swiss hadn't said a word as he switched our plates. His was the largest. I'd opened my mouth to argue.
"Don't say a fucking word, Countess,"
he grumbled, picking up his fork.
"Eat."
Because I was so shocked, and because muscle memory set in, I did as he commanded. There was conversation during the meal, but not much. Mostly just the clang of forks against plates. Swiss's hand was on my bare thigh the entire meal. I'd only been able to function because I was so starving and had eaten every single bite. Which brought us to now, when I was getting showered with praise and didn't quite know what to do with it. "It's just pasta," I said quietly.
"Just pasta?"
Cody repeated. He shook his head.
"No, that is not just pasta. That is fucking sorcery."
Heat crept up my neck. "It's a simple recipe, and I didn't simmer it for as long—"
"Nope,"
Swiss interrupted.
"I can tell you're going to try and criticize either yourself or that meal, and I'm not fucking having it."
He squeezed my thigh and looked to the other men at the table.
"I trust you fuckers can clean up all of this since my woman was generous enough to cook you an incredible meal. Now, if you'll excuse us."
He pushed up from his chair, lifted me from mine, threw me over his shoulder, and carried me out of the room. Carried me out of the room. And somehow he managed to expertly move so none of my private parts flashed the men at the table as he did so. And that concluded one of the best nights of my life. Well, there was still a little bit to go. "I was serious, you know," I whispered into the darkness. I couldn't be sure that Swiss was even still awake, but his breathing had a cadence that hinted to him being alert.
"About what?"
he asked, voice low and thick. "About leaving," I said. His arms tightened around me, and he didn't respond for the longest time.
Why?
His voice was quieter now, softer, curious, but with an edge. I sighed. Why was such a simple question, with such a messy, complicated answer? The truth hovered on my tongue. I could tell Swiss everything, all of it. There was something inside of me that told me he could fix things somehow. Get me out of this situation. Hadn't I seen the news stories about biker gangs helping battered women get their things out of their houses when they left their husbands? Battered women. That's what I was. A battered wife. And a sixth sense told me that somehow this man whose arms were around me would fix it. But that would turn me into a battered woman to him, nothing else. I would cease to be Kate, the woman who was traveling around the country after her divorce. Kate who was brazen enough to go to a biker party all on her own and proposition the first man she saw. It would make everything real. There would be an urgency to fix it all, to stray from this fantasy. I was not ready to do that yet. I was comfortable in my denial. Because leaving is the sensible thing to do, I answered, hating myself.
The sensible thing,
Swiss repeated after a long moment. I didn't reply because I couldn't force any lies out of my mouth. Lying by omission was still lying, something I'd drilled into Violet when she was entering her teen years. Swiss pulled me suddenly so I was straddling him. My hands landed on his pecs for balance. They were warm, hard. His hands went to either side of my hips, grinding me against him. I let out a hiss as my sensitive flesh rubbed against his hard cock.
Countess, I've got a feeling that you've spent your life doing the sensible thing,
he murmured. I struggled to maintain a coherent thought, my body yearning for him despite all the sex we'd had in the past 12 hours. I may or may not have, I told him, deciding not to dive into the intricacies about whether staying with an abusive husband could be defined as sensible. But walking into this club was the least sensible thing I've done in my entire existence. Swiss's fingers pressed into my hips.
No, baby. Walking into this bedroom was the least sensible thing you've done in your life,
he countered.
And I'm fucking thankful for that. I'm not here to make sure you do what's most sensible.
He continued to grind me against him, my breath becoming shallower and shallower.
In fact, he murmured, my job is to make sure you don't do anything sensible like leave.
He lifted me up so he could lower me onto him, so he could plunge into me. My body accommodated his length, just barely. It was as if he were made for me, or I was made for him. Pleasure shot through me to my fingertips. Swiss's hands landed back on my hips to hold me stationary. I tried to fight against him, needing movement and friction, but he was much too strong for that.
My job,
Swiss ground out, his voice thick with pleasure,
is to keep you here with me.
His hands stopped restraining me and helped move me in the way I needed. My breath quickened as I rocked in rhythm with him, my body coiling up in preparation for release.
Fair warning, Countess,
Swiss grunted.
I'm going to do everything in my considerable power to ensure that you stay here with me.
His words sank into my skin, wrapping me up in him, in us. My skin heated up, my very insides starting to turn to flames. One of Swiss's hands stayed at my hip while the other went to the back of my neck to pull me down, closer to him. The grip bordered on painful, and my body responded to that pain with immediate pleasure, my climax hurtling toward me.
Tell me,
he demanded, voice hoarse. My breathing was too rapid to get any words out.
Tell me,
he growled, tightening his grip.
Tell me that you're not going to leave me, Kate.
My blood thrummed, sang for him. I'm not going to leave you, I vowed. And that's what it felt like, a vow. One I surely couldn't keep, but one I made nonetheless.
Chapter 7. Kate. I did not sneak out the next morning. Swiss woke up before me, and he woke me up with his mouth, then his dick. Suffice it to say, it was almost noon before we got out of bed. I had never stayed in bed till noon. Ever. Even when I was sick with a horrendous flu and had a temperature of over 100, I was up making Preston's egg white omelet at 6 a.m. Even without my expectant, abusive husband, there was Violet. She loved to sleep. Ever since she was a baby, it was quite concerning at first. And once she started school, I had to physically pull her out of bed. She was a dreamer, my girl. Then there were her lunches I had to make. No processed food or sugar, everything fresh, homemade. There was inevitably some kind of event or bake sale I had to contribute to. Moms didn't get to sleep in. Even during this whole road trip, psychotic break, I'd kept my regular hours, both out of routine and fear. I hadn't been sleeping well at all. Nightmares. Except for the 2 nights I'd had with Swiss when I'd slept like the dead. After we woke up the most hedonistic way a person could wake up, we took a shower together. I was delighted that Swiss's small but cozy room also had an attached bathroom. I'd feared some kind of communal scenario before I'd seen it. It was a decent size, too, and clean. There were a few products littering the vanity, products that were now arranged neatly. Swiss stared at them.
Countess, did you organize my toiletries?
He asked slowly, sounding like he was choking back a laugh. I bit my lip. I couldn't help myself, I blurted. I was in here, using the facilities. My face flamed with the realization that I was talking to Swiss about peeing. And after washing my hands, I just straightened things up. I threw my hands up in the air in surrender. Mom habit. I looked down, then back up at him. Do you think I'm terribly lame? His eyes were soft, dancing with amusement.
No, baby. I think you're the cutest and sexiest woman I've ever had the honor to know.
Holy crap. I hadn't had a moment to process that because at that moment, he grabbed onto me and hauled me into the shower where he fucked me again. Because of my post-orgasm haze, it was only when he was about halfway through cleaning me that I realized what he was cleaning me with. Is that 2 in 1? I asked, blinking to try to focus on the red bottle in his hand. To be fair, being in the shower with Swiss, there were a lot of other, more important things to focus on rather than a red bottle of shampoo.
What?
He asked, his fingers working my scalp as he massaged the shampoo into my hair. With lead arms, I managed to snatch the bottle from him. Oh my God, I whispered. This is 3 in 1.
What the fuck does that mean?
He asked, moving his hands to shield my head so the shampoo did not roll down into my eyes. It means that this should be burned in a fire, I said, holding up the bottle. This says it works as shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. I yanked it closer to my face, squinting. And face wash. It's a 4 in 1. Criminal. Absolutely criminal.
It's soap, baby,
was Swiss's response, laughter in his tone. I tried to look up at him, but he pulled my head gently backward to wash the offending soap from my hair. "It is not soap," I argued. "This is not something any individual should own. It's especially criminal that your skin looks how it does, and all you've been using is this." I held up the bottle for emphasis.
"How does my skin look?"
he teased. "Perfect," I cried, "which makes no sense." He laughed. It was low and throaty and like butter. He pulled me to his wet, naked body. How was I talking about soap right now? Tilting my head upward now that my hair had been rinsed out.
"Countess, my genetic makeup means I'm blessed with pretty good fucking skin regardless of what kind of shit I put on it."
I pouted since it was true.
"Though we'll make a run to Walgreens or your motel to get toiletries that don't horrify you so much,"
he added. As the words sank in, I realized what they meant. They meant that he thought I was going to be here long enough to put shampoo and conditioner in his shower. My mind wandered to his words from last night, the promise I'd made. Swiss didn't notice me ruminating on that for the rest of the shower, or after when I'd gone through the motions of getting out with him and taking the towel he handed me. I mean, I wasn't that gone to not notice Swiss drying himself, seeing the way his muscles ripped, how the water trickled down his back. The back that did indeed have scratches from my nails, but it also had something else, a tattoo. Swiss did not have any other tattoos like most of the men in the club. His skin was smooth, unmarred, except for the scars on his body. But this tattoo was a replica of the patch on the back of his cut, a skeleton riding a motorcycle, flames behind him. The Sons of Templar MC at the bottom. Though I was still learning about what life was like in a motorcycle club, I got the idea that membership was for life. Swiss was serious enough about it to have it inked on his skin. I watched that ink as he kissed my head, slung the towel around his waist, and walked out of the bathroom. Then I focused on the task of getting ready for the day, though I had no idea what this day would entail. Once toweled off, I looked at my naked body in the mirror. It was covered in marks, faint discolorations from the pads of Swiss's fingers, redness at my wrists and ankles from the bindings he'd used on me. I turned to see raised welts on my ass from his cane. The skin around my neck was slightly red from his hands gripping me there as he came. This was not the first time I'd cataloged injuries in the mirror given to me by a man. However, it was the first time I'd had marks put on me that I'd chosen, that I'd enjoyed. There was a huge sense of power in that. Ownership. Somehow it felt like I was taking my body back, as utterly screwed up as that sounded.
"Like seeing that sexy body with my marks on it?"
he drawled. Swiss was standing by the door, watching me, naked. There were plenty of marks on his body from me, too. From where my nails had sunk into his skin, clawing at him, desperate to feel his blood on me. Desperate to make a mark, as proof that I existed. Proof that this time with him existed.
"Want to brand you one day, too,"
he added, walking forward. My eyes widened and my skin prickled with fear and excitement. "Brand me?" I stuttered. He nodded, grasping my hips, rubbing the area underneath my C-section scar with his thumb.
"Yeah,"
he said, looking down at it.
"In the future, the near future to be sure, I want my name on you, want my scar on you."
I was utterly and genuinely blown away, for a variety of reasons. Granted, I had been out of the game for a long time, technically forever if you looked at my history. But I wasn't aware that branding people was something romantic partners did with one another. Then again, people lied about what romance was every damn day. Books, movies, people who we had dinners with. If you asked any of them, they'd say mine and Preston's relationship was the most enviable of them all, was the most normal. Who was I to think branding someone was outside the realm of possibility, to think it was screwed up? Except I didn't think it was screwed up, which made it all the more confusing. I liked the idea of it. What was confusing was that Swiss had known me for such a short time. Unless this, too, was a common occurrence. Is that... I trailed off, my throat dry. I swallowed and tried again. Is that something you do with a lot of women? I could not suddenly assume that I was special. How narcissistic of me. I'd seen the lifestyle of these men, seen all the women hanging off them at the club party. They were sexually free and open, as they had the right to be, as long as everyone was consenting. Just because I'd lived some square life with good Christian ideals drilled into me did not make me any kind of authority on how many sexual partners one should have, and if one should or should not brand those sexual partners. Again, as long as everyone was consenting. Heck, there was probably a whole gaggle of women out there bearing Swiss's brand. His eyes were stormy as I came out of my head.
"No, Kate,"
he ground out.
"That is not something I do with a lot of women."
His grip tightened at my hip.
"That is not something I've done with any woman."
I blinked at him, my body sagging with relief, but my mind still reeling. "Why do you want to do it with me, then?" I whispered. Swiss stared at me with raw male intensity. A loud knock on the door made us both jump.
"Get the fuck up, lovebirds, we're having brunch,"
a male voice yelled from beyond the door. I stared at Swiss. "You guys do brunch?" I asked, flabbergasted. He grinned, showing straight white teeth.
"Babe, our president, sergeant-at-arms, and second-in-command all have old ladies. Those old ladies are generally kick-ass bitches. They are also very intense bitches. Therefore, they are serious about things like scented fucking candles, which I don't hate, flowers, again, nice touch, and brunch."
He kissed me quick and close-mouthed.
As much as it probably endangers my cock and balls to say this, I fucking love brunch.
I stared at Swiss for a hot second, waiting to see if there was a punchline. There was not one. He was dead serious. Once I realized that, I threw my head back and laughed. This biker, the one with the muscles, the air of badassery, the one who moments ago had been talking about branding me, loved brunch, and flowers, and scented candles. Once I got a hold of myself, Swiss came back into focus. He was staring at me with that soft, intense look on his face once more.
"You're fucking stunning when you laugh, Kate,"
he murmured. I blinked at him. It was such a simple compliment, but it made me want to burst into tears. I actually had to jab my nail into the inside of my palm in order to stop my eyes from welling up. I was well trained in hiding my emotions and making sure that no one would glimpse a single trace of a tear in my eye. Still, Swiss tilted his head ever so slightly and his lips flattened, as if he could see the swirl of emotion behind my mask. I stretched a false smile onto my face. "Shouldn't we get dressed?" I asked, moving out of his grip. For a second, I worried that he wouldn't let me go, that he would call me out, demand to know what was behind my eyes. But luckily, his hands only flexed for a moment before he released me. I busied myself with finding my clothes.
"Fair warning, baby,"
Swiss said as we dressed.
"There's probably gonna be a bunch of nosy fuckers out there."
He nodded in the direction of the common room.
"Waiting to meet you."
"Me?" I repeated as I buttoned my jeans. I was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, although Swiss had tried to insist I wear his tea again. I argued it wouldn't work as well in daylight. He did not agree, but he also didn't push the matter. "Why would anyone want to meet me?" I asked, nerves building up. His head drew back at my words, and he walked over to me, lifting his hands to smooth my wayward hair.
"Why the fuck wouldn't anyone want to meet you?"
he asked, kissing my forehead. Although I was of the opinion that any kind of kiss from Swiss was absolute heaven, there was something about the forehead kiss that just hit different, as Violet would say.
"Cody and Lucas have probably been gossiping like old ladies at a hair salon since the moment we left the room last night,"
he continued, still holding on to me, his hands now at the back of my neck.
"Singing your praises,"
he clarified, as if he could sense the doubt and dread in my stomach. Something in his expression changed, turning slightly uneasy. It was the first time I'd seen this man unsure of himself.
"On top of that,"
he said slowly,
"I have somewhat of a reputation around the club."
I looked at him more closely, as if I'd find an explanation. "Oh, reputation?" I repeated, thinking the worst. Was he some kind of polygamist? Did he have 4 wives somewhere? He nodded, watching me carefully.
"I like to fuck,"
he shrugged.
"Rough. I like kink."
Despite the situation, my stomach swirled, not unpleasantly, thinking of the rough kink that I had experienced with Swiss.
"That is not a secret,"
he continued. I looked down at my nails, thinking about the tight living quarters and the way people were going at it at the party. It made sense. Sex should not be a secret, taboo, shameful thing. That's what I'd tried to teach Violet, at least. Swiss's thumb went to the middle of my brow, where I'd pinched my brows together in thought. He smoothed the wrinkle away.
"It also isn't a secret that I don't fuck the same bitch twice,"
he said quietly.
"It's something I take very fucking seriously. And when we continue this, when we get deeper with each other, I'll tell you why. Needless to say, you being here with me more than once, that means something."
Suddenly, it was more difficult to suck in a full breath of air. Everything that had come out in the last 5 minutes, 10, was more than a woman like me could handle. Was it really only a month ago that I had a husband telling me how worthless I was because I forgot that we had a dinner with his golf buddies? How stupid I was because I didn't know the answer to some obscure question at trivia night? I was not used to a man being open and free with affection, with purpose. "When we get deeper with one another." He said when, like it was a foregone conclusion, like he'd already decided I was worth it. Although it was nice to hear, beyond nice, I felt uneasy. I didn't trust it. I was tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Swiss was still watching me intently as I realized I had not spoken yet, and I probably had a look of shock and awe on my face. But I still didn't speak because I had no idea what to say and really hoped he was going to explain more. He took a breath.
"As much as I would like to keep us between us, that's not how it works here," he said. "We're a family. A fucked up one to be sure, but a family. I'd like to say it's all on the old ladies, but some of the patched brothers are worse than fucking women."
He held his hand up in mock surrender.
"Not that I'm making a generalization about your sex or implying there is anything wrong with being a woman. Men should be more like women. We're scumbags, all of us."
Despite the barrage of emotions running through me in that moment, I couldn't help but smile. He shrugged on his cut. I wondered if he wore it every day. I liked him in it. Despite what I'd been conditioned into thinking it symbolized: criminals, violence, drugs, lawlessness. I didn't know a whole bunch about the Sons of Templar or what they stood for, and I could have been completely wrong. But I got the feeling there was a whole lot more to his club than met the eye. I already saw there was a whole lot more to this man than met the eye. A gaggle of female laughter came from beyond the door, and it jerked me into action. I realized that there was a whole bunch of people out there waiting to meet me. The woman Swiss was serious about. Swiss, the sex god. And I was wearing day-old clothes that smelled of coffee, had on not a lick of makeup, and my hair was still wet from the shower. "I can't meet your family like this," I exclaimed as I stared at myself in the mirror. I was still learning to get used to my naked face. It was so rare that I saw it in the daylight. In the past, I was required to look my best at all times. Preston had made it clear he didn't like the way I looked without makeup. And enough years had gone by that Preston's likes and dislikes had become my likes and dislikes. Out of need for survival, I supposed. So I had some level of self-hatred, I guessed. Non-existent confidence, my fight-or-flight mode that was almost always engaged. In short, I was screwed up. And I was diving into a completely crazy scenario with a crowd of people I'd never met, without hair or makeup, without the things that had served as my armor for so long. Without it, I looked younger, my skin lineless, pale because my natural skin tone was alabaster. I blushed easily and bruised even easier, something that helped my face a lot these past years. My eyes were wide, lashes dark, framing the dark blue eyes that I thought were my best feature. My lips were pink, full, because of the injections that Preston insisted I get, and slightly too big for my face, in my opinion. But they suited me more now that my face was getting rounder with the weight gain. My cheekbones weren't so high and gaunt anymore. Swiss came up behind me in the mirror. "You're right," he agreed, eyes flickering over my bare face, my rosy cheeks, my wide and bright eyes. My stomach dropped. His arms slipped around my waist. "You look too fucking good," he murmured, nuzzling my neck. "Freshly fucked," he continued, speaking against my skin, inhaling, glowing. His eyes met mine. "Not enough of my brothers are loved up. I'm definitely gonna have to shoot at least one of them for trying to steal you from me." I rolled my eyes. "Be serious." He thought on it. "Okay, you're right. Shooting might be too messy and loud. There will probably be children there. I'll stab them. Flesh wounds only." I shot daggers at him with my eyes. "Seriously?" I cried. "I don't have any makeup with me. My hair is still wet." He stared right back at me. "Who gives a fuck? You look gorgeous." "I don't need you to lie to me," I snapped. Swiss frowned at me. Then his hands ran up my belly to my breasts. "You're telling me you don't think you're fucking beautiful?" he asked quietly, massaging my breasts. "You don't think these tits, these nipples are the most magnificent things you've ever seen?" He yanked up my tank to expose my pebbled nipples. My breathing was ragged as his other hand slipped into my jeans and panties, cupping my pussy before moving back around my hip. "You don't think this is the juiciest, perkiest, most fuckable ass on the planet?" he asked. I did not answer because I was pretty sure that his questions were rhetorical. Also because I had quickly lost my ability to speak. Swiss's eyes were scorching as his hands left the intimate parts of my body. I was both disappointed and relieved. He righted my shirt and turned me to face him, clutching my neck. "I am not blowing smoke up your ass, Kate," he said quietly. "Shitty thing to be honest about, but I feel this moment needs it because you are thinking bullshit things about yourself."
His thumb moved up to brush my jaw.
Would not have walked up to you at the party if I didn't think you were the most beautiful woman in the room. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Men are wired like that. We're simple creatures driven by our dicks. And the way you looked that night yanked at my dick strings.
I blinked at him, and a bubble of hysterical laughter escaped from my throat. Only Swiss could say something serious at the same time as uttering the word dick strings. He grinned in triumph before he continued.
You had your hair done, makeup on, the outfit, and you looked good, he said. But not better than you do right now. Right now, with your face fresh, clean, glowing from the many times I made you come.
Desire pulsed between my legs.
Your eyes glowing in a way they weren't that night,
he continued softly. His thumb found my bottom lip.
Smiling,
he murmured.
A real smile,
he corrected.
Now, I don't consider myself to be an expert on women, but I know that you're thinking all sorts of shit because you know the old ladies are out there and you want to look your best. And I also know that my opinion may not win against the shit swirling inside you. But for what it's worth, I think you look your absolute best in this moment.
My head thrummed with everything he'd said. And not in the past minute or so. This entire morning. I felt like I was about to explode under the weight of the unequivocally wonderful things he was saying to me. The honesty in which he was saying them. I didn't trust it. Instinctively. I'd spent almost 2 decades being belittled, insulted, abused. As fucked up as it was, that was my normal. There was a kind of safety in that. I knew what to expect. Had conditioned myself how to respond to it. This was all new and unnerving. I felt like I was in free fall.
On top of that,
Swiss continued, obviously unaware of the turmoil inside my head.
These are not women who would ever judge you or treat you different because you didn't have lipstick on or whatever the fuck.
I stared at him, battling the ideas and routines that had been conditioned inside me for years. It wasn't like I had a bunch of other options. Yes, I could hide in here the entire day, but I'd eventually have to leave. Swiss's window was large enough for me to crawl out of, but I wasn't quite desperate enough to crawl out a window. Beyond that, I didn't want to leave Swiss, not yet. An empty motel room waited for me. Decisions, reality. Okay, I said. Let's go. He grinned and kissed me.
That's my girl,
he rumbled against my lips. Chapter 8. Kate. I was immediately furious at Swiss when we walked out into the common room that had been transformed at some point during the morning. How I hadn't heard the people, the moving of furniture, the sound of the setup was beyond me. Oh, right. Swiss and the orgasms, probably. There had been a pool table to the right of the sofas as you walked into the room, and that was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a long table full of food with flowers and places set. People were everywhere. Men wearing the leather Sons of Templar cut were plentiful. There were children and babies and women who I guessed were the old ladies. It was a completely different vibe than the first night I was here. The room smelled of French toast and scented candles. The reason I was furious at Swiss was the women who were scattered around the room. There were only 3 that I could see, and boy did they stand out. The first was wearing a long, flowing maxi dress with the back cut out. Her tanned skin was toned, and her arms were sculpted, wrists full of bracelets. Her hair was cut short, and with her delicate features she looked like a pretty pixie or fairy or some magical creature. She was placing food on the table, laughing at something the bald man behind her was saying.
The bald man was most definitely her man, since he was checking out her ass as she bent over. There was an intense possessiveness that even I felt. He was hot as balls, but was that a surprise? The next woman I recognized, Caroline Hargrave. I didn't really like to watch the news. It made me nervous and terrified for the world that I was releasing my daughter out into. Preston needed to watch the news, be informed, be the most cultured man in the room, up to date on every tragedy, political scandal, or market fluctuation. He watched it, therefore I watched it. He hated Caroline Hargrave, hated that a woman was out there in war zones, reporting, doing a man's job, not giving him the angle that he wanted. He'd been glad when she went off the air. Preston, I was coming to realize, did not like strong women he wouldn't be able to control. It unnerved him, angered him, which was in direct conflict to how we'd raised our daughter. She was strong, outspoken, independent. He did not try to squash that in her, thank God. But I also knew he harbored the idea that she would meet a good old boy when she went to college and would promptly fall in love with him, pop out babies, and find her place. He'd said something to that effect at dinner with his parents once, and his mother and I had exchanged a knowing look. Preston did not know his daughter very well or at all, or at least he saw what he wanted to see in her. Violet would be so jealous that I was having brunch with Caroline Hargrave. She was her hero. And it seemed she'd swapped war zones for life with an outlaw motorcycle club. A man with a large scar across his face that did not mar his handsomeness in the slightest, pulled her away from the child's face she was trying to wipe to kiss her full on the lips, with tongue. She responded and laughed, wiping her trademark red lipstick off his lips when he released her. The last woman was standing in the corner, next to one of the most intimidating men I'd ever seen. Dark hair, tall, menacing, covered in tattoos, absolutely covered. Even his face had some. What stopped him from being completely menacing was the small infant that was strapped to his chest. He was standing in the middle of a room full of tough guys, badasses and biker alphas, yet still managed to look like the most dangerous man in the room with a baby strapped to his chest. He also was looking at the woman beside him like she was responsible for the very air he breathed. The woman looked vaguely familiar. Her long blonde hair was in loose waves around her face. Even from across the room, I could see her makeup was absolutely stunning, expertly applied. She had tattoos covering her arms, wearing a skin-tight dress that showed off every curve and high-heeled boots. Because of the way the man was looking at her, I assumed it was her baby that was strapped to his chest, and gave her a silent round of applause for looking like that months after having a child. I looked like that months after having Violet only because I was a child myself. My metabolism was fast, and gravity hadn't yet got the memo.
"Finally,"
someone yelled.
"I thought I was gonna have to drag you out with my bare hands,"
Lucas yelled, teasing. Swiss's arm was slung tightly around my shoulder. Otherwise, I might have taken off running with all of the attention focused on us.
"You did that, you would have lost both of those hands,"
Swiss replied easily, obviously not on the verge of a panic attack over all of the attention. Then again, this was his family. He was comfortable around them. He knew all of them. And the bastard looked GQ ready, just throwing on some clothes after using his foreign one. In quick succession, I was introduced to everyone. The bald man was the president, Hanson. He smiled softly and shook my hand. Macy, with the maxi dress, was his wife. She hugged me in greeting, squeezing me tightly. She smelled of patchouli and lavender. Jagger was the man with the scar, Caroline's husband. I tried my best to pretend I didn't know who she was when she also hugged me in greeting. Hades was the man with the baby strapped to him. Hades. That was his name. He did not shake my hand or smile. He did a masculine chin lift thing. His wife was Freya, who smiled easily, kissing me on both cheeks and squeezing my upper arms. Then we all quickly sat down to eat. I had lapsed into autopilot, used to being on a man's arm, introduced as his accessory. Not that that was how Swiss or anyone made me feel. I made myself feel that because it was more comfortable, more plausible. So I smiled. I replied when spoken to. I did all the things expected of me in such a moment. I remained close to Swiss's side the entire brunch, overwhelmed and overstimulated. People spoke to me. Freya, seated close to me, chatted easily but didn't ask a whole bunch of questions that required me to speak a whole lot. I got the feeling she sensed that I was quietly having a heart attack and made sure to smile warmly at me to make me feel welcome in a subtle way. All of the women did that. Most women, especially being in the circles I was forced to run with, had an ability to pick up and put off certain vibes around each other. Violet would call it the "you can't sit with us" vibe. My previous group of friends positively radiated that vibe. Each of them would have loved to kick me from the table if it weren't for Preston and his family's name. Each of them made points to subtly but brutally bully the other women in town that they judged to be below them. If somehow one of Preston's single or divorced friends had debuted a new woman at any kind of event, one who was dressed like I was without a lick of makeup, my group would have eaten her alive. She'd probably leave in tears, never to be seen again. And I would have just sat by the wayside watching, not joining in, but not doing anything to help her either. Because I was a coward. Because if I made any kind of waves, Preston would hear about it, and I would pay. This group, this family, was nothing like that. I could feel the warmth radiating off the women. And off the men, too. Sure, they were gruffer, more rugged, and definitely more dangerous. But they weren't terrifying. Well, except for Hades. And Eldon, he had a silent menace radiating off him that kept me wary. The rest, though, made me feel almost comfortable. They weren't heathens and didn't act in whatever way I might have expected them to. They were fathers, husbands, friends. They smiled, laughed, teased each other. Though I was coiled tight, I let a little of that warmth seep in. Let myself pretend, at least for a while, that I could possibly be part of this. There wasn't a moment during the entire brunch that Swiss did not have his hands on me, whether it was his arm around my shoulder, him pausing his meal to kiss my cheek, which he did 3 times, or placing his hand on my thigh while eating with his other. He made sure to acknowledge me, to let me know that he was thinking about me, that he cared. It was odd, amazing, but too intimate, too casual for people who had been sleeping together for 2 days. It felt natural to me, too. I felt like I could get used to this. Which was why by the end of the meal, I was completely overwhelmed and needed an out. Luckily, I had the excuse to stand and start gathering plates, all but running to the kitchen once my hands were full. There were men in there, which surprised me. I hadn't thought bikers were the dishwashing kind of guys. Though they were all very nice and welcoming, they had the vibes that they were men, and completely comfortable with conventional gender roles. The men at the sink didn't have the patch on the back of their cuts, only the word prospect. I guessed it was like pledges for a fraternity, and this was their induction period. "I'll take those," one of the men said to me, divesting me of the duty and the purpose that came with that duty. My heart started beating rapidly with my empty hands and the thought of heading back into the common room and making conversation. Finding a place without a table and a plate of food in front of me was beyond daunting. Macy appeared in the doorway I was dreading walking through, carrying 2 long-stemmed glasses. She handed me one of them. I took it, thankfully.
"I figured you may need a break from the circus and a mimosa,"
she said softly. I smiled in thanks. She nodded to the breakfast bar, and I perched on a bar stool and she settled on another.
"I've been with the club for years, so I'm used to all of this."
She waved her hand to the prospects, then back toward the room where conversations and laughter could be heard.
"But it's a lot, so I'm sorry your first introduction to all of this had to be so intense. We're really nice, I promise."
She laid her hand on mine. I was comforted by the gesture, despite Macy being younger than me, or having a very good dermatologist, and a stranger.
"Alcohol helps," she added, lifting her glass.
I laughed at that and took a sip of my own.
"You don't have to worry. We like you already,"
she said. I almost choked on my mimosa.
"Also, we heard that you made some of the best pasta on planet Earth, so we're definitely going to have to taste that,"
Freya added. I hadn't seen her walk in.
"Oh, definitely," Macy added.
"We'll have a dinner party,"
Freya decided.
"At our house,"
Caroline said. I blinked at her, at how all of these women had noted my exit and took it upon themselves to come in to make me feel comfortable.
"I'll make brownies,"
Freya grinned. I was going to try to argue, to tell them that I likely wasn't going to be around long enough to attend dinner parties. But I got the idea that that would go how it went when I told Swiss I was leaving. Well, kind of differently, but the same result. So, kind of like how I did with Swiss, I submitted to these women. Let them welcome me in. I hadn't realized it at the time, but the women had come into the kitchen to make me comfortable and tipsy, enough to make it back into the large common room where everyone was hanging out. Swiss found me the moment I walked back into the room, listening to Freya and Macy try to figure out the best day for the dinner party. He walked over and kissed my head.
"You okay, baby?"
he asked, low enough for only me to hear. I nodded once, not quite sure whether I was lying or not. Somehow he sensed that and walked us to the sofas where everyone settled next to their respective husbands and shot the shit. At some point, the men disappeared behind double doors with "church" scrawled above it. This had me perplexed for a second. I hadn't seen any religious paraphernalia anywhere. They had a wall of framed mugshots, for goodness sake. Mugshots that also could have doubled as GQ covers. No one had said grace when we sat down to eat, and there was no sign of a god of any kind being a ruling force in this club.
"It's a place where they all meet, discuss club business,"
Macy offered, nodding to where I was staring, obviously seeing my confusion.
"Mandatory, once a week," she continued, "after brunch."
"Something that we decided was also mandatory,"
Freya said, adjusting the baby at her hip. I nodded, wondering what exactly constituted club business, but I didn't think it was wise to ask. The fact that the men conducted such business from behind closed doors told me that it was private.
"So you've got to tell us about you and Swiss,"
Macy urged, patting the spot beside her on the sofa. Her 2 boys were running around the room, screaming in glee at whatever game they were playing. Caroline and Jagger's toddler was chasing them, also screaming in glee. I sat down on reflex more than anything else. "Oh, yes," Freya agreed, somehow managing to top up my mimosa — it was basically just orange-colored champagne at this point — without spilling a drop with the baby on her arm. "I am dying to know about how you 2 met." Caroline sat down beside me.
"We have been placing bets on who was going to be next,"
she offered.
"I won," Macy announced with a wide smile.
I really thought you were bonkers for putting your money on Swiss of all people. Freya smirked, settling Eva down in the playpen they'd set up. She brushed her dark brown head tenderly before coming back to join us.
I'm a romantic, Macy told her. Plus, I had a feeling it was his time.
Caroline rolled her eyes at this. We are not talking about feelings. In fact, we are not talking at all. She nodded to me. We need to give Kate the chance to talk. I took a large gulp of my drink with 3 sets of inquisitive female eyes on me. None of their gazes were hostile, not in the slightest. They were kind, warm, curious. We've only known each other for a few days, I said. Macy nodded. So, I don't know if there's anything to tell. All of the women gaped at me.
Honey, 2 days in the alpha male world is like forever,
Freya offered. These guys don't fuck around. She paused, looking toward the double doors. Well, Hades fucked around if you want to get specific, but that's only because he was trying to protect me from himself or whatever. She waved her hand. He knew with me the second I picked him up off the parking lot ground after he was stabbed. Now it was my turn to gape. Stabbed? I repeated. Another dismissive hand wave. Oh, ancient history. He was fine. She looked at Caroline. And technically with Jagger, she thought he was dead for a decade? But that again was because he was trying to protect her from himself. And then he had to hold her captive for a little while because she was doing a story on the club. I was not sure whether my mouth was just hanging open right now or not, but it sure did feel like it.
Don't worry, our story has a happy ending,
Caroline offered with a warm smile.
Let's not scare Kate off now.
Macy jumped in, patting Freya's thigh. She focused her green eyes on me.
What she's saying, honey, is that these men are different. The life they've chosen to lead makes them more in tune with their emotions than your garden variety man. She took a sip of her drink. I'm not gonna lie to you. This life can be dangerous. Her eyes went far away for a second before she refocused on me. So the way the men in the club live their lives is like they are going to die tomorrow, she said. And before they meet their woman, the way they do that is by screwing a lot of other women. They know immediately whether it's just fucking or if it's something more. And once they know it's done, they're done. They don't question it, they commit.
My mimosa was gone by that point, and I didn't even remember drinking it. Commit? I repeated. You mean Swiss is committing to me for... ever? Freya finished for me happily. All of the women were smiling at me. No, beaming at me. They were obviously happy for me, happy for Swiss, as it was clear that they cared about him, loved him. And if I was somehow a different person, without all of the baggage, without all of the lies, I'd be happy too, ecstatic even. But it was not that simple. It never was.
Welcome to the family,
Macy cheered. I smiled my best fake smile and gripped my wine glass, hoping it wouldn't break, hoping I wouldn't break. I didn't decide to get drunk. First, I was caught up in the festivities of the morning, and then there were the women who were constantly refilling my glass. At some point, there were tequila shots. I had never done a tequila shot in my life. Once Freya had found that out, she began feeding them to me until her, Hades, and the baby left. She informed me that since I wasn't breastfeeding, that she had to live vicariously through me. The other 2 women were not breastfeeding, and they had husbands who were staying sober. Husbands who, by the way, made it clear that they adored their women. They were always touching them, staring at them, kissing or yanking them away for a quickie down the hall somewhere. That was Caroline and Jagger. She came back without her lipstick on, her hair mussed and eyes bright.
The entire situation was like nothing I'd ever experienced. It only amplified my feeling of unease, an imposter syndrome that I couldn't shake. Well, I learned that I could shake it with tequila. As the day turned into night, all of the women eventually left. They had small children, after all. It made me miss Violet like a severed limb, nostalgic for the time when she was small and chubby and would hold tightly onto my fingers. It made me wish that I had the experience of a man carrying our sleeping baby while letting me drink mimosas, not at all bothered by any switch in gender stereotypes or concerned about image. I was happy that these women had that. Even after only one afternoon with them, I knew that they deserved that. But I was feeling weird. I was picturing Swiss with a baby strapped to his chest. Our baby. I was picturing our baby after 2 days together while I was still technically married. So yeah, I got drunk. The night got decidedly blurrier and rowdier after the married couples left and the single men remained. I understood that it was a completely different vibe. The scantily clad women from the party having returned, all of whom were perfectly nice to me. One even cried and told me how pretty I was while I was walking toward the bathroom. I might have even cried too. At some point during the night, after I had got up and danced with the woman from the bathroom line, Swiss dragged me off to the bedroom, or maybe I dragged him off. I distinctly remember backing him up against a wall in the hallway, a very public hallway, and making out with him, maybe even dry humping him. My hand definitely went underneath his tee. We made it to his room, and that was where things took a turn. For the better. The clearest memory I had from the night was the door closing and me looking Swiss straight in the eye and asking, "Do you like to be punished?" Swiss's eyes were an inferno.
"Countess, you want to draw and quarter me? I'll give you the fucking knife."
He'd bit out, voice coated in sax. Then there were handcuffs, and they weren't used on me. It turned out tequila shots and Swiss brought out a whole other side to me, one I didn't even know existed, and I liked it. Chapter 9. Kate. A shrill ringing jerked me awake, and awake was not the best thing to be at that moment. Awake was the most terrible thing to be. My head pounded, and that ringing seemed to be coming from the depths of hell, rebounding off my skull, which currently felt like it was made of very fragile glass. My throat burned with thirst, and the room was spinning. "What is that?" I cried out. The arms around me tightened.
"Phone,"
a sleepy voice grunted.
"Yours."
I reached blindly to the side table I very vaguely remembered placing my phone on last night, though I could have just let it ring, lapsing back into delightful unconsciousness. I had no option to do that. I was a mother with a daughter halfway across the world. I needed to be accessible at all times in case of emergency. Realization jerked me wide awake, and I launched up to grasp the phone before it stopped ringing. "Hello?" I greeted urgently, my heart already thundering in fear.
"Where the bloody hell are you?"
An accented voice asked over the phone. I blinked, not completely calming down, but feeling relieved it was not Violet or some French-speaking official on the other end of the phone. "Who is this?" I asked, falling back on the bed.
"That's bloody Julian,"
the voice exclaimed.
"And I'm at the cafe battling the throngs of caffeine-hungry people. I'm about to bloody throttle someone, so you better get your ass here soon."
I opened my mouth to tell him that I most certainly would not be there soon because I was currently dying of a hangover, but I got a dial tone on the other end of the phone. "He hung up on me," I muttered, throwing the phone down on the bed.
Swiss's arms went around me to pull me back to my previous position, on my side with my back against his front. His scent and warmth soothed me, though I was feeling incredibly unwell.
Want me to kill him?
He offered. Not just yet, I sighed.
Well, I may just have to anyway, he grunted. What fucking man is calling you first thing in the morning?
My skin prickled with fear, though it was a lazy kind of fear, unable to wade through all of the fuzz of the hangover. It's not first thing in the morning, I refuted, picking up my phone to glance at it. It's almost 10.
Which is first thing in the morning, considering when we went to bed.
I did not remember what time it was when we made it to his room last night, but I knew we did not go to sleep when we did. A thrill ran through me at the blurry images of what we did in this room in the wee hours of the morning. My body ached with the evidence of it. It's Julian, I answered his question.
The guy from the coffee shop?
Uh-huh, I groaned. He wants me to go there to make coffee. I opened my mouth to explain how and why me making coffee at the cafe made sense, but the story seemed too long, and I didn't know whether I was capable of telling it without throwing up. I had not been this hungover, ever. I do not feel good, I exclaimed, burying my head into the pillow. A low, throaty chuckle was the first sound this morning not to pound against my head. It was somewhat of a salve.
I would imagine,
Swiss muttered, voice still thick with sleep.
You were wasted last night, baby.
My stomach dropped. Not with nausea, though that was swirling in there too. Cold dread momentarily paralyzed me. I'm so sorry, I whispered. Swiss's arms went tight around me before he moved me very gently to my back. He propped himself up on his elbow. I squinted up at him because I was not brave enough to open my eyes all the way yet. I didn't trust the dim sunlight coming from the curtains not to burn my retinas out. I also did not want to see the expression on Swiss's face.
Why the fuck are you apologizing, Countess?
I slowly creaked my eyes open. The light did, in fact, sear against my eyes, but I focused on Swiss. He did not look disgusted or furious with me. He did not look like he was planning on kicking me out of this bed or out of his life. Because I was drunk, I answered slowly.
So was I, he shrugged. So was everyone. It was a party. And you're sexy as fuck when you're drunk.
His hand moved under the covers, down my bare stomach, in between my thighs. I let out a gasp.
And you fuck like a wildcat when you're drunk, he murmured. We've established that I like control when I'm fucking, but even I wasn't brave enough to go against you last night.
He leaned down to kiss my neck. My body forgot about how hungover it was.
I was happy to submit to you,
he said against my neck.
And I'm tempted to get you wasted more often to see what else you do.
My eyes rolled back in my head. So I didn't embarrass you? I asked quietly. The hand between my legs paused, and Swiss's head came up.
That's what you're thinking? He asked. That you embarrassed me?
I nodded slowly, hot with shame. Swiss grasped my chin.
Kate, I have no idea what kind of asshole your ex was. And by the sounds of it, I really don't want to because then I'll be taking a trip to meet him.
His eyes went dark,
and that would not go well for him.
My breath hitched.
But,
Swiss continued,
you are not with him anymore. You're with me.
His eyes blazed, emphasizing his sincerity.
And you do not have to worry about fucking embarrassing me. Not ever. You party as much or as little as you like. You wear whatever the fuck you like, preferably without a bra.
His hand moved to tweak my nipple.
I know you're new to the outlaw world, babe, but you'll learn that we live hard, that we party harder. We don't give a fuck about appearances.
I stared into his eyes, my head thumping and my heart fluttering.
I don't know what shit you've had before, but you don't need to apologize to me about having a good time.
His burnt coffee orbs sparkled as he brushed a strand of hair from my face.
And you certainly don't need to apologize for what you did last night. It was a first for me, which is saying a lot.
Blurry images ran through my mind as I remembered the power I felt last night, liberated by tequila. I immediately knew I wouldn't be able to replicate that night, that feeling again. But that's what made it so special. And the only dread I had about last night completely dissipated. Despite how close to death I was feeling in that moment, soothed quite a bit by the look Swiss was giving me, I'd had fun. Beyond fun. My phone buzzed. I groaned. "That's got to be Julian," I said, my voice ragged. "I only met the man once, but I know he's serious about coffee and have a feeling he's not going to stop calling until I arrive."
"I don't give a fuck,"
Swiss replied, yanking the covers back to expose my naked body. His hands went to my legs, spreading them so he could settle in between them.
"I'm serious about eating my woman's pussy first thing in the morning."
And I could not formulate an argument to go against that. Swiss gave me a ride to work, on the back of his bike. Well, first we stopped at the motel so I could change into different clothes and put on a little makeup. Swiss had lounged on the bed and watched me the entire time. He did not hurry me. To the contrary, he acted like he didn't have anywhere else to be but right there. It was both comforting and unnerving. My nerves were frayed from these past few days, battling both of those feelings, battling my fight-or-flight instinct. It was really only in moments of pause when such thoughts became overwhelming, when I had too much time to think about it all. Which was why it was a good thing I quickly got ready and back on the bike to go to the coffee shop. Aside from a vague throbbing of my head, my hangover was mostly gone. Sex must have been the ultimate cure for that. I had a feeling that sex with Swiss was a cure for almost everything. Though it was still mid-morning, the air was warm and balmy, even on the bike. It was gearing up to be another hot New Mexico day. My skin soaked up the sun, already hungry for me. Although I didn't grow up in the dry, unyielding heat, I felt like I was made for it, like my body was desperate for it. The bike roared to a stop at the front of the cafe, which indeed did look busy. Swiss surprised me by getting off the bike at the same time as me. "You don't have to walk me in," I told him, running my hand through what was probably helmet hair.
"I sure as fuck do,"
he replied, pulling me to his side to kiss my head. He started walking us inside, opening the door for me.
"Plus,"
he said, holding the door,
"I need some Java, and this shit is like crack."
He winked. I breathed in the smell of coffee grounds and food cooking in the kitchen, already feeling amped up for the day ahead, though I already missed the man beside me. "Good, you're here," Julian muttered, looking up, barely glancing at Swiss. He picked up a plate and shoved it in my direction. "Eat this." I glanced down at the plate. It was what looked like a breakfast sandwich, and my mouth watered. "Figured you'd need something greasy, by the way you sounded," he said as he looked at Swiss. "These bastards know how to party."
"And you know how to make good as fuck coffee,"
Swiss retorted, his arm still around me.
"Which is the only reason I'm not taking you outside for calling my woman and dragging her out of bed in the morning."
I gaped up at him and at the threat he delivered that only slightly sounded like he was joking. Julian, to his credit, didn't look surprised or intimidated, not even a little bit. "Well, your woman can give me a run for my money, so she's worth risking a tousle with you," he shot back, winking at me. Swiss chuckled, shaking his head.
"You're the only fucker who can get away with talking to me like that."
"It's the accent," he smirked. "I'm adorable." Julian looked at me. "Eat that." He pointed to the plate. "Say goodbye to your old man, make him a coffee to keep him happy, and then we've got work to do." Julian did not wait for a response. He turned back to the coffee machine and barked at a customer to wait a bloody second. The customer in question blinked in surprise, but then stood quietly as ordered. I grinned as I took my first bite of the sandwich. Then I made a noise at the back of my throat. The bread was perfectly toasted, slathered in butter and soaking with bacon grease. Exactly what my body needed right then. Swiss watched me eat. I normally would have been really self-conscious about him watching me eat in such a messy and unladylike way, but I was much too hungry and hungover to worry about that.
"You gonna share some of that with me?"
he asked, teasing in his tone. Wordlessly, I handed the plate to him. Swiss picked up the sandwich and took a large bite, looking at me while he did it before handing it back to me. The act of sharing food was incredibly intimate, despite everything we'd done that could have been perceived as very fricking intimate, too. I took another bite, then handed him the plate once more. We went back and forth until the sandwich was done, and my stomach no longer felt so unpredictable. I wiped my face with a napkin, and Swiss leaned in to kiss the corner of my mouth.
"Gonna make me a coffee now, Countess?"
he asked quietly. I nodded once.
"Good."
He winked.
"Makes sense. You set me up for the day with your pussy, then your coffee."
My cheeks burned, and Swiss grinned wickedly.
"I know me being crass is turning you on, but we're in a public place. Get a hold of yourself,"
he quipped, reaching back to squeeze my ass. I grinned back at him, and as if I was floating on air, I walked to the coffee machine and proceeded to make my man a coffee. Once I'd handed it to him, he yanked me in for a long kiss not suitable for public consumption.
"I'll pick you up later, baby,"
he murmured. I nodded, breathless. Then I watched him walk out. I was not the only one.
"Stop perving at your man and get me a latte,"
Julian barked. I jumped to attention and did as he said. My mind was on Swiss and coffee for the rest of the day. I didn't know when I started living at the clubhouse. It kind of just happened. Just like how I started working at the cafe. Julian did not bat an eyelash at paying me under the table, nor did he question why I couldn't provide things like a social security number or why my address on file was a motel. The motel that served as a symbol more than anything else, storage for my meager belongings, and the place where I'd hidden the remaining items I was keeping in case of emergency. A diamond tennis bracelet, my wedding and engagement rings. I should have pawned those first, the second I made the decision to leave. I wasn't sure why I was still holding on to them. They were a symbol of the pain I'd lived through, of the control Preston had had over me. But I couldn't let go of them. Even though both of the rings were worth thousands, tens of thousands, more than enough to set me up. I'd need to pay for a lawyer eventually, though, a good one. And although I hadn't had much experience of the real world in my adult life, I understood that a good divorce lawyer was likely to cost more than the rings and bracelet were worth, maybe 10 times more. That thought made me itchy and panicky, so I tried to avoid it and the motel. I only went there under the pretense that I had some kind of life outside of Swiss and the club.
which I really, really didn't. I slept at the club, ate at the club, cooked for the club, shopped for the club, and if I wasn't eating there, I was eating at Hanson and Macy's, Hades and Freya's, or Jagger and Caroline's place. And when I was shopping, I was more often than not with one of them, the old ladies. Old lady, that's what I was. Biker slang for going steady, but a lot more serious than that. I understood that everyone was surprised that Swiss had declared that he had a woman. I was not sure if people were surprised by who he chose. No one judged me. No one made me feel unwelcome or out of place, even though I was. No. From the beginning, every single member of the club made me feel like family. Which made my deception all the more horrendous. I'd almost told Swiss 100 times. The longer I went without telling him, the harder it was to tell the truth. He knew about Violet. He knew that I was estranged from her father, but he thought that estrangement was a formal legal arrangement. I'd never lied outright to him, but he'd assumed that, and I'd let him. Swiss didn't ask a whole lot about my past. He didn't seem to care about what got me there, just the fact I was there. Though I was infinitely curious, I never asked about his either. I wanted to know him, desperately. I wanted to know him deeply and intimately, more deeply than anyone ever had. There was a lot underneath the muscle, the charm, the cheeky humor, the smoldering sexual intensity, the danger. There was something dark, something painful. I sensed it the more time I spent with him. As much as I ached to know about his pain, there was no way for me to ask him without offering the same in return. It was unethical to demand to know about his past when I was keeping so much from him. So I was living in a biker clubhouse and deeply, deeply in denial. I was also making coffee at the cafe 6 days a week and helping out in the kitchen. But as much as Julian seemed to be impressed by my cooking, he was very serious about who he let use the espresso machine. Him and me. That was it. No one else was approved. Making coffee was meditative for me, but my heart was in the kitchen. And although Swiss constantly told me I didn't have to cook for the club, which all of the members within hearing distance argued with, good-naturedly, of course, I liked doing it. They appreciated everything I cooked for them. I was currently working through The Joy of Cooking, kind of as an ode to Julia, and to my daughter who was currently sampling wonderful French food, and a French man I didn't entirely approve of. But she was happy. She sounded it when she called. She spoke fast, telling me everything she was doing, asking every now and again about my aunt. Luckily, I managed to change the subject quickly. When I was making coffee, I let myself dream about cooking, about opening a quaint little restaurant here in Garnet, finding a house in the desert, making it my own, making it ours, mine and Swiss's. Although I knew that would only ever be just a dream. I liked working. Loved it, in fact. I adored the bustle of the morning coffee rush, the quiet first thing in the morning, the smell of freshly ground coffee, the weight of a tray of food as I took it from the kitchen to a table. Loved speaking to people, smiling, laughing. I adored feeling tired at the end of the day, the ache of my feet, the sense of purpose. I got lost in the rhythm of it all, my mind not straying to places I was avoiding, like the knowledge that Violet was due back in the country in a few months, and my 3-month deadline was looming, that I'd have to leave this place. The mere thought of it had my stomach lurching, despite how much I missed my daughter and needed to see her. The logistics of seeing her and avoiding Preston were keeping me up at night, no matter how tired I was. no matter how tight Swiss's arms were around me. The lies I was telling weighed heavily, too. I was falling deeper for this man every day, forming relationships with everyone in the club. And I was deceiving them. The walls were closing in on me, and I had no clue what to do. I had no one to ask for advice, despite how close I had been to telling Swiss everything multiple times. And Macy and Freya, who seemed kind, capable, and without any kind of judgment. But I'd held back, because I didn't want them to think differently of me, less of me. Didn't want them to think I was some weak, spineless housewife who had no idea how the real world worked. Who had no idea how to file a fucking tax return or do anything a grown adult should know how to do because her husband had made sure of that. I felt more seen and known than I ever had in my life in so many ways here. Yet I also felt more of an imposter than ever before. Sure, I'd been playing a part of the perfect wife and mother all of my adult life. But that role had been crafted out of necessity, for my survival. And I'd never been around people that cared about me like this. I'd never wanted to tell the truth as much as I did now. The fear stopped me, though. Because the afternoon rush had slowed, I had an opportunity to ruminate on this. A pit forming in my stomach with the knowledge that there was no way that this could end well. That was until the bell over the door tolled, and motorcycle boots thumped on the wooden floor. My heart skipped as my eyes locked with Swiss's. All my troubles shrank, and my body sang with his presence. His eyes slid up and down my body slowly. My knees shook under the weight of his stare. The cafe was housed in one of the older buildings in town, and it had AC that was fine if you were sitting down enjoying a coffee and something to eat, but not so much if you were running around and in and out of a hot kitchen. Beyond that, it was New Mexico in the middle of summer. The heat was dry, unyielding, and seemed to seep through every crack of the building. Not that I minded it. I adored the summer. I hated winter. Trudging through the snow, my fingers numb if I forgot gloves. The sensation of never being able to get warm. I was in my element here, especially since there was absolutely no dress code at the cafe, and not an eyebrow was raised at the frayed denim skirt I was wearing paired with cowboy boots and a slouchy black top that exposed my left shoulder. I didn't consider the outfit sexy in any kind of way, but that all changed with Swiss's eyes on me. The New Mexico summer had nothing on the heat he emitted. My breath went shallow, and I opened my mouth to greet him, or to declare my undying fealty to him, but he spoke first.
"Kate's on break,"
Swiss barked at Julian. I scowled at him. A simple expression that I was only just learning I was safe to have, along with the pissed tone I spoke in next. "You are not the boss here," I hissed, "and you do not have the authority to tell the owner of this cafe when I can go on break." While I was saying this, Swiss was untying my apron, and I was too dumbfounded to physically fight him. I stood in horror as he tossed the apron on the counter. "Swiss!" I scolded. "I've got work to do." A chuckle sounded from behind us.
"Sweetheart, don't think he's gonna take no for an answer. And I, for one, am not brave enough to fight him with that look in his eyes,"
Julian interjected. "Plus, you're due for a break." I opened my mouth to argue with him, since there was still a long line of people waiting for coffee, but Swiss took that moment to drag me off. Drag me off. I didn't fight him at first because I was surprised and because I didn't want to make a scene. Then I got a look at his face, the look in his eyes, and I was no longer thinking about fighting him. I was thinking about something else entirely. "Swiss, you can't just drag me out of work because you want to have sex with me," I protested, as he pulled us off the sidewalk and down the alleyway that ran down the side of the building. The alleyway itself was quiet. The building on the other side of it was a quaint antique store that was closed on weekends. I looked lovingly at the window displays of the store whenever I walked into work, imagining walking in there, buying the jade green lamp or the vintage oil painting of a cottage garden. But I never went in, because I did not have a home to put a jade green lamp in or a wall to hang a painting on. Right now, though, I was not thinking about lamps or paintings. I was thinking about Swiss taking me down an alley in broad daylight with a certain look in his eyes. "Swiss!" I snapped when he didn't respond to me, yanking the arm he was dragging me with. He stopped walking, but he did not turn to have a conversation with me. Instead, he pushed me against the brick wall and started kissing me. I responded immediately. The reality that there was a sidewalk at the opening of the alley not far away disappearing from my mind. The brick was rough against my skin as Swiss pressed his body into mine, his hands shoving my skirt up to my waist. I wasn't sure whether I was clawing at him, trying to tear his clothes off, or if I was just holding on for dear life. All I knew was that I met his desperate, carnal hunger with something animal of my own. Maybe I blacked out, or maybe I was drowning in the clashing of our mouths, but at some point he'd freed himself from his jeans, and my panties were pushed to the side. My leg went around his hip, then he plunged inside of me. I was already soaking wet for him, from the second he'd started to drag me from the cafe, despite my protests. My head might have slammed back against the brick wall had his hand not protected it. One of them was half lifting me at the hip, the other was at the back of my head, making sure I didn't give myself a concussion. His strangled grunts of pleasure echoed through my bones as his lips moved against mine. Swiss fucked me with ferocious abandon, and I met him for every thrust, every cell in my body singing for him. My body was coiled tight, ready to explode. Swiss's hand moved from behind my head to around my neck. The familiar pressure almost took me over the edge, the pain, the black spots in my vision beckoning me to the abyss.
"Look at me,"
Swiss snarled, barely sounding human. My eyes found his immediately, drowning in the obsidian pools of his irises. It was then, right then, that I exploded, that Swiss's grunts of pleasure harmonized with mine. He emptied himself into me, each pulse of his cock causing aftershocks to ripple through me. We'd had the conversation a week ago about me being on birth control, about me being comfortable with him not using a condom. He'd barely been able to keep his hands off me since then, and I was somewhat the same, to put it mildly. Slowly, both of my feet settled on the ground, though I was not strong enough to hold my body weight quite yet. Swiss steadied me, keeping hold of my hips with one hand while riding my skirt with the other. He used a bandana that was tucked into his back pocket to clean me and the cum trickling down the inside of my thigh. I blinked the world back into focus, the lights suddenly bright, sounds of cars and people not that far away. We just had sex in an alley in broad daylight, essentially right outside my place of work. And it did not bother me one bit. It took a long time to compose myself, my breathing.
"You wear shit like that, Countess. I'm gonna drag you out of work and fuck you."
When he spoke finally, his voice was thick and gravelly, causing my skin to prickle with goose flesh. "I'll make a note to buy 3 more of these skirts," I replied, my voice husky. His eyes found mine, and they flared.
"I'll buy you a whole fucking store of those boots, too," he murmured.
I glanced down to the boots, grinning.
We're heading off on a run,
he said as he buttoned his jeans. I glanced up at him. A run? He nodded slowly. Am I supposed to know what that is? I asked. The men had mentioned runs every now and then, but I was always busy doing something. And the alone time Swiss and I spent together was not used to talk about club slang and what it meant. I didn't know what being a member of the Sons of Templar really entailed, except for being criminally hot and wearing cool outfits, throwing great parties, and living an overall awesome existence free of rules or social constraints. Yes, I could hazard a guess as to what the club did. Swiss wore a gun in a holster under his cut and had a knife strapped to his belt. He would sometimes leave in the middle of the night and go straight to the shower instead of getting in bed with me when he came back. I might have lived a sheltered life, but I wasn't a complete idiot. I understood it was highly likely that the Sons made their living off nefarious things, that Swiss broke the law. He never pretended to be a saint. Though he didn't lay out the specifics of what he did, he didn't hide anything from me either. I had the feeling he would reply truthfully to whatever question I asked, that he would trust me with the truth. Heck, I had the feeling he was waiting for me to ask so we could cross over that imaginary barrier, so that I would settle into this place more permanently. But I could not ask him to trust me. I could not seek that trust when I had not yet trusted him with my truth.
Got a shipment coming in,
he explained, pulling me to his chest.
We're meeting some business partners in Arizona.
He looked at me expectantly, as if he were waiting for me to ask for more, to clarify his vague explanation as to what he was doing. I supposed maybe that's what most women would do. We were innately curious, especially about men we were sleeping with, especially about men we were falling in love with. And I was curious, desperately so. More than anything, I was clutched with worry about Swiss. I could gather that his lifestyle was full of danger, both from him being hurt or locked up. The thought of either happening filled me with dread and panic. "How long will you be gone?" I asked instead of the myriad of other questions I had on my mind. Something flickered in Swiss's eyes, something that looked a lot like disappointment. But it was gone as soon as it appeared, and I could have imagined it.
2 days,
he replied, stroking my back.
Maybe 3.
I nodded, feeling sick to my stomach. 2 days, maybe 3. Not long, not at all. Certainly not a stretch of time to have a panic attack about, but I was on the verge of one. That was 2, maybe 3 less days I had with Swiss. Violet would be home in a few months. I needed to be at the airport when she landed, regardless of what was going on with Preston. I still hadn't contacted a lawyer. I'd gone as far as researching some of the best ones in our state, but I did not possess the courage or the capital to actually call the firms. So I was putting my head in the sand, pretending I didn't have a whole life to plan for, that I didn't have to face my abusive, estranged husband in the near future, that I had to leave the life I'd made here. All of that was indescribably terrifying and not something I should have been able to ignore. And I wouldn't be able to ignore it, not without Swiss.
"I'll try my best to make it 2.
Swiss said, dropping a feather-soft kiss against my lips. I stewed on that.
But we might have another, more legitimate, more fulfilling job to do, depending on how things shake out."
I tilted my head in question. The word legitimate piqued my curiosity.
"One of the other charters started an organization,"
he elaborated, rubbing my arms now.
"President of Oregon grew up seeing some tough shit, mother being smacked around by his dad, until he killed his father at 16, got locked up for it, patched the second he got out."
My heart thundered.
Anyway, like most of us, he abhors men who are weak enough to lay hands on women.
Swiss continued, obviously unaware of the rapid change in my body temperature. It felt like I was being frozen to the spot.
Have no fucking idea how it's structured. Just know that we get a location, turn up, and help a woman move out. Rough up the husband a little if he's stupid enough to be home.
He grinned wickedly at me.
That's not a part that's advertised to the public, but it's a personal favorite of mine.
I smiled back at him, or at least I was pretty sure that's what my face did. There it was. Proof that Swiss and the club really could and would help me. They had a whole organization established to keep women safe from violent husbands. Well, at the very least, keep them safe while they left those violent husbands. But I'd already left mine. And getting their help would mean revealing a whole other part of me. One I was not willing to share with Swiss. Not now. Maybe not ever. I took a deep breath and looked up at him, trying my best to hide the sorrow that was reaching my fingertips with the knowledge my time with this man was truly running out. My eyes met his, and I leaned into his touch, his smell, the safety of his presence. There it was again, the truth, on the tip of my tongue. I could say it all now. We could figure this out together. He would not let me leave once he knew the truth. I knew that. He would not let me face Preston alone. He would not let Preston hurt me. I knew all of these things, knew he cared about me. No. He cared about the Kate he'd met at the club. The Kate who drank beer and wore ripped jeans, who partied, who cooked, who worked in a coffee shop. I wasn't at all sure how he'd feel about the other Kate, the one I was hiding. "I'll miss you," I said quietly, opting for a much smaller, much simpler truth. "But you should stay longer to do that. Help that woman," I added, thinking of what courage it must have taken for her to make the call to the club, make the decision to leave. She deserved to have Swiss standing there, protecting her. He searched my face. I worried about what he'd find there, even though I knew he couldn't possibly read my mind.
"I'll miss you too,"
he said, voice husky, forehead resting against mine.
"Vision of me fucking my countess against a brick wall in broad daylight is gonna have me rushing home to you, though."
My body warmed at his throaty tone, at the reality of what he'd just said. Home to you. 3 small words that filled me up, even though they were based on a lie that would keep me up later. Chapter 10. Kate. "Do you believe in magic?" I asked. We were having a girls' night at Hades and Freya's house. Almost everyone's husband was away on this run, which I figured meant it was important. I'd tried to decline the invitation, deciding that now was the time I needed to distance myself from these women, to make it easier for me to leave. But they wouldn't hear of it, and I wasn't strong enough to argue with them. I was slowly finding my voice with Swiss. I was brave enough to disagree with him on occasion, but that was rare and when I acted on instinct. I couldn't unlearn a lifetime of behavior in a handful of weeks. Weeks. That's what it had been. Almost a month. How could it have been such a small stretch of time? I was mulling over that when I drove out into the desert to Freya's place. Freya had greeted me at the door with champagne. Her house was utterly beautiful, utterly her. A mix of bohemian and glam. Her friend Marilyn had been there most of the night and was an absolute delight. She was one of the most attractive women I'd ever seen. And she worked at the strip club Freya worked at before she had Eva. That's where I knew Freya from.
She had a wildly popular YouTube channel that Violet had loved, speaking about being a stripper, beauty routines, and tricks of the trade. It was wild that my daughter idolized two women I had fallen into hanging out with. Marilyn had left earlier because her and her husband were getting ready for a baby of their own they were having via surrogate. She'd invited me to the baby shower in 3 months. I'd accepted the invitation, knowing I'd never attend. Now we were sitting outside, in the glow of the outdoor fireplace with the desert yawning around us and the stars twinkling above us. It was total bliss. I was thinking about everything that had happened in the past month, which had prompted me to ask the question about magic. Of course, Macy responded immediately. Oh no, don't get her started. Caroline rolled her eyes, but in a way a sister might, with softness, with good-natured teasing, with love. Oh, stop, Macy shot back. You loved Lord of the Rings. We did, Freya agreed, sipping her drink. The first time you made us watch it, Caroline added. Not the 30 times after that, Freya finished. I smiled, watching them. There was an ease there that I hadn't seen before, that I didn't know existed. I was instantly envious of them for what they had, desperate to belong. It was not 30 times, Macy snapped, unaware of how I was coveting her friendships, how I was coveting their lives, except with my own biker, with my own version of a happily ever after, not the rapidly dwindling amount of time I had left with them all. More like 40, Caroline muttered under her breath. Freya grinned into her drink. Like there is a limit to the amount of times anyone could watch that movie, Macy scoffed. She focused on me. Don't listen to them. They believe in magic, all right. I smiled at her. I think it was magic that brought me here, I said shyly. I have no other explanation for it. I looked out toward the desert, promising myself I would one day have a place like this. Even if it wouldn't be filled with the man I'd come to love, the women I'd come to love. I was driving, looking for something, I don't know what. But I knew I was lost, I whispered. And I found myself here, with Swiss. I glanced at the women who were all watching me intently. With all of you. And I guess I just want to thank you. My words rushed out at the end as I was embarrassed at how candid I was being. You don't need to thank us, honey, Macy said gently. The club is family, which, if I could be so bold as to say, apart from your daughter, who we can't wait to meet, by the way, is something that you were sorely lacking. She reached across to squeeze my hand. And that is the club's special kind of magic. Finding people who need us most, bringing us all together. And girlfriend, settle in, because it's a forever kind of thing. She winked at me as I fought back tears. That calls for a toast, Freya declared, standing. She raised her glass. To this forever kind of thing. I stood on unsteady legs and raised my own glass. To the forever kind of thing, I repeated. I forced confidence into my voice, even though I knew it was fraudulent, even though I knew this wasn't a forever kind of this. The clinking of our glasses echoed out into the desert, and I sent out a wish that there was some way, somehow, I could find a way to stay here with these people. But even as I wished it, I knew in my bones it wouldn't come true. I was not a runner. Pilates, hot yoga, those were the two things I did to stay in shape, in addition to starving myself, because that's what the women in my group did, and those were activities approved by Preston. He didn't want me running on the streets. He certainly didn't want me in a gym where men could speak to me, hit on me,
nor would he want to run the risk of me getting strong enough to hit him back if I chose to. Not that the strength to fight back came from lifting weights. It came from a place inside a person, one that did not exist inside of me. Otherwise, it would have awoken that very first day he hit me. Those were the thoughts that had me putting on the cheap tennis shoes I'd worn the first 2 weeks and getting up to go for a run at 2 a.m. I couldn't be alone in this motel room, with only my thoughts and the crushing weight of the future threatening to ground me to dust. Last night had been perfect. I was distracted enough with the company of the women. Then the booze and copious amounts of food had made it so that I was unconscious the second my head hit the lumpy motel pillow. This was the first night I was truly alone with myself. All of the women had offered to do something with me, have me over. But I knew the invitations came out of knowledge that I would be sitting alone in a depressing motel room. Swiss had tried to get me to stay at his room at the club while he was gone. While it was tempting, I didn't feel comfortable with that. Being there, existing there while he wasn't there. Sure, there had been nights when I'd fallen asleep without him, nights when he was out doing things I still didn't know about. But he always crawled into bed with me after. We always made the trip to the kitchen for breakfast together. Even if I was there, cooking dinner for everyone while he was away doing something I didn't know about, there was comfort in the knowledge that he was coming back. He was my anchor to the club. Without him, I felt like some lonely, out-of-place housewife pretending to be something she wasn't. The motel was safer. Or so I thought. Until it became apparent I couldn't be alone with my own thoughts. Couldn't stand the scratchy sheets, cleaned with a detergent that didn't smell like Swiss, like sex. I couldn't stand the thin walls that broadcasted whatever my neighbor was watching on TV. The sleepy street with the odd car driving by. I had tried to watch TV shows that Freya had urged me to binge, had drank a couple of beers while doing it, but I couldn't relax. And I knew the only way to escape that feeling was to down a lot more beers. Getting drunk on my own in a motel room was not a low that I was willing to sink to, so I'd tried to concentrate on the shows. Then I'd tried to concentrate on going to sleep for hours, until it became clear I was not going to sleep, and I was very close to a complete breakdown. I was desperate, shaking, scared of my own thoughts, and I was working on instinct more than anything else. So I'd shoved a hoodie on over the jersey sleep shorts I was wearing, put on the worn shoes, and left. I'd bought some cheap headphones, the ones that still had cords, at one of my stops. The only way I could sleep the first few nights was with music blasting in my ears, putting those in to drown out the intrusive thoughts. I had no idea where I was going as I pounded the pavement, running down a deserted main street. There was not a soul around, no one pouring out of bars. The only place open was the strip club where Freya used to work, and that was on the other side of town. Sure, Garnet wasn't perfect, but it was a pretty, sleepy, and safe town, all things considered. I didn't even see a car until I left the main street behind and worked my way toward the desert road leading out of town. The stars yawned above me, the ceiling of the night hanging low and heavy. My breaths were labored, and my limbs burned with exertion, a thin layer of sweat covering my entire body. I'd been going for at least 30 minutes, if not more, and I was getting well and truly out into the desert. Though this town may not be dangerous in terms of people, I was sure there were plenty of animals I could encounter that would see me as easy prey. Prey. That's what I was, still. An easy target with a will like tissue paper. Something you could tear through without effort. As I spent time with Swiss, with the women from the club, I'd come to think that I'd managed to grow, strengthen. that I was made of something thicker than that. But I couldn't even handle a motel room without Swiss. And very soon, I'd have to handle forever. A divorce, a new start, a real one, with my Social Security card, my non-existent credit, and a divorce that would likely leave me with nothing. If Preston somehow agreed to divorce, if I somehow managed to keep out of his clutches for as long as the divorce proceedings lasted. I forced my limbs harder, intent on pushing myself so hard that those thoughts would burn out of me. I didn't even register the single headlight that roared past me as I ran. I was focusing on the burn of lactic acid in my lungs. So I didn't process it turning around on the road behind me, nor did I hear the roar of the motorcycle. I didn't notice it until it slowed, pulling off to the shoulder in front of me, blocking my way, turning so the headlight illuminated me. I squinted against the light, lifting my hand to help with the glare. My gait slowed, and my heart beat painfully against my chest as I watched a dark figure dismount the bike and block out the light with his body. I immediately knew it was Swiss. My body relaxed at his presence, at his strong and purposeful gait, though when I saw the expression on his face, I tensed up all over again. He was pissed. That much was clear. His mouth moved rapidly as he approached me, and I rolled back on my heels just a little. He stopped right in front of me, putting a very purposeful distance between us, his mouth moving rapidly, hands fisted at his sides. "What?" I asked, still squinting, music blasting in my ears. I didn't think to take the buds out of my ears. I was still disorientated and winded from the run. I was struggling to comprehend that Swiss was standing in front of me on the side of the road in the middle of the night.
"What the fuck are you doing running on your own with headphones on at 2 in the fucking morning?"
Swiss demanded, after leaning forward and yanking the earbuds from my ears. I didn't flinch back from his angry tone nor his hand flying so close to my face. I knew better than that. "I'm sorry," I said immediately. Fury flickered on his face, giving way to confusion.
"Don't need you to apologize to me, Countess,"
he responded tentatively.
"Need you to tell me what the fuck you're doing out here."
I stared at him, taking in a deep breath, then another. I was gauging his face, his energy, gauging my safety in that scenario. Once I was a little more grounded and working off my current knowledge, not off old memories that belonged to a different man, I realized I was safe. I was always safe with Swiss. With myself, not so much. "I couldn't sleep," I admitted meekly, my tone submissive.
"You couldn't sleep?"
Swiss repeated. I shook my head slowly.
"You can't sleep, Kate. You pop a pill."
He pinched the bridge of his nose.
"You take a tequila shot or 2. You put on trash TV. Most importantly, you call me. You tell me that you've got shit swirling in your head so intensely that you're taking yourself out running in the middle of the night like you're fleeing from a fucking murderer."
He was no longer speaking softly.
"Why in the fuck didn't you call me?"
he demanded. I frowned at him. Why didn't I call him? Aside from not wanting to sound pathetic and clingy, I hadn't even considered it. Of course, I wanted to hear his voice, wanted to know what he was doing, who he was with, if he missed me. But I had no idea of the protocol for such things. "I didn't want to bother you," I said quietly.
"You didn't want to bother me?"
he repeated. I shook my head.
"Kate, you're my fucking woman," he clipped. "Besides the fact that I was thinking of you the entire fucking time I was gone and hearing your voice would have been welcome at any point. You find yourself in a situation like this?"
He waved his arm at me.
"Then you call me. That is not a bother. You are not a bother. Me driving up on this, seeing this, that's a fucking bother. Now get on the back of my fucking bike.
I stared at him. The last part was a command, no doubt about it. But I just couldn't bring myself to obey it. Not when the sweat from the run had dried on my skin. The breeze was picking up and my insides had turned to ice. Swiss was staring at me harshly, but I stayed rooted in place. Finally, his jaw softened, his stance changing into something less hostile.
Baby,
he murmured, as if he were talking to an animal that might spook, which, incidentally, was what I felt like right now.
I'm pissed at you, but only because it gave me the shock of my life seeing you out here, my mind running through the things that could have happened.
He stepped forward slowly, watching me. Whatever he saw in my face had him crossing the distance between us quickly and pulling me into his arms. I immediately melted into his chest, clinging to the sides of his cut, inhaling the smell of leather and the scent that was uniquely him. Swiss kissed the top of my head.
I was scared,
he murmured, pulling me back so we could make eye contact.
It terrifies me, the thought of something happening to you. And I'm a guy who functions off the belief that he's a badass in control of everything. Which means I don't do well with fear, and I'm sorry.
I blinked at him. He was apologizing to me. Immediately after doing the thing that he was sorry for, as soon as he saw the effect his anger had on me. There were a lot of things I could have, should have said then, looking into the endless eyes of the man I loved. And I did love Swiss. In addition to my very real and scary problems, that was the main thing that had me out running. Something I quite obviously could not tell him. "You may have to carry me to the bike," I chuckled softly, "because I haven't run in my life and I fear I may have lost the use of my legs." Swiss stared at me for a beat and then burst out laughing. It was not a joke. Now that the fear and adrenaline had worn off, my muscles were locking up, and my knees were shaking under the stress of keeping my body upright. Swiss gathered me into his arms once he'd finished laughing.
"You gonna be able to fuck when we get home?"
he asked, walking us to the bike.
"Because I'm definitely gonna need to get inside you."
My body flushed. "As long as you do all the work," I told him. A throaty chuckle.
"I think I can do that."
And just like that, a biker on a Harley saved me in the middle of the night. From myself. For the time being, at least. True to his word, Swiss did all the work when we got back to the club. First in the shower, then in the bed, with me tied up. He had just let me out of the restraints and pulled me onto his chest. We didn't do much talking when we got in. It was all about our bodies, desperate for each other, rediscovering each other after only a day and a half apart. But there were going to be words now. Swiss wasn't one to let something go, and me running down a deserted road in the middle of the night was pretty fricking weird and needed a little more explanation than what I gave. "I'm not ready to talk about it," I announced before Swiss could ask the question I knew was on the tip of his tongue. I could tell by his intake of breath, the energy in the air. And I was not someone to believe in energies, but there was no other way to explain it. Swiss rubbed my back.
"I get it," he said. "I understand there's shit both of us are holding back because it's intense, because it's fucked up, because it'll tear apart the awesome fucking thing we've created."
His eyes narrowed.
"Not break it or make it so that I don't want you. Fair warning, when you are ready to tell me your shit, there's nothing that you can say that'll make me let you go."
Wrong. Totally wrong. But I didn't say that out loud, of course. I was too busy reveling in what he was saying, the emotion in his words.
I'm just very aware that things have been good between us, he continued. Really fucking good. And I know that you, arriving here with a duffel full of shit, staying at a weekly motel, a nice one to be sure, nothing to be ashamed of, but I'm pretty sure your life before was all about designer suitcases and fancy-ass hotels.
I pursed my lips at how accurate his assessment was.
I'm aware that the shit you left behind, the life you left behind was rough on you. Very fucking aware that you're emerging from a chrysalis, that I was lucky enough to see you come out a butterfly. And fuck if I'm gonna be the one to bruise those exquisite brand new wings. Not yet. You deserve this.
He sighed loudly.
Fuck, I know I do. So I'm being a little selfish on my behalf. But baby, you want to dive in right now, tomorrow, next week? I'm ready to go deeper with you. Fucking aching to get to the core of you.
Tears filled my eyes. I was not aware that men were able to see things so clearly, feel so deeply, string words together like Swiss just had. They wrapped around my heart like barbed wire, cutting me with every beat. He was doing everything right, saying wonderful things, and the weight of it was foreign, uncomfortable after years of abuse.
But we can wait.
His fingers rubbed my tender wrists, the stiffness from the restraints dissipating with each stroke.
As long as you promise not to go running anywhere in the middle of the night.
I promise, I replied immediately. I hated myself for making a promise like that, one I knew I was going to eventually break. The next morning, I emerged from the bathroom early. The telltale twinge in my stomach had woken me. Swiss was squinting at me.
Get back in this bed,
he ordered.
Wanna fuck you,
he added sleepily. Despite what was going on with my ovaries, my body responded. Seeming to have a mind of its own, I very much wanted him to do that. We can't have sex, I said tentatively.
Why the fuck not?
Swiss demanded, sitting up in bed now, obviously a lot more awake. I'm, on my period, I told him very quietly. I was thoroughly disgusted at the shame in my voice and coursing through my body. I'd made sure that Violet was never ashamed of what her body did. Made sure it was not a dirty, secret thing like it was when I was growing up. It was a part of being a woman. A part that wasn't always great, but something to be proud of. Violet, to her credit, was not embarrassed in the slightest. And I was proud of myself for not letting all my crap leach into her. And to Preston's credit, he never shamed our daughter when she talked openly about her bodily functions. In fact, he'd celebrated her, prided himself on being the father who would go in and buy her tampons and then the Diva cup that was so much better for her and the environment. I loved that Preston was like that with our daughter, and to a point with me. He never really wanted to know too much about it, but he would run me a bath. He'd get a heating pad for me if cramps were bad. Of course, only after I'd given him the obligatory blowjob that he was entitled to when I was menstruating. He certainly wouldn't touch me in any other way. He thought it was foul. Because I didn't have anyone else to compare my situation to, I assumed that most men, certainly most men in my generation, were of the same opinion. It only served to shame me further when some of the times I was the most turned on were during the week that Preston refused to touch me. That, of course, was coupled with the ever-present shame from still being turned on by the husband who beat me.
You're on your period?
Swiss repeated, bringing me back into the small room that was once his that had become ours. My clothes, a collection growing steadily thanks to Macy, Freya, and Caroline, were in the compact closet, and I had 2 drawers of my very own in the dresser. I had bought a scented candle to put on that dresser. Swiss liked that and bought more, discovering all of the things we could do with the hot wax. A couple of pieces of cheap jewelry were arranged in a little bowl on the dresser. The bathroom was changed the most, with proper and separate shampoos, body wash, and body scrubs in the shower. Assorted skincare and makeup arranged beside the sink. Now a little box of tampons stashed in the bathroom cabinet. Swiss pulled back the covers, got out of bed, naked, and walked to where I was standing by the bathroom door. He didn't stop until he made it to me, one hand going to my hip, the other brushing hair from my face. I was only wearing his tee. Most of the time I slept naked, and when I didn't, I was wearing something of his.
"You want to fuck?"
he asked, his pillowy lips tilted up. My skin flamed. "I can't," I murmured. His finger went to my chin, lifting it up so I couldn't avoid his eyes.
"I don't believe that was the question. Now, if you're hurtin', I'm totally down to go on a junk food run, tuck you up in bed, and cuddle and watch whatever show or movie you want."
His hand stroked my hip.
"But if you want my cock, I'm more than happy to give that to you, Countess."
My eyes widened at him. "Don't you think it's, gross?" He frowned at me.
"Not one single thing about the female body, yours in particular, that I think is gross, Kate."
His hand skimmed across my stomach, then up to my breasts, which were slightly swollen and tender. I sucked in an unsteady breath.
"I happen to think the female body is fucking glorious,"
he murmured.
"At any time of the month."
He gently tweaked my nipple.
"And in case you haven't noticed, baby, I'm more than a little fucked up. I like to see a woman bleed."
His finger brushed the swell of my breast, where he'd ran a knife along it 2 nights before, licking the blood from the blade as he fucked me.
"To be able to fuck you, cover myself in the beauty of your body while going through its cycle,"
he rasped against my mouth. His lips found mine.
"Fucking delicious. But something I'm discovering with you is that I get a different kind of pleasure just being with you, whether or not my dick is inside you. So you want to wait? We'll wait."
His hand skimmed down my stomach, and he watched me from inches away. His fingers slipped into my waistband.
"But I know your body very well," he continued. "So I can see you want this. The only thing holding you back is whatever shit has been drilled into you in the past."
His fingers parted me, finding my clit and rubbing it gently. When I let out a little moan, he grinned wickedly.
"Yeah, my woman wants me to fuck her."
His finger found the string of my tampon and tugged gently. Not enough to pull it out, but enough pressure to make his intentions known. My body flushed with arousal and need. It felt wrong, forbidden, and exciting. Swiss kissed my neck.
"We're gonna go and take this out."
He tugged the string a little harder this time.
"Then we're going to fuck in the bed."
And we did just that. The sheets were stained with my blood afterward. And I wasn't ashamed. I loved it. Chapter 11. Kate. 1 week later. "Why don't you have your own place?" I blurted. I'd just got back from work at the coffee shop. Swiss had picked me up as he always did. We were lying on top of his bed, both drinking a beer. It was unusual for us to be sitting fully clothed on top of the bed after not seeing each other for a few hours. Most of the time, we could barely get the door closed before we started tearing at each other's clothes. My appetite for him had not been sated, not in the least. If anything, it had become more ravenous. And Swiss hadn't seemed to tire of me either. He was more needful, urgent, intense, violent, and tender all at the same time. But today, we both seemed content enjoying each other's company. The warm breeze blowing in from the open window, music playing from the common room where everyone was gearing up for the weekly party. "I'm sorry," I apologized, embarrassed. "That's totally rude and intrusive of me to ask."
"Countess, you can ask me whatever the fuck you want," he told me. "Quite happy for you to intrude into every corner of my life,"
he added with a grin. After he took a long pull of his beer, he looked more serious.
"Came to the club a long time ago when I was very fucked up," he told me. "A story for another day."
The way his eyes went far away, shrouded with a pain I hadn't seen in him, told me that story would shatter my heart. I ached to scoop him into my arms, to protect him somehow. But you couldn't protect someone from the past.
Once I got my patch, I jumped around different clubs, was a nomad.
I frowned at this, and Swiss caught my confusion.
Patched members usually have a home club, he explained. Either in their hometown or a place they adopted as theirs. I didn't have a home club. Liked being able to move on, to not put down roots. The patch, that was my only home.
My eyes flickered to the leather he was always wearing. Every day I learned how important, how integral it was to his identity.
Came here to help rebuild the club after it was almost wiped out on Christmas, a few years ago.
I stared at him. Wiped out?
A massacre.
He nodded, his face grim.
Almost every patched member, every club girl, everyone except for Macy, Hanson, Jagger, and Scarlett.
The words sunk in. Scarlett I'd heard about in passing. She lived in California with her husband who was patched into the club there. But Macy, Hanson, and Jagger I'd come to know very well. They were good people, the absolute best. And I'd seen what they thought of the club, how they considered it their family. Swiss wiped a tear that had escaped from my eye.
Still bleeds, that wound.
He shook his head.
Some cuts sink so deep they never even scab over.
My mind went to the past, all the way back to my childhood, to my own seeping, oozing wound, the one I ignored.
I had intended to stay for as long as they needed me,
Swiss continued.
But I found I liked it here, liked my brothers.
He took another long pull.
Lost another one, Claw, a while ago. Almost made me leave again.
His eyes seared into mine.
But that would have been doing what I'd done my whole life. Running the second a place started to feel like home. So I stayed.
He brushed my jaw.
Glad I did, 'cause I was here when you walked into the club.
My heart skipped.
As you pointed out in my bathroom, I'm a low-maintenance man. A bed, a bathroom, place to put my shit, screws in the walls.
He shrugged.
It's all a man like me needs.
He cupped my chin.
Until recently.
My entire body quivered.
Know that you're happy here with me for the time being, but I also know that you deserve a home, a place with a kick-ass kitchen, where you can make it yours. Don't think I don't know that. Don't think I'm not making plans for that.
Panic spread across my skin at his words. Plans. He was making plans. For a home. For us. That thing I'd been dreaming about while I was making coffee. He was actually taking steps to make it a reality. Because as far as he knew, I was starting fresh. As far as he knew, I could put down roots here with him. It hit me then, square in the chest, the magnitude of what I was doing. How tangled I was with him. I was going to draw both of our blood when I extricated myself, if I didn't find the courage to tell him the truth. While I was thinking all of this, Swiss was running his hands lazily up and down my hip, brushing my shirt up to expose the skin of my torso. At some point, his hands had roamed downward, going to my calves. "Don't!" I cried out, scuttling away from him. Swiss stared at me in horror as I tried to escape his grasp. Such a thing was not possible, of course. Swiss was much, much stronger than me, and he never used that strength against me. At least, not without my permission and always for my pleasure. "Let me go," I demanded, wishing I was capable of sounding stronger.
No fucking way,
he shot back, not loosening his grip even a little. His eye contact was so intense and unyielding, I ached to look away but couldn't do it.
You're gonna tell me what the fuck that was.
He was speaking softly, in a tone I recognized. The way that Preston used to talk when I was really in trouble, when things were going to get really bad. That was something I'd learned. Men were not most dangerous when they were screaming at the top of their lungs. That's not to say they weren't dangerous then, but they were most dangerous when they spoke softly. Like a cougar, quietly and gracefully stalking before the pounce. But Swiss was not Preston. I'd come to learn that. Not once had he given me any kind of indication that he was anything like him. And I was not a naive young girl who couldn't spot red flags. I had honed my instincts. But that didn't mean that I wasn't still traumatized, that I didn't hold muscle memory.
Kate.
Swiss spoke my name as a demand. I blinked away my thoughts. His expression had not changed, had not softened. His grip had not loosened even a little.
What the fuck was that?
He asked when I still didn't speak. My mouth was dry and my head throbbed. It was clear he wasn't going to let this go until he got an answer, and I wasn't prepared enough to come up with an alternative that made a little more sense and wasn't massively embarrassing. "I forgot to shave my legs," I said quietly. He blinked at me in confusion.
"You forgot to shave your legs," he repeated. "And that's why you flinched away from me like I was burning you."
My face flushed with embarrassment. I don't know, I guess I overreacted. I gripped the neck of my beer so tightly my knuckles were turning white. Swiss was still staring at me with intensity and didn't speak for a long time. I was frozen in place.
"Your ex really fucked you up, didn't he?"
he asked finally. All hardness was gone from his voice. All danger. What lay there was not pity. No, concern. A simmering, protective anger. I swallowed, hating that Preston had entered this conversation, had polluted it, beyond the fact that I didn't want him here, didn't want him poisoning this. I also didn't want to get too close to the lies I was telling. Yes, in my heart of hearts, Preston was well and truly my ex. I had severed all ties with him the moment I left our town's limits. There was no way I was ever going to be his wife again. Even though, if you wanted to get technical, in the eyes of the law, I was still his wife. But Swiss and the Sons of Templar didn't seem to concern themselves about the eyes of the law and technicalities. So that was how I was justifying it.
"It doesn't give him power, you know,"
Swiss tacked on when I didn't reply.
"To admit that."
He was slowly and lazily stroking my prickly legs, as if to make a point. I focused on the movement to keep me calm.
"It doesn't give him shit," he grumbled. "It means you're wonderfully soft. You love with your whole heart. And there are motherfuckers who will take advantage, who will see how pure and precious that is and will want to ruin it."
Tears welled up in my eyes.
"I'm not a good man," he continued. "I'm not gonna pretend to be. I've done some terrible fucking shit, and I surely will have terrible deeds in my future too. I need to make that clearer to you, but I've been afraid."
It felt like my heart splintered my ribs. It was beating so intently. Not because of what Swiss was confessing to be. I didn't care about that. But because there was real fear, genuine feeling in his voice. He was still stroking my leg.
"Afraid that you'll see me for what I am, the violence inside me, and you'll want to run."
He gripped my calf.
"Although you've taken my violence with a hunger I've never seen,"
he said, voice deeper now. My pussy prickled with desire, despite the subject matter.
"And that's why I think you're strong enough to stomach what I am,"
Swiss told me, laying a gentle kiss on the corner of my mouth.
"But Kate, despite the violent, dangerous man I am, I will promise one thing. I will not ruin your precious heart. I will protect it with everything I am."
His eyes burned into me.
"And I am one wretched motherfucker."
A tear trickled down my face at his declaration. Then another. He wiped them away with his thumb. I opened my mouth to tell him the truth. Not about Preston, I wasn't there yet. But to tell him that my heart was his, that I loved him. But then a bang vibrated against the closed door. We both jumped. So deep in each other we'd forgotten that other people existed.
"Hurry up,"
Cody yelled.
"Freya won't shut the fuck up about Kate and tequila shots."
Swiss's eyes turned a little less serious.
"Although I'm not done with the conversation, I'm definitely in the mood to get you drunk on tequila."
My toes curled. Though I had partied plenty since I'd unofficially moved in here, I had yet to repeat the tequila shot night. Now that the promise of tequila and what it would wash away, also what it would give me the courage to do in the bedroom, took over, the truth could wait another day. Swiss pulled us both up, taking my beer and setting it on the nightstand beside his. He pulled me to him.
"You shave or don't shave whatever part of your body you want,"
he told me, tangling his hand in my midnight black hair, which was quickly growing longer.
"Though if you want to shave this, I might have a spirited argument against that."
He hummed as he cupped me between my legs, kissing me long and hard.
"Now let's go and get my woman drunk on tequila,"
he declared. It was the day after I'd gotten drunk on tequila. Like the first night, all of my inhibitions had shed, and I'd had fun using the restraints on Swiss. He'd been more than willing. I was feeding my hangover, and everyone else in the club, with the vodka pasta that had become my signature dish. We were all gathered around the dining table, empty plates in front of us. I was leaning against Swiss's arm. My phone vibrated, and I jumped up the second I saw Violet's name. It had been almost a week since I'd heard her voice, and despite all of the wonderful things happening to me and how busy I was, I thought of her every moment. "Sorry, it's my daughter," I told everyone, snatching the phone and standing up. "She's in Paris, and she's in love with her older university teacher." I gritted my teeth at the way that sounded out loud. Jagger's nostrils flared.
"Need us to fly over there and scare him off?"
I laughed. He didn't. Surely he wasn't serious. I didn't have time to ponder that because I didn't want to miss Violet. "Sweetie," I answered the phone, turning from the crowd. my eyes touching Swiss one last time. He was watching me with an expression I couldn't decipher.
Either that's a 9th grader over in Paris with a boyfriend. In that case, we really do need to go over there. Or she had that fucking kid in the 9th grade.
Anderson, one of the patched members, said as I walked out of earshot. "Mom!" she called out. I stopped in my tracks. My heart stuttered and my skin went ice cold. "What's wrong?" I demanded. I was already mentally pawning off my remaining jewelry to get the next flight to Paris. Silence rang out behind me, but I didn't have time to worry about that.
"Oh my God, why do you always think something's wrong?"
Violet whined. My body sagged right against Swiss's chest, who had, at some point, gotten up from his chair and rushed to my side, presumably because he heard the concern in my voice. "I always think something's wrong because you shout 'Mom' at me in greeting instead of, I don't know, 'hello'?" I snapped.
"Mom, I'm dramatic. You've known me all my life," she returned.
Swiss was rubbing my upper arms now, despite hearing that there was nothing he needed to hold me up for, as if he sensed I was still not on an even keel, still recovering from that paralyzing worry that something would happen to my girl. It was the undercurrent of every waking moment. "All of your life you've lived in my house," I retorted. "All of your life you haven't been on another continent where a myriad of things could happen to you. Don't you remember Taken?" There was a long sigh from across the phone. "Yes, Mom, I remember Taken. I can recite Taken word for word after the sheer amount of times you made me watch it." "What was the mom for then, if you're not currently being kidnapped by human traffickers?" I demanded, leaning back into Swiss's chest. He kissed my head, and delightful shivers went down my spine. It felt incredibly odd to have Swiss so close to me while I was talking to Violet, who knew nothing about the biker I was living with. As far as she knew, I was happily married to her father. And as far as Swiss knew, I was divorced from her father. My worlds were colliding, and I didn't like it. As much as I wanted to escape that feeling, I didn't want to leave Swiss either. "Well, Jacques got us the most amazing little villa in Côte d'Azur," she enthused. "It looks like a castle. It's so beautiful, Mom, and super fancy, like a Kardashian has rented it."
"Oh my God," I exclaimed in my best Valley Girl accent.
Swiss chuckled from behind me. Luckily, Violet was too wrapped up in her excitement to notice the masculine laugh that did not belong to her father.
"Okay, I know it's cliché, elitist, and superficial to be impressed by that,"
she admitted sheepishly.
"But he did this for us because he's been busy, and he gets time off at the end of November, so we will be able to have a proper goodbye."
"Wait," I frowned. "The end of November? That can't be right. You're meant to be back in the U.S. by Thanksgiving." There was a loaded pause on the other end of the phone. "Violet?" I probed in the mom voice I rarely had to use with her after potty training. "Okay, so yes, it would technically mean I wouldn't be home for Thanksgiving," she stated quickly.
"But I already talked to Daddy, and he said you're going to likely still be in California then anyway, and—"
My spine went straight, and I was rigid in Swiss's arms. I didn't have the phone on speaker, and Violet was speaking so quickly that I doubted he would have heard the California part of that. But I was still on guard and needed to get away from him. But his hands were tight around my body. My mind was whirling with everything that Violet said. "You already spoke to your father?" I asked quietly. She'd already spoken to him, and he'd already said I'd still be gone, which likely meant he still had no idea where I was. It was technically good news, but my insides were combusting at the mere thought of him. "Mom, I'm sorry. I know it wasn't cool of me to speak to him first, but I know you've got so much on your plate," she sighed. "And it had just come up when he happened to call. He was really understanding and supportive about it, which is unusual for Daddy," she continued, a smile in her voice. I was fighting not to throw up. Her father was supportive because he wanted his daughter away for as long as possible. So he had more time to find and likely punish her mother and have time for the injuries to heal.
I know that you were excited for me to come home,
Violet murmured apologetically.
and I miss you, Mom. I miss you so, so much. But I promise that I'm going to be home before Christmas. We'll make cookies, decorate the tree, watch Christmas movies while drinking hot chocolate.
Tears welled up in my eyes, and the very foundation of my soul felt like it was crumbling to pieces. Not just because it was going to be longer without my daughter, and I'd be spending an important holiday without her for the first time, but because all of our holidays were gone now. We would not be drinking hot chocolate, decorating the tree, or making cookies, because those were all routines we'd established as a family, Preston included. And no matter how this turned out, I would never live in that house again. The house I'd raised Violet in. The house I had all of those memories in, not all of them terrible. Some of them wonderful.
Yeah, honey,
I replied, my voice high, thin, and full of tears. Swiss's arms flexed around me.
Mom,
Violet cooed.
please don't cry. I can come home. Daddy already changed my flights, but I'm sure when you talk to him next...
No, sweetie, I interjected, my voice a tad stronger now.
You should stay. Have your experience at the Kardashian house. Get your proper goodbye with the age-inappropriate boyfriend.
Not funny, Mom, she muttered. I smiled weakly.
I know. Are you sure you're going to be okay?
She asked with audible concern.
Daddy said he hasn't been able to see you yet because of work. You must be so lonely.
I choked down her words. Sweetie, please don't worry about me. It's my job to worry about you. I'm fine. I'm great, actually. I just miss you.
I miss you too, Mama,
she said with a hitch in her voice.
I love you,
I whispered.
I love you more,
she replied. Then she was gone, and I promptly hung up the phone, turned into Swiss's chest, and burst into tears. I'd like to meet her, Swiss said while drawing circles on my back. I was naked and splayed against his torso, several hours after dinner. After my crying jag that had lasted for about 10 minutes, Swiss had held me tight in his arms, rubbed my back, and didn't say a word. Once I was done, I was incredibly embarrassed at my outburst and had wanted to retreat to Swiss's room. But everyone else wouldn't hear of it, and Caroline had hugged me, fighting Swiss to let go of me, and had poured me a very large glass of wine. It was then I managed to get myself together, Swiss watching me closely. After the drinks that we had with dessert, the board games that everyone had played, bikers played board games. Bikers also got very passionate about board games, with Swiss nearly stabbing Lucas for cheating. That was when the game ended, and Swiss and I commenced games of our own. I was delightfully sore and satisfied.
Meet who?
I asked sleepily. Violet, he replied. I was instantly awake and trying my best not to tense all of my muscles, something Swiss would have noticed. My heart dropped. Then it cracked. I wanted nothing more than for Swiss to meet Violet, for a multitude of reasons. Because I was immensely proud of the person my daughter was, because I wanted him to see that. Because I wanted him to see that part of me. She was a huge chunk of who I was. She was most of my heart. He was what remained. I wanted Violet to see how I was with him, to see the real version of her mother, when she was happy, when she wasn't terrified putting on an act. I wanted to integrate these different versions of myself so I could turn this into something permanent,
Violet would be fascinated by club life. The conservative part of me would want to protect her from some of the racier realities. But my daughter was now an adult, in Europe, where she was legally allowed to drink. She was sleeping with a man years older than her. I could not imagine that this life would be a negative influence on her. If anything, I wanted her to learn from it, see how these men loved their women. See how these women loved their children, loved each other, were unapologetically themselves. Violet would adore all of them and idolize them immediately.
"I know it's soon," Swiss said, "and that this is probably worlds away from how she grew up."
He trailed off, and I got his meaning. I'd been quiet for so long, he'd interpreted my silence as me having reservations. He was insinuating that I could possibly think the club wasn't good enough for my daughter. The fact that he thought that was horrifying, as was the vulnerability in his voice. I turned, propping myself up with my elbow so I could look into his eyes. The dim light from the lamp beside the bed illuminated the tenderness in his gaze. I lifted up my other hand to gently cup his jaw. "I would love for Violet to meet you," I said honestly, my words tasting like acid because I knew there was no way in hell he'd ever meet her. Meeting her would expose all of my lies. "I would love for her to see the club, to meet your family. She would adore it." I paused, thinking of my daughter in this atmosphere, though she'd likely challenge Hansen on the rule about women not being able to patch in. I added on a smile. Swiss's eyes lightened.
"I would like to see that,"
he murmured. "She would like you," I told him, again with more of that honesty that burned my insides. He smiled.
"Of course she would,"
he said, voice lighter.
"I'm fucking amazing. Plus, I plan on making her mother a very happy woman."
My grin stayed frozen on my face as my heart splintered, my chest searing with the pain of it all. "Tell him now," something inside me screamed. "Do it. There is time to make him understand, to save this." My mouth opened to spill it all out, but I couldn't do it. Not now. Not ever. "You have made her mother the happiest she has been in her entire life," I said instead. I moved to straddle him, my body delightfully tender. Swiss caught hold of my hips. "Now," I pushed his legs apart with my knees. "It's time that I make you very happy," I murmured, kissing my way down his chest. And then I proceeded to distract him with a blowjob. I wasn't proud of it, not even a little. But I didn't know what else to do. There was no saving this, saving me. All I had left was to savor every moment, every opportunity to touch him, ride on the back of his bike, sleep next to him, before I left him behind. Chapter 12. Kate. 2 weeks later. Macy and Hansen were having a pool party, or a pool warming, as Macy had tried to call it. Hansen had argued that there was no way they were calling it that because it sounded like a bunch of people were pissing in my fucking pool. They argued about it, a lot. So it was being called a pool warming. It was still somewhat unnerving to me to see these women openly challenge their husbands, to throw sass. Unafraid of men society deemed to be dangerous, deadly. These were the kind of men who beat their wives, if the popular narrative was to be believed. Except they didn't challenge their wives. They barely raised their voices to them. They conceded. They backed down. They shook their heads, smiling, bringing them in for a kiss, dragging them off to have wild sex. I'd seen it in person with each of the women and their men. It was a journey finding my voice with Swiss, feeling brave enough to speak up, to disagree with him without fear of reproach. But the way I lived, the way I thought when I was with Preston, was trial by fire. With Swiss, everything was so primal, so reactive. Sometimes I said and did things without even thinking, and he proved consistently and continually that he might have been a dangerous man, but I had nothing to fear from him. "I've put on weight," I exclaimed, staring at myself in the mirror, wearing the bikini I'd bought for the occasion. My boobs were spilling out of the triangles. My stomach no longer had ribs visible, and my hips were much wider. "Yup," Swiss agreed. I gaped at him. Now, I'm not exactly an expert on how to survive in this outlaw world, but I am aware that is not the right response to give a woman if you want to live to ride another day, I snapped. "Fuck, you're cute." He smiled at me hungrily before pulling me in to kiss my head. I placed my hands on his chest so I could push back and glare at him. And fat, apparently. His expression turned serious. "You're not fucking fat," he growled. "You put on weight you needed to gain." His hands ran down the sides of my body. "And not enough of it, in my opinion. As beautiful as you were when I first saw you, you were much too fucking skinny." He toyed with the string that tied the side of my bikini together. "Not something I ever would have said if you'd stayed at that size," he added as his eyes trailed up to meet mine. "Which, of course, you haven't, because that was not a size you were meant to exist at. My guess is that life you lived before all of this was amongst a bunch of other women who were starving themselves for piece-of-shit husbands." My fingers curled with unease at the sudden change in subject. "You were living a life that didn't fit you, so you had to shrink down in order to make room for yourself. As much as I hate that you ever had to do that, I'm glad you're finding space now, here, with me. I happen to love your curves." His palms moved to my ass, grabbing the ample handful that was there now. "And I'll love it if you grow more of them." Then his hand skimmed my hips again, diving into the front of my bathing suit. "Swiss," I breathed. "We have to get there early." His hand did not stop. "Seriously," I protested weakly. "I told Macy I would do the appetizers for her, and as much as I like where this is going, I don't want to let her down." In a few seconds, I was liable to forget all about appetizers, forget who in the heck Macy even was. Swiss's hand stopped, and he let out a frustrated sigh. "Fine," he grunted. "But I'm fucking you in their bathroom the second you're finished, and they've got only themselves to blame." I smiled up at him as erotic anticipation flooded my system. "How are they to blame for us having sex in their bathroom?" I asked playfully. "It was their choice to get a pool," he returned, shrugging on his cut. He was wearing jeans and a tank to a pool party. He'd informed me earlier that he'd change into swim trunks when he got there. Apparently, walking around in swim trunks would fuck with his street cred. "It was their choice to throw this pool warming," he continued, turning to look at me. "Therefore, they must have expected you to be walking around in that fucking swimsuit, and I wouldn't be a man if I didn't fuck my woman while she was wearing that." He waved at my bikini. I bit my lip, my cheeks warming. "Well, far be it for me to argue with that logic," I giggled. He narrowed his eyes. "You keep being cute at the same time you're being sexy as fuck. I'll be chaining you to the bed. Appetizers be damned." My belly plunged all the way to my toes, and the breath whooshed out of my lungs. I was not immune to Swiss when he said things like that. I had not gotten used to the way he spoke. It still affected me. "We can do that later," I murmured, moving out of his grip to pull a floaty linen dress over my head. It was sheer and finished at my ankles. The red swimsuit I was wearing was clearly defined underneath, and I didn't care. No one else would. I slipped into some cheap sandals I'd gotten from Target. My toes painted the same red as my bikini. My hair was piled into a messy bun on top of my head, and I wasn't wearing any makeup. I reasoned it would all get washed off in the pool anyway. My cheeks were rosy, and there were a few freckles dusting my nose from the amount of time my bare face saw the sun lately. SPF slathered on it, of course. "Fuck," Swiss muttered. I turned to see him staring at me, rubbing the back of his head. "What?" I asked.
"Well, I'm having a dilemma,"
he said, eyes running over me.
"See, that dress is not at all gonna work on the bike, but you look so fucking hot in it, I am physically unable to ask you to change."
I couldn't stop the smile that lifted my cheeks. Well, it might behoove us to drive anyway because I picked up some last-minute supplies for the appetizers, and I don't know how well they'll travel on the bike. He tilted his head, regarding me with amusement.
"Might it behoove us, Countess?"
he teased. I rolled my eyes.
"Don't like riding without you pressed up against me,"
he complained. I smiled at him. Well, I'm not overly fond of it either. I dropped a kiss onto his sulking lips. "But I do like this dress, and I got some kick-ass cheeses, so will you make an exception, right? Just this once." I widened my eyes. "For me." I even tried to pout. Swiss shook his head, smiling.
"Anything for you, Kate."
His voice wasn't as teasing as it had been before. There was another layer there, blanketing what he just said. Something that filled me up and scared the crap out of me at the same time. I didn't look at the number when the phone rang. I was too distracted by finishing off the appetizers, too busy thinking about Swiss's promises of what we were going to be doing in the bathroom later. Ordinarily, I'd be worried about how disrespectful doing that in someone else's house would be. But apparently, we wouldn't be the first to do such things. Each of the married men could not keep their hands off their wives, and no one seemed to mind one bit. Swiss had been giving me looks from the breakfast bar until I'd finally banished him outside because he was distracting me. He'd grumbled about that, then came up to slip his hand into my bikini top, kiss my neck, and whisper about the things he planned to do to me before we left. It had taken me 5 minutes to get my breathing under control after that. We had been the first to arrive. Macy was dealing with the kids after asking me about 10 times if there was anything she could do, then thanking me profusely when I'd assured her I had it. And beyond thinking about Swiss, I did have it. Their kitchen was beautiful. Open plan with plenty of counter space. All of their appliances were top-notch. Everything I could need was laid out for me, and what wasn't I could find easily. The kitchen was clean but cluttered, scattered with photos in mismatched frames. There was a dying basil plant by the stove. Recipe books were stacked unevenly in a corner. Everything was lived in, warm. Music played from the speakers they had mounted on the walls. The house smelled of lavender and sage. A balmy breeze brushed through the open sliding doors that led out toward the pool area, where Swiss was with Hanson. My mind wandered happily as I put the finishing touches on the food, my soul light. I'd never felt so at peace, so happy. Of course, I missed Violet with an ache that never left my heart. But inside myself, outside my identity as a mom, I was someone else now, someone I liked. I was thinking of Violet when I answered my phone. Only her, Julian, and everyone in the club had this number. Julian had closed the cafe for the day, deciding we all needed a day off. Everyone from the club was due to arrive in the next few minutes. Not that the bikers worked on timelines. People tended to arrive whenever they wanted to, so by process of elimination, it had to be Violet. "Hey, sweetie," I greeted, tucking the phone into the crook of my shoulder as I wiped my hands on a kitchen towel.
Kate. The single word had me literally freezing. I stopped breathing. My heart stopped beating. The ground fell out from under me. There was a low ringing in my ears. My mouth opened, closed again.
"Do I not deserve a greeting from my wife?"
Preston asked. I found power of my limbs as I snatched the phone, ending up the call and blocking the number. The phone fell to the counter with a clatter. My hands were shaking, my heart roaring. That identity, the one I'd been reveling in just moments ago, slipped through my fingers.
"Kate?"
My name was spoken with concern, though it was muffled, as if it was coming through water. Macy was standing at the breakfast bar, Xander on her hip, frowning at me.
"Honey?" she pressed. "Are you okay? You look like you've just seen a ghost."
A ghost. If only. I quickly plastered on a fake smile. "No, I trailed off, trying to find a convincing lie.
"Who was that on the phone?"
she asked softly, knowingly. Shit. I hadn't realized she'd been there for that long. I wasn't skilled enough at lying to come up with someone else. It was my ex. I decided something as close to honesty as possible would work in my favor. Her eyes went stormy.
"Is he giving you trouble?"
Her voice was no longer soft.
"Because we can make sure he leaves you alone. If Swiss knew he was calling you..."
"No!" I didn't mean to shout, but the mere thought of Swiss filled me with panic. I took a breath, mindful of Macy's eyes on me. "No," I repeated, much more calmly this time, which was incredibly hard while on the edge of a complete breakdown. "It would create drama," I expounded, hoping I sounded convincing. "And I really don't want that. I just want to leave Preston in the past where he belongs, you know?" None of this was a lie exactly. I did desperately want to leave Preston in my past. If my reaction was anything to go by, I was nowhere near strong enough to see him again. The mere thought of it had me tasting bile and my vision blurring. Macy came into focus, staring at me intently. Her face remained pinched, as if she wasn't buying it one bit.
"Are you sure?" she probed. "You can talk to me, you know, about anything. Especially about this asshole ex. I promise I won't tell Swiss."
It was tempting, exceptionally so, to talk to someone, to get some advice, some support. As much as the experience with the Sons of Templar and their women had given me a sense of family I'd never experienced, I'd also had to hide a part of myself, a large part of me. I'd never felt more supported, more part of something at the same time as feeling terrifyingly alone. I ached to gain some perspective, to talk to Macy, who was so strong, so together, who had a life that she'd fought for. She'd shared her past so easily and openly with me, and it was not all hearts and flowers. She was proof that you could make something divine out of rotten beginnings. But no, she would tell Swiss, Hansen, not because she wasn't loyal, the opposite. She would want to help me. She was shrewd and smart enough to know the only way to help me would be to get the men involved. Even if she didn't do that, I would be asking her to participate in my lie. I respected her too much for that.
"I know,"
I replied, still smiling so hard it hurt.
"And I appreciate that. Appreciate you more than you know. But there is seriously nothing to talk about regarding Preston. I don't want to waste air on him." Macy still didn't look like she was going to let it go, and I was hanging on by a freaking thread. As she opened her mouth to say something, Xander tugged on her face so she was now looking at him. A gesture miniature badasses learned early, I guessed.
"Mommy, I want to go and swim,"
he whined. I admired his patience for waiting so long and was beyond thankful for his timing. Macy smiled down at him. "Sure, sweetie." She kissed his head before pointing to me. I'm all for leaving assholes in the past, but I'm also all about getting my girlfriends drunk so they can purge their demons. Fair warning, you look like you've got to purge this motherfucker. Oh, she had no idea. I did need to purge Preston from my life. Unfortunately, that involved leaving the family I'd created here, because there was no way of getting rid of him without dragging them into it, without exposing all the lies I'd told. The thought was like a punch to the stomach, and it was an effort not to double over at the force of it. This could be the last time I stood in Macy's kitchen. I'd miss the woman who'd made me a part of her family in a matter of months. The one who was still staring at me shrewdly. Luckily, she had a small human to contend with. She looked down at Xander. "Swim time," she exclaimed in her mom voice before carrying him toward the pool. I let out the breath I'd been holding as she disappeared, but I didn't get a moment of respite, a moment to process. Swiss sauntered into the kitchen from outside, having changed into his swim trunks at some point. They were slung low on his hips, showing off his glistening six-pack, and his Adonis belt looked like it had been carved with a knife. No, he looked like he had been sculpted. But even Swiss, in swim trunks with droplets of water running down his abs, was not enough to distract me, to slow my racing heart. I tried my very best to fake my composure, to stare at his abs instead of his face, something I likely would have done with or without Preston's call. He came up behind me, encircling me in his arms and gently pulling me away from the platter I had finished arranging 5 minutes ago. "Remember what I promised to do in the bathroom?" he murmured in my ear. My heart continued racing, but for a different reason now. Preston's voice was still an echo in my ear, though it was getting quieter and quieter. "I vaguely recall," I replied, my voice breathy. "Vaguely," he rasped, kissing my neck. "Well, I think I need to make sure there is nothing vague about what happens next. In fact, I need to make sure that the only thing you think about is my cock inside you." Then he threw me over his shoulder and walked us to the bathroom, where he fucked me against the wall. And there was nothing vague about it. I didn't entirely forget about Preston's call. That was impossible. But I pushed it to the back of my mind, settling even further into my mindset of denial. Him finding my phone number was problematic. I'd later find out that Violet gave it to him because he'd spun some lie as to why he didn't already have it. And of course, why wouldn't she give her father her mother's number? What kind of damage could one little phone call do? Quite a lot, it turned out. Chapter 13. Kate. 2 weeks later. It was my fault, I guessed, how it all fell apart. I got too comfortable, content in a way I hadn't thought my soul was capable of. There was a ticking clock somewhere deep inside of me, and I was always mindful of it, knowing that I would have to make serious decisions soon, very soon. As much as I loved it here, with Swiss, I couldn't abandon my daughter. I needed to see her. My heart wasn't beating right without her, and I was counting down the moments until I got to see her face again. But I spoke to her often. I knew she was happy, healthy,
safe. That was enough for now. And I had an identity outside of being her mother, outside of being Preston's wife and punching bag. I was alive in a way I'd never thought possible.
"You know your pinky is out,"
a voice teased. I blinked to my left to where the voice was coming from. Swiss was grinning at me, his eyes warm molasses. My heart skipped at that grin, at the movement of his muscles as he walked toward me. My eyes ran over the exposed skin hungrily, even though it had been pressed against mine less than an hour ago.
"Only you, Countess, would drink beer with your fucking pinky out,"
he teased, yanking me in to kiss the side of my forehead. My pinky wasn't out, I argued. His eyes danced.
"Your pinky was most definitely fucking out."
He looked to him.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love.
Hanson, who was leaning against the bar, close to Macy.
"Brother, help me out. She was definitely drinking with her pinky out."
Hanson looked at me, the left side of his mouth turning upward to expose his teeth.
"Sorry, Kate, there was definitely an upturned pinky."
Macy slapped him on the chest.
"You're not supposed to agree with Swiss,"
she snapped. Hanson looked to his wife.
"Sorry, darlin',"
he conceded immediately. I grinned into my beer, leaning against Swiss as I watched the president of one of the most dangerous outlaw motorcycle clubs in the country back down without a fight to his small, fairy princess-looking wife.
A sight to see.
Kate.
The smile froze on my face as the beer slipped from my fingers, smashing on the floor. Everyone looked to me, smiles gone.
Baby?
Swiss asked in concern, pulling us back from the glass and liquid quickly spreading on the floor. But Swiss didn't exist. The man who spoke my name had all of my attention. I turned my head to see Preston, standing in the middle of the common room. I had no idea how he got in there. Much later, I would find out how he'd found me, how he'd managed to make an appointment at the garage, then walked into the clubhouse as if he owned the place. But that wasn't important now. What was important was that my husband had found me. He was wearing a cashmere sweater with a shirt underneath, designer jeans and leather sneakers. His skin was tanned, jaw square and clean-shaven. Not a hair on his head was out of place. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating until Swiss turned his head to Preston and said,
"Who the fuck are you?"
pulling me closer into his body.
"I'm Kate's husband,"
Preston replied, not even looking at Swiss. His eyes were glued on me. I was frozen in place, quickly shrinking all the way down to the size I had been before.
"It was a challenge to find you, Kate. I'll give you that."
He scowled. He shook his head slowly. His hands were dangling casually at his sides. His posture too relaxed. An act, a careful one.
"Though obviously not impossible, but it seems I'm too late."
It was then that his eyes went to Swiss, who was staring daggers at him.
"You left me to take up with this."
His eyes traveled Swiss's body with a sneer and a curled lip.
"Criminal."
My blood turned hot. It boiled, in fact. Suddenly I was no longer 2 feet tall. Swiss was already stiff with fury, already wearing the dangerous alpha male battle stance which Preston hadn't noticed because he was much too narcissistic and self-absorbed. Beyond that, he was so insulated from any kind of danger. He truly thought that he wasn't at risk here, that he was the one in control here. I'd known the man was deluded, but this was something else. You'd have to be detached from reality to not recognize that Swiss was in control of everything right now. That Preston was minutes away from getting his arms ripped off. As much as a part of me wanted to watch that happen, I wasn't going to let Swiss fight my battle. I was more than capable. So I stepped forward, around him because he'd done the alpha male thing and stood in front of me. I'm sure he wasn't happy about that, but I wasn't focusing on him. You're either coming to that conclusion because of the color of his skin or the cut on his back, and neither of those options are okay in the slightest. I hissed at Preston. I knew that he liked to be seen by the town as accepting and liberal, but behind closed doors he was nasty and small-minded. It weighed heavily on me just how long I'd let this man control me, how I'd rotted in his presence, held captive by fear and helplessness. It was me who left that day, only me. But it was Swiss, this club, that introduced me to a different part of myself, one that was far from helpless. Something in me snapped in response to the way he'd looked at Swiss, the way he'd spoken about him. I leveled my gaze at Preston. "I am not yours," I announced, the words tasting sweet with truth. "In fact, I was never yours. The way you ordered for me at every restaurant was misogynist and not at all charming. I literally had to stifle the urge to stab you with my fork every time you did it." I sucked in a frustrated breath. If I had a fork right now, it would be protruding from your eyeball. Preston's face was red and getting redder. Usually this would be when I stopped speaking, when I tried to apologize, when I tried to appease him, try to escape a beating,
But not now, not with Swiss behind me. You are one of the most selfish people I've ever met, sexually or otherwise. You look so stupid in those fucking glasses, and none of your jokes are funny. I faked every orgasm you ever thought I had. Not a lie. I'd thought I knew pleasure with Preston. He was all I had to measure it against. But Swiss had shown me that I hadn't even known what my body was capable of feeling. My eyes never left Preston's. I was aching to call him out for what a coward he was for putting his hands on me. But I knew this room was already a powder keg. I knew that on the surface these were bad men, but I also knew in their cores they were good. And they had some really strong opinions on how women should be treated. As much as I would have loved Preston to get pummeled for once, I couldn't risk it. Wouldn't. For better or for worse, he was the father of my child. And I couldn't be sure that Swiss wouldn't kill him if he knew the truth. The prospect of his death did not bother me in the slightest, until I saw what a hole it would create in my daughter. So I pressed my mouth into a thin line. "I'm not coming home with you," I informed him. "That place, that fucking museum was never a home. It was never warm. I was just your trophy. Find someone new for that role." I knew that if he could have by now, he would have. Although there would have been women lining up to be with him if we had divorced, they were not the same as me. They had families, resources. They would not be whipped into submission as easily as I had. Preston had something truly evil inside of him, and I was the only person who could feed that. My pain and fear were the only things that could feed that. But I wasn't afraid anymore. "I'm done with you," I spat. Preston stared at me, then at Swiss, who was still rigid beside me. "Our daughter is due to come back in 2 months," he said evenly. "Our daughter. The one you seem to have forgotten about." The words hit their mark, and I flinched at their impact. "I have not forgotten about Violet," I bit out. "I would never forget about her." Preston's expression didn't change, but I saw the glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew me well enough to know when he'd hit his mark. "You leave with me now. I'll forget about your little vacation." His eyes flickered around the room in distaste. "I'll make sure our daughter doesn't find out what a whore her mother is." A sound came out of Swiss's throat, very close to a growl. It was the first time he'd made any kind of noise since Preston announced himself as my husband. The sound was feral, dangerous, freaking deadly. And Preston was not immune to it. I was satisfied to see pure terror flash across his face before he masked it. "I'll be in the car." His voice didn't betray the fear he couldn't completely hide. His eyes burned into me. "I trust you'll make the right decision. For our daughter." He turned on his heel and left, his shoes clicking against the floor as he did so. Both Swiss and I watched as he left the compound. The silence ringing in the room was deafening. Someone cleared their throat. I blinked, realizing it wasn't just the two of us in the room. We had an audience. All of the people I'd come to love, to respect, who'd made me feel like I belonged in a way I never had before. Now they knew who I was, who I wasn't. I couldn't look at their faces, not when my own was hot with shame. There was only one person in the room who mattered right now anyway. One I wished I didn't have to face, but I needed to. I needed his eyes, his strength. Needed a reminder of who I'd become in just a few short months. So I took a deep breath and turned to face him. He was already staring at me, but his brown eyes were hard, as unyielding as stone. He was mad. Rightly so, I'd lied to him. But he would understand. I hadn't lied to him about what was most important, about who I truly was. He saw me. He'd be pissed, but he would forgive me. "Rowan," I said, using his real name, my voice scratchy. He'd told me it not even a week ago, when he had started sharing more about himself with me, trusting me more. My skin crawled in discomfort, not just at having an audience, but at the way he was looking at me. Like I was a stranger. It hurt, but it was fixable. We were fixable. We were permanent. I just needed to tell him. I can...
You're married.
His voice was off. Something about it was foreign to me and downright terrifying. His expression was exactly the same. Cold, detached. I was suddenly extremely cold, despite the warm temperature of the room. "It's complicated," I said, my voice frail, tiny. He'd never heard my voice like that. Only one man had scared me enough to make my voice that small. And though I knew Swiss was dangerous, deadly, I never, not in a million years, imagined he would scare me enough to awaken that voice, that version of me.
"Are you married? Yes or no?"
Swiss spoke through gritted teeth, nostrils flaring, staring at me like I was a stranger. No, a traitor. My heart felt like it was being squeezed by a vice. The silence between us was 1,000 knives plunging into my skin. Yes. Though barely audible, I somehow found enough strength to force the word past the emotion lodged in my throat. I was shrinking back into myself, retreating back into a mold that I thought I'd shed, thought I'd left behind. I didn't retreat, not completely. Not as I stared at him, remembered what he'd made me feel, how he'd awakened me, the life I'd slipped into like it was made for me. But it's not...
"It's not what I think," he interrupted coldly. "You really gonna spout that tired shit?"
I stepped forward, even though I was terrified, even though his body language told me not to. Even though every instinct I'd honed about volatile men screamed at me to stay put, or better yet, run. But I ignored those instincts, recalling the memories I'd created with him, focusing on the way he had empowered me, how safe he'd made me feel, all the room he'd given me to grow. "Honey?" I started, voice subdued.
"Don't you come near me, or I swear I will not be responsible for my actions,"
he snarled. I stopped abruptly, scuttling back, expecting a blow. One didn't come. Because Swiss would never lay a hand on me in anger. I knew that. In my soul, I knew that. But my instincts weren't there yet. Not with Preston right outside. Something shifted in Swiss's eyes. Something puncturing through whatever ice shield he'd created. Unfortunately, it disappeared quickly, along with my hope. I felt rather than saw a couple of the men move closer to me, as if preparing to get in the middle of something, as if Swiss would hurt me. They were scared he was going to lay hands on me. Swiss was angry, beyond angry, and he was the most dangerous person in this room, but I knew to my core that he wouldn't lay a finger on me. He didn't need to in order to destroy me completely.
"I don't want to hear your bullshit."
The words were spoken by a man who looked exactly like Swiss, but as if the man I'd come to know was a figment of my imagination. He stared at me with a detachment, a coldness I didn't know he was capable of.
"You're just a bored housewife who was sick of getting fucked selfishly by her rich douchebag husband. You are not special, you are not unique, you are just an easy fuck.
His eyes panned over me in disgust. Disgust. Hansen stepped forward toward Swiss.
Brother, think you need to take a second.
Swiss didn't so much as glance at him.
Older than I'd like, but you've taken decent care of yourself.
He spat at me.
It wasn't a chore, but now I'm done. I need a new piece of ass. Younger, without strings.
My palms were damp with sweat, knees buckling, my body working as hard as it possibly could just to stay upright. That couldn't be true. He couldn't possibly be saying this. This was a man who could be ruthless, cruel, heartless. He'd told me as much. I'd witnessed as much secondhand. But I'd never been afraid of those things. Of him. I'd never thought that he would direct his wrath at me. I'd been comfortable with him, felt safe. This was a man who had lived a lifestyle that I couldn't even dream of, who knew freedom, true freedom, power. My eyes scanned around the room, looking at the shapes of the people I'd come to care greatly about. I didn't look at their eyes, though. I wasn't brave enough for that. Family. They were his family, not mine. These were people who truly loved each other, fought for each other, would die for each other. I hadn't known relationships like that existed. The closest thing I'd had to friends were people who would delight at seeing me brought down. And families, I didn't have any of that. I didn't belong here. The cold detachment in Swiss's eyes told me that. I did not belong here. My fate awaited me outside. Waiting for me in a $100,000 car, listening to pretentious music, likely thinking of all the things he'd do to punish me. "Whatever you think of me, I love you," I whispered, not strong enough to look into his eyes. "Thank you for giving me this. Giving me. Then I turned on my heel and walked out. I was gone, girl. Chapter 14. Kate. I got in the car without word or protest. I didn't say a thing about my car, about my things. Preston wouldn't approve of my new wardrobe anyway. I didn't even mention my wedding and engagement rings at the motel. I didn't utter a word. Preston didn't speak for 30 minutes after we started driving. I counted. Every second for 30 minutes. I'd expected to be scared, to be absolutely terrified. This was going to be bad, I already knew. Could tell by the energy in the interior of the car, the calmness in the way Preston held himself. I always thought of it as the eye of the storm. That's when I knew things were going to get bad, when he got calm like this. He was almost meditative, peaceful even. Then, of course, he'd beat the shit out of me. He'd broken my arm once, in one of those episodes. Violet was a teenager. She had been staying late after school, so I'd been enjoying an afternoon where I had everything done. The house was spotless. There was a casserole in the slow cooker. Laundry was clean and pressed. I had an hour, maybe an hour and a half to lay on the sofa, watch a movie. Then I'd heard Preston's car in the drive. The second I heard the crunch of his tires, I'd known. I hadn't known what I'd done, it didn't much matter. But I knew I was going to pay. Preston hadn't spoken for a long time then, either. Until after he was done beating me. It was apparent my arm was broken the second it happened. The bone was pressed up against the skin, almost protruding out of it. The pain was like nothing I'd ever experienced. I hadn't screamed or cried. I knew better than that. We'd both looked, wide-eyed, at the arm I cradled while curled up on the floor. I'd stared at it for some time before passing out. I came to in the emergency room, to Preston stroking my head, murmuring softly about how much he loved me. Soft, but loud enough for nurses to hear, I'd guessed. He'd spoken about how I'd fallen down the stairs, how lucky it was he'd come home from the office early. I'd gone along with the story. I was well trained. He'd been sorry, very sorry. He treated me with kindness, love. He didn't hit me for a year, an entire year. It was bliss. But it didn't last forever. That wasn't in Preston's nature. I figured, sitting in the car, driving back to the life I thought I'd escaped, that I likely had another broken bone in my future. If I was lucky. He wouldn't kill me. I was almost sure of that. It would be too messy. Preston wasn't a criminal mastermind. He didn't know how to cover up a murder. Beyond that, in his own twisted way, he loved me. He loved his daughter. And he knew what my death would do to her. "You hurt me, Katie," he proclaimed in a level tone, after 30 minutes and 31 seconds. My hands were fisted on top of my thighs. I barely heard him, barely saw him. I was too busy going over every second of the interaction with Swiss before I left. The way his expression had changed, the way his entire body had changed, like he'd turned into a different person, a stranger. My heart burned in agony at the thought of it. I wasn't afraid of what Preston was going to do to me, not even a little. I was too busy being heartbroken. It felt like my bones were splintering, like my muscles were being ground into hamburger meat. I'd loved him. Swiss. I'd fallen in love with him. The very core of me was his. I loved him because he'd showed me who I was. No, he gave me the strength to discover that for myself. The reality of what was happening was starting to sink in. Preston was driving us back to New Hampshire, back to the life I'd been a prisoner for years. The life I'd hated, but the life I'd survived in because I hadn't known anything different. But I knew differently now. I was different now. I would say I was stronger now, but a strong woman wouldn't have gotten into this car, even after the heartbreak and humiliation at the clubhouse. A strong woman would have walked away from both men, the one that she loved and the one that had tormented her for years. A strong woman would have figured it out, would have carved out a new life for herself without either of those men. I was not her. So I'd gotten in the car with Preston. I had accepted defeat without a fight. I was thoroughly disgusted with myself. "Kate," he spoke sharply now, my name cutting through my thoughts like a serrated knife, tearing at my already frayed consciousness. Panic was slowly setting in. The future yawned ahead of me. Working on muscle memory, I obeyed the command threaded into my name, the threat. He was staring at me intently. We were no longer driving. In fact, we were parked in the lot of a hotel. Not a roadside motel. Nothing fancy either because we were still in a remote part of New Mexico. It was the most expensive the area had to offer, to be sure. How had I not noticed we were parked, that we'd pulled off the highway? Sinking so deep into myself was not a luxury I could afford. Not with Preston. I had to be alert, on guard. I had to obey. Shrink back into the mold he'd made for me. Already the edges cut into my skin, drawing blood. "You have to understand what I've been going through these past months," he said when he had my attention, his tone no longer as harsh. "You have to understand what I've had to tell people," he continued.
The lies I've had to tell my parents.
He took his hands from the careful 10 and 2 position to swirl his wedding ring. His fury thrummed through my bones. Despite his even expression, his tender tone,
The lies I had to tell our daughter,
he gritted out. My eyes slid to his hands, which were back on the steering wheel at 10 and 2. His knuckles were white. The mention of Violet turned my stomach. Icy fingers of dread clutched my heart. My own hands were fisted on my thighs as I forced myself not to throw up in the car. Preston would not appreciate me making that kind of mess.
Everyone has been worried about you,
he murmured. His eyes trailed down my body, mouth pursed in distaste.
And they had a right to be. This little break from reality can be explained, though.
He took a long sigh.
It can be fixed.
His eyes found mine once more.
You can be fixed. Some diet and exercise, a trip to the salon. Yes, it can be fixed.
I wasn't sure whether he was talking to me or himself, going through the list of things that needed to be done in order to turn me back into the Stepford wife he'd created.
I can forgive you,
he declared.
We will go back to our life. We will have another baby. Everything will go back to how it was.
My nails cut into the insides of my palms. I didn't feel the pain, even though I felt the stickiness of the blood I'd drawn. My throat swelled up, my lungs burning to the point where I started seeing black dots in my vision.
Now I'm tired,
he said evenly.
Because I spent hours driving here, days actually, because I've had months of sleepless nights worrying about you.
His hand landed on my thigh. My skin burned from his touch, but I didn't react. Couldn't. I was paralyzed by his words.
But I don't have to worry anymore.
He was staring straight ahead.
Because I have you back, and I won't let you leave me again.
It was a threat, a death sentence.
Now, you're going to wait in the car while I get us a room.
He squeezed my thigh harder. The grip might have been designed to hurt me, but I couldn't say for sure. I couldn't feel anything. His hand lingered there in silence for a few seconds more, or maybe it was minutes, hours. Who knew? The door slammed shut, and I realized that his hand was no longer on my thigh, that he had left me in the car alone. This was it, my chance to run. Who knew where? Maybe back to the motel in Garnet where I had my things. I had cash. Not much, but enough. I still had my wedding rings. Preston somehow hadn't noticed they weren't on my fingers. How long had we been driving for? How long would it take me to walk? It didn't matter, shouldn't matter. I should have got out of the car and ran, crawled if need be. But I didn't move a muscle. Not for minutes, hours, lifetimes. Not until Preston got back in the car and directed us to the hotel room. He had trained me well. I expected a blow the second the hotel room door closed. I was braced for it. The soft footfalls of his $800 sneakers against the hotel carpet echoed in my ears. My body taut, tensed. Preston's eyes were intent on me, his expression carefully blank. There was a low ringing in my ears as I watched him move closer. I could feel the punch already, the crush of his knuckles against the soft flesh of my stomach. Those expensive sneakers kicking my ribs once I was down on the floor. I could see every moment of it. But no impact came. Instead, one of his hands settled on my hip, and the other brushed my cheekbone. I flinched at his touch, disgusted by him, his smooth hands, his expensive cologne. Preston's eyes darkened at my flinch, and my teeth sank into my lip, readying for the consequences of such a flinch. But still, no impact came. "You let another man touch you," he whispered, and his fingers pressed into my hip. "Touch what was mine." His hand moved so his thumb brushed my bottom lip. "But it's okay. I just need to take it back." There was no longer a hand at my hip. His fingers were undoing my jeans. "I need to take you back." I squeezed my eyes shut as he pulled off my clothes.
Swiss. I was drunk, or at least I should have been drunk, considering how much whiskey I'd consumed. But the image of her was still sharp in my mind, my sober fucking mind. Her face as she retreated back from me, in fear. Real fear. Not fear that was born in that moment, in reaction to the man I'd turned into in the face of her betrayal. No, that fear was older. A conditioned response. Ingrained in her. Over years. That fear had been living inside her for years. And that voice, I could barely fucking hear her. When she spoke, I watched her deflate. Something drained out of her, before my very eyes. No. That wasn't when she deflated. It had started the second that asshole walked in the door. I hadn't noticed it at first. It wasn't as stark at first because she was standing beside me. Because she believed she was mine. She believed she wasn't going anywhere. That she was safe with me. She'd been brave. Despite the terror that washed over her, she'd felt strong enough by my side to say that shit. And then, when I showed her that she was alone, she deflated. My mind spun, thinking of all the little shit that had piled up. Shit that had bothered me, but that I hadn't connected the dots on. The way she was surprised, fucking shocked at me doing simple things like thanking her, helping her with the dishes. The way she always apologized for shit that didn't require an apology. The way she spoke about herself, constantly criticized herself. Her running down the road in the middle of the night like she was running for her fucking life. Everything clicked. Everything that should have come together much fucking sooner. "Fuck!" I roared. My bottle exploded against the wall. Hanson barely blinked, even though it happened just as he walked into the room, missing his head by inches. "You like her, I gather," he commented dryly. His casual stance sparked more fury in me. "We need to go and get her," I bit out. He blinked at my tone and the look on my face. Then he smirked. He was used to outbursts from me, so he didn't distinguish how this one was different. He did not see the fire in me, the panic that was acid in my veins. "Of course you need to go get her," he agreed. "We placed bets on how long it would take you to get out of your own way and hop on that bike and find her." He jerked his head to Hades. "Somehow this fucker won. A romantic. Who would have thought?" I stepped forward, clutching the sides of his cut and yanking him toward me. All teasing left his eyes. Finally, he saw how close to the edge I was. Now I'd gotten his attention. And the rest of the brothers in the room, who had seen a lot of shit from me, but they'd never seen me lay hands on a president. I knew all of them were preparing to take me down. I was well aware of the protocol if I truly lost my shit. Hades would be the one to do it. I knew that. Had known it since I patched into this charter. Appreciated it. Liked knowing where my exits were if I should need them. Not that I wanted to die. Fuck no. I enjoyed being alive. Most of the time. But there was something inside of me I couldn't always control. Something looking to burn the world down with me inside of it. But right now, I had ironclad control over that ship, and I very much needed to be alive. You don't get it, I gritted out. We need to get her, and we need to kill that motherfucking husband. Hanson's eyes darted behind me, and he shook his head, probably telling Hades not to pull me off him just yet. Okay, brother. He patted my back. We'll go get her. I squeezed his cut once more before I let him go. My chest itched. Promise me you won't look at it just until I say. That had confused me, worried me, the way her voice was so small, hesitant. I'd wrongly thought it was 'cause she didn't like the violence of it, which was wrong. I'd seen the way she'd come alive holding that knife. But I'd been too mad with need to think too hard on it, too hungry to fuck her with her brand on my chest. Brothers scattered as I damn near sprinted to the closest bathroom, ripping off the bandage I'd worn for the past few days. Before then, I hadn't looked. Kate had changed the bandage, cleaned it for me, and I'd kept my promise. To stare at the angry red letters on my chest. KC. Her married name was Edwards. There was a chance, a small chance her maiden name started with the same letter as mine. But I knew that it didn't. Down to my fucking soul, I knew it didn't. She'd given herself my name. That's when the mirror smashed. It was my fist that did it. When I walked back into the common room, everyone was standing there. Jagger was on the phone, probably talking to Wire to get location data. Hanson had been speaking but stopped when I walked in. We need to go and get her. Now! I growled. Hanson's eyes motioned downward. Want to take care of that first? I glanced downward. My left hand was covered in blood. It was dripping on the floor. There was glass embedded in it. Nope, I said to Hanson. What I need is to get my woman. Hanson nodded concisely before looking to Jagger. We got a trail? Jagger's eyes flickered to me before he looked to our president, nodding in response. Good. Hanson clapped his hands together. Let's go. I just hope we're not too fucking late, I muttered.
Kate. I was slathering moisturizer on my body when Swiss came in. He had an odd look on his face, one that made everything in me spark, come alive. I kept rubbing my skin, which seemed 1,000 times more sensitive.
It's time.
His voice was deep and throaty as he took slow, measured steps toward the bed. He was stalking, like a predator might. The sparks inside me burning brighter. When he made it to the bed, he pulled the knife from his belt. My stomach dropped delightfully. It was only when he was in a particular kind of mood that Swiss used the knife on me. The first time he'd drawn my blood, he'd raised the blade to his lips and licked it off the steel. Maybe it was fucked up. All I knew was that I loved it, loved him, consuming me in that way. Every mark he gave me erased something from my past.
I need my name on you, Countess,
he murmured, the tip of the knife cutting through the fabric of my tank. I trembled in delight as I watched him.
I want my real name on you,
he amended. My chest rose and fell rapidly as the torn material split apart, exposing my pebbled nipples. Swiss ran the dull side of the blade along them. I gasped in anticipation. His eyes were on fire.
It's a name I've left behind,
he explained.
One that I want on you because it's the one I was born with. One I will die with, even if that's not who I am anymore.
The knife traced down the center of my body, the tip kissing my navel. Fire remained in its wake. The cotton boy short panties I was wearing were next. The steel was cold against my pussy, and my back arched upward.
This is gonna hurt, Countess, he warned,
the tip of the knife drawing circles at the curve of my hip. His other hand pushed my thighs apart, all the way apart, so I was completely exposed to him. Not that long ago, I would have felt defenseless, vulnerable, and ashamed in this position. I would have pushed my legs back together on instinct. But I spread them farther apart to further expose myself to Swiss. His eyes, wrapped on the apex of my thighs, flared wider, and he let out a hiss between his teeth. His eyes found mine once more.
My goal is to make you come so hard that all that pain will be nothing compared to the pleasure you feel from me eating your cunt.
And then he proceeded to eat my cunt. He turned out being right. It hurt. But he was wrong about it being nothing compared to the pleasure that came from my orgasms, which were fucking amazing. Seeing him carve his initials into me, RC for Rowan Carter. Feeling the pain explode in my hip as he scarred me with his initials. It was some of the most intense pleasure I'd felt in my life. I was covered in blood by the time he was done. It didn't take long. He was quick and efficient, not to mention surprisingly neat with his script, and it was trickling down between my legs. Swiss's eyes were alight with something I'd never seen before, as he sat up to stare at the 2 letters he'd carved into my skin.
We need to get that disinfected and cleaned up.
I barely recognized his voice. It was so thick, hoarse, almost animalistic. No. I gripped his arm to stop him from standing, my own voice sounding beastly. You need to fuck me. His body jerked.
Kate, you're bleeding.
It was not a protest, not for him anyway. He was battling, I could see that clearly, with his need to care for me versus the beast inside of him that didn't care if I hurt. No, the beast inside that wanted me to hurt, that got off on it. I sat up, sucking in a harsh breath at the pain that came with the movement. Then I yanked him down so his body was flush with mine, his hard cock pressed into me through his jeans. You like my blood, remember? I murmured against his mouth.
Oh, I remember,
he growled, his eyes locked onto mine.
When we're done here, you're gonna take this knife.
He brushed the blade against my cheek, still warm with my blood.
And you're gonna carve your initials onto my chest.
My blood sang at the mere thought. Then he fucked me, covered in my blood. We didn't get to his turn that night, but 2 nights later, I was the one holding the knife. My hand shook, not because I was afraid to make him bleed. I was hungry for it, especially seeing the state he was in, how crazy it was making him to see me on top of him while holding the knife. No, that's not why my hand shook. It was because I didn't want to mark him with the last name I